Hello, thank you for joining us this morning on First Coast News Plus. I'm Heather Crawford. Testimony resumes soon in a highly anticipated Jacksonville murder trial, that of Jacksonville rapper Hakeem Robinson, better known as Ksoo, and his co-defendant Leroy Whitaker, who is his cousin. The two men are accused of shooting and killing 23-year-old Charles McCormick Jr. back in 2020. They're being tried together, but have separate juries. Thursday, we heard from three key witnesses called by prosecutors. Many said that they saw the shooter, but the defense questioned whether the description matched their client. Now, this is the first of two murder trials Robinson is facing. We'll be tracking what happens inside the courtroom today and what's still to come in this closely watched case. We'll have live coverage on our First Coast News Plus Watch tab.
With Abir Ahmad and T.S. Graham.
All right, thank you.
Just to let the court know, we do have their testimony by way of transcript that the state was present for.
In deposition, or was that perpetuated?
We have deposition transcripts of them. I'm just laying the record that we're making all efforts to get these people in. There is case law that supports for law enforcement, but I just want to make sure that we're revisiting it so it's clear that we're making the best efforts to bring these people in.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to be bringing the jury out and get started. I do want to remind the gallery that is watching, again, if you could limit your entry and exit during the testimony of any witnesses, as yesterday the jurors announced that it was a bit distracting for people to be coming and going. So please try not to leave during the testimony. Additionally, I'll remind the gallery that you are not to be using your cell phones or electronic devices to send or receive messages, to audio or video record the proceedings or the jurors. That is not permitted in this courtroom, and if we catch you doing it, you're going to be asked to leave. Lastly, there is to be no food or beverage, eating or consumption from the gallery. This is not a Hollywood production or a Broadway play for your entertainment. This is serious court business, and no one out in the gallery should be eating or drinking any food or beverages. All right?
I just want to mention before we bring the juries out, we have a witness our perspective about 30 minutes, back to 20, 25 minutes.
I'm sorry, Mr. McFly.
Yes.
I'm not really sure how long the cross is going to be. The point being is we're going to need a recess before the next witness.
All right. So who is the witness you're intending to call now? Is that Ms. Gant?
Yes.
Okay.
So she's relatively short. The point is we could do it now, try to take care of it, but I think it's better to get through the witness. It just may be a short witness to take a break.
And can I ask why there's a necessity for a break after Ms. Gant?
Go over some evidence with counsel and things like that.
Okay. All right, then I guess we'll do that. Y'all were not able to do that this morning? Okay.
It shouldn't take long, but.
Well, do you want to do it now?
That's what it is. We just have to continue going through the slides and see which ones are going to lead us objection to preserve the issue for appeal so that we're not objecting throughout.
And what was this presentation not shown to the defense before now?
This is all slides that were part of this report. I have drastically reduced those in PowerPoint. So I was showing that at this point. They went to just looking at that.
So how much time are we going to need to break to get this accomplished?
Short violent break.
Given that it's on us and our quickness in reviewing it, if I can ask, is it just those slides or is there something else that the state needs to show us? Right? Obviously, Your Honor, there's somewhat of a change. This expert, everything that he testified about, one of the variables was the height of McCormick that he believed to be 5'10". We heard an expert witness, the medical examiner yesterday, it was an estimate, could have been 5'9", could have been 5'11". So there's a reliability factor there that changed wildly with his testimony yesterday. I did ask the state whether their expert watched that testimony. I'm unaware. In the event, and they reported back that there isn't any expected material change in his testimony. But I just want to make sure that I'm putting that on the record, that we're under the belief that he's going to testify consistently, that everything was based on 510 Charles McCormick.
If that is the expert's expected testimony, as he testified before me at Daubert hearing, I don't see, I guess, I'm not sure what your objection is. You're just wanting to make sure he's going to testify consistently with how he's previously testified?
It's not an objection here.
Oh, okay.
This topic to make sure that it's not like Officer Collins on the stand, where we then take the time away from the jury. That given the testimony of their other expert yesterday, if there's a material change, we'd like to know before the witness gets on the stand.
Yes, obviously the state is obligated, if there is a material change in their expert witness's testimony, to notify the defense. Are you expecting any material change in his testimony? Right. All right, then are all sides ready to bring the juries out and proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring them out, please.
Your Honor, the jury is entering the courtroom. Your Honor, jury now in the courtroom.
All right, good morning and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. So let me check with all of you again this morning, as I will each and every morning, and that is to ask if any of you have inadvertently or otherwise read, watched, or listened to any television, newspaper, or radio stories that might have been printed or aired about this case. If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised from either of the juries. Has anyone attempted to approach you, speak to you, share any information with you about this case or the people and places involved in this case? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised from either of the jurors. And lastly, have you all spoken to anyone about this case, even among yourselves or with anyone else, about the case, the issues involved, or the people and places? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and for the record, I see no hands raised by either juror. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue with the state's case in chief, so at this time, I'll call upon the state to call its next witness. Ms. Gant, please. All right, Ms. Gant, if you'll come forward and be sworn. All right, Ms. Gant, be sure you speak closely and loudly into that microphone. and state you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Gant, would you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, Natalie, Natalie, Gant, Gantt.
And was your previous last name Bryant?
Yes,
And have you lived in Jacksonville for the majority of your life?
yes,
Do you have any children?
yes,
A son?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what you currently do for a living? It's kind of the area that you work in.
Medical authorizations.
Turning your attention back to January of 2020, where were you living?
7520 Dalehurst Drive.
And is that a home in Duval County, Florida?
Yes.
When did you begin living at that address?
A couple years, probably 2 years, 1 to 2 years.
When you first moved into that home, was anyone else living with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
My mom and my son.
And was your mom working at the time?
Yes.
And what about your son?
School.
Did you own any vehicles back then?
Yes.
Okay. How many vehicles?
2.
And what were they?
A black Acura and a Honda Civic, silver Honda Civic.
What about your mom?
A white Acura.
In January of 2020, were you dating someone?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
Torgan Williams.
Do you recall approximately when you began dating Torgon?
Like 2019.
Would it have been a few months
Yeah, like
prior to this?
like the middle, maybe 2019.
So maybe around summertime?
Yeah.
Do you recall how you met Torgon?
Yes.
How was that?
Through Kareem.
And is Kareem Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Now, are Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon related in any way?
Yes.
And how is that?
They're cousins.
During your relationship, did Torgon actually move in with you in Dalehurst?
Yes.
Was Torgon also part of a local rap group named ATK?
Yes.
What about Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Did Torgon and Abdul Robinson Jr. hang out quite a bit?
Yes.
And when you were around them, did you notice whether or not Abdul Robinson Jr. had any physical impairments?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
He walked like with a limp.
Do you know why?
He was shot in the head.
Was that prior to you and Torgon dating?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we need to be sure all electronic devices are turned off, if I didn't already say that before. All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Judge. Did you know in 2020 what area of town Abdul Robinson Jr. was living?
West Side?
Did he stay at the west side, or was there any other areas of town?
Yeah, West Side and off of like Ocean Way.
Do you also know someone named Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
And who is he?
Abdul Robinson Jr.'s brother.
Was Hakeem Robinson part of ATK?
Yes.
Did Torgon Williams and Hakeem Robinson know one another?
Yes.
Are they related?
Yes.
How so?
Cousins.
Do you see Hakeem Robinson in the courtroom here today? And if you do, tell us where he's seated and what he is wearing.
He's right there with a blue jacket on, suit.
Can you be a little more specific?
Right next to the white man with the black jacket, in the middle, between the lady and the man, right here.
Your Honor, if the record reflects, Ms. Gant has identified the defendant.
Okay, record shall so reflect.
Did Hakeem Robinson have a nickname?
Yeah.
And what did you know that nickname to be?
Ksoo.
Did Torgon and Hakeem Robinson hang out at times?
Yes.
Was that usually with Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the name Leroy Whitaker?
Yes.
And why are you familiar with that name?
He hangs out with Torgon.
Did you personally know or hang out with
No.
anybody named Leroy Whitaker?
No.
Do you know what Leroy Whitaker looks like?
Yes,
And what is that based on?
like social media or just hanging Torgan doing videos. I've seen him in there too.
So you've seen Torgon and Leroy Whitaker together in videos.
Yes,
Do you see Leroy Whitaker in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Could you tell us where he is seated and what he is wearing?
In the front right here with the blue jacket.
And who is he next to?
This white lady right here.
Okay. Is that the front table that you're pointing to?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, with the record reflect, Ms. Gant has identified Leroy Whitaker.
The record shall so reflect.
Are you also familiar with an individual named Dominique Barner?
Yes,
And how did you know who Dominique Barner was?
Torgan's friend.
In January of 2020, did Torgon have his own vehicle?
No,
Today, are you aware or recognize the name Charles McCormick?
yes,
And why do you recognize that name?
because of the incident that happened.
Is that when he was killed?
Yes,
And was that on January 15th of 2020?
yes,
Did you discover that he was murdered later the same day that it happened?
yes.
Now, your home on Dalehurst, how close is that to the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza?
About a mile.
On January 15th, 2020, that morning, were you home?
Yes,
And what is the first thing you remember about that morning?
I was being woke up out my sleep.
Who was waking you up?
Torgan.
And do you recall around what time on January 15th that was?
Like early afternoon.
And so do you mean around lunchtime or later, if you remember?
Before lunchtime.
Was it unusual for you to have still been asleep at that time?
No,
Right. And why is that?
because I took care of my grandma overnight.
And did she live with you?
No,
Where was she staying?
with my dad.
After you were woken up on January 15th, 2020 by Torgon, did you see anyone else in your home?
Yes,
And who was that?
a Kareem.
Duval Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
And what happened after you were woken up by Torgon?
I woke up and I went out to the living room and him and Kareem were there and they asked me to go pick up Hakeem.
Did you know why they wanted you to pick him up?
No,
Did you ask?
no,
Did you finally agree to do that?
yes,
Did it seem to you like Torgon or Duval Robinson Jr. did not want to go pick him up themselves?
yes.
Where did you have to go to pick Hakeem up?
Off Arlington Expressway and some apartments.
And how did you know where to go?
Kareem, I believe Kareem said it, or I don't know if there was a thing on his phone with a map. That I cannot remember.
Did you go to that apartment complex?
Yes,
How did you get there?
I drove my silver Honda.
Did Duval Robinson Jr. have a vehicle at your home that day?
Yes,
You recall what it was?
it was an SUV.
Were you given anything before you left to go pick Hakeem Robinson up?
Yes,
And what was that?
Kareem's phone.
Do you recall what type of phone it was?
I believe it was an iPhone.
Did you have a phone on January 15, 2020?
Yes,
Was your phone working on January 15, 2020?
no,
The whole day?
not the whole day.
Did it get deactivated?
No, when I woke up, my phone was off. I didn't know I didn't pay the bill.
Later that day, did you pay the bill?
Yes,
After you got into your silver Honda and you drove to the apartment complex, what happened?
I was riding through, I pulled into it's like some brick apartments. I pulled in and I was like circling around because I didn't really know exactly where he was at. So I was like going through a loop and I got a call on the phone. I don't know if it was an Instagram call. I can't recall, a regular call, FaceTime. And it was Hakeem saying, I'm down here, like turn around.
Do you recall what the apartment complex looked like?
It was brick buildings.
Your Honor, may I have published on the exhibits that are already in evidence?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 177. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
the apartments.
That's the same apartment complex you went to on January 15, 2020?
Yes,
And showing you State's Exhibit 179. Do you recognize that photograph?
yes,
And is that those same apartment complexes?
yes.
Now, explain again, when you initially pulled into the apartment complex, do you know what building you went to, or where exactly did you go?
I went straight. It's like one way in, one way out. I went down and then I went to turn around.
And were you looking for someone?
Yes,
And that's when you got the call?
yes.
After you got that call, where did you go in the complex?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, where did you go in the complex?
I pulled in to like right here, kind of
Excuse me.
right here. The spot, like right here.
And what happened when you pulled into that spot?
Hakeem came from under, like up from over here.
And what did he do?
He got in my back seat.
You said he got into the backseat of your car?
Correct.
And did he have a firearm with him?
No,
Today, do you recall what he was wearing?
I don't.
Do you remember what his hair was like that day?
He had like dreads, but they're like twisty looking like dreads.
And about how far down did they go?
Like right here.
After you got Hakeem Robinson and he got into your car, where'd you go?
Back to my house.
Did y'all talk at all on the way back?
No,
About how long did it take you to get back to your house on Dalehurst?
about 5 minutes.
And when you got back, what did you do?
I don't know if I handed Kareem's phone to Hakeem or gave it back to Kareem, and I went back to my room and laid back down.
Did you ever ask them about what happened on January 15, 2020?
No,
And shortly after this, did you stop dating Torgon?
yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, cross for Mr. Whitaker.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Morning.
Since this all happened, you've gotten married, haven't you?
Yes,
You and Mr. Torgan Williams didn't date very long, did you?
no,
At the time that this all happened, back in January of 2020, he did spend quite a few nights at your home,
yes,
and he obviously had woken up at your home that morning.
yes,
And my understanding is you do know who Leroy Whitaker is,
yeah, like I know who he is, yeah,
but you've never spent any time with him,
no,
never had a meal with him,
no,
never sat down and had any kind of a long conversation with him.
no,
Didn't see him on January 15th.
no.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have anything.
All right.
All right, and cross-exam for Mr. Robinson.
Good morning, Ms. Gant.
Good morning.
Now, Gant is your married name, right?
Yes,
You are currently married to a man named Tyrone Gant, right?
yes,
Maiden name is Bryant, right?
yes,
Now, on the day Charles McCormick was murdered, what day was that?
January 20th or the 19th of 2020, I believe.
That's what you remember it to be.
Mhm.
Okay, and you were dating someone by the name of Torgon Williams, right?
Yes,
Okay, you were living together.
yes,
And this was in, like you said, January of 2020, right?
yes,
You were turning 38 years old at that time, right?
yes,
And Torgon Williams was 23 years old at that time.
yes,
And you were in a sexual relationship with him, right?
yes,
He lived in your house with your mom and your child.
yes,
And at the time, your child was 19 years old.
yes,
He's closer in age to Torgon than he was to you.
yes,
Now, at the time that in 2020, you weren't working,
no,
did you file taxes in 2021?
no,
Have you ever had a job where you filed taxes before 2020?
yes.
Okay, when did you file taxes before 2020?
I don't know. It's been a couple years.
Okay, but around that time, you weren't working, but you were living in that house and supporting your mom and your son and Torgon, right?
No, my mom worked.
What did your mom do?
She is a cashier.
So your mom, as a cashier,
Mhm.
was supporting you, your 19-year-old son, and Torgon Williams, right?
No,
Who was supporting them because Torgon Williams wasn't working, was he?
no, I also used to take care of my grandma and I got paid for doing that.
Who paid you to take care of your grandma?
My dad.
Okay. And how much money did you pay taxes on that job?
No,
Okay. And like I said, Torgon Williams wasn't working, was he?
no,
Isn't it true that you were selling drugs at that time out of your house?
no.
And the grounds? Okay, let me see counsel at sidebar.
Baby, so that's how we starting the day off. Okay, we getting in there today. Good morning, to team. Good morning. Court started on time this morning, so I ain't had time to come on and say good morning. But boy, we starting off good. I already got a whole page of notes already based off this one witness. Now, I'm not even gonna lie. This witness is damaging to Ksoo. Okay, how they gonna get from up under this, even though the defense is coming in good. This witness confirms the story of witness Boston from yesterday, who was sitting at the apartment saying she saw a white girl looking lost. So even though we can't see the witness, we obviously can assume based off her testimony that she is the white girl driving a car that Miss Boston saw pick up the suspect. She has confirmed that Ksoo is indeed who she picked up, which is damaging. However, let me find out she a drug lord over there, okay? So the defense and the state, they must have threw the state off because the state like, oh no, Your Honor. Good stuff, okay? But yeah, so we gonna see, what happens. But boy, this was a good witness. I'm up now. I was half asleep at first. I'm up now for sure. LOL, she get right up on BS. She told her, your old ass dating this boy. Okay. Now that was funny. I was like, where's she going with it? But I'm telling you, that defense lawyer threw me off when she came out of blue. Time, yeah, you was selling drugs. I said, oh shit. I think they coming back.
All right.
Now, oh, sorry, Judge.
I'm just making sure court reporter's ready. Yes, you may proceed.
Okay. Now, the man you're married to now, right?
Yes,
You started dating him after you broke up with Torgon Williams, right?
yes,
He was arrested in 2022, right?
yes,
He was living with you at the time, right?
no.
He wasn't living with you in 2022?
Are you talking about, which arrest are you talking about?
I'm going to talk about the arrest that he has for selling fentanyl and cocaine.
In December, we were separated.
Okay,
We're
so
not together.
we're not, but you were living before with him?
Yes,
And then in the interim, when you weren't together, he was arrested for selling fentanyl and cocaine.
yes,
Okay. And you're still married to him now, right?
yes,
His case is, well, actually, his case is still pending, right?
yes,
It's being prosecuted by the state attorney's office.
yes.
And that case isn't going to be resolved. Its next court date is after this trial, right?
I don't know. His lawyer handles all that. I don't go to the court dates.
As you sit here, you don't know when your husband's next court date is. He's incarcerated, right?
I don't know when his next court. His lawyer handles that, and then he reiterates to me.
Okay, and you don't go to his court dates,
No.
but he's in jail.
Yes,
And now you are testifying on behalf of the same office that is prosecuting your husband, right?
yes,
Now, speaking of Hakeem, you just testified that you knew Hakeem as far back as, I think your testimony was, you said was 2019?
yes,
That's what you said on the witness stand, right?
yes.
Now, you weren't close to Hakeem, right?
No.
You just knew who he was.
Yes,
Everyone knew who Hakeem was, right?
yes,
He's Ksoo,
yes,
right? And at that time, he was a local celebrity in Duval County.
yes,
He was an up-and-coming musician, right?
yes,
Very close with someone by the name of Young and Ace, right?
yes,
You know, Young and Ace now is a very popular musician, right?
yes.
And at that time, Hakeem's career was going pretty well, right?
Well, I didn't know about his career. I just know, I don't know about.
You didn't go with Torgon Williams to one of the music videos where he was shooting?
Yeah, I dropped Torgan off there before, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Mhm.
He was in the position where he was producing music videos, right?
Yes,
Okay. And like you said, you were there, right?
yes,
You went there with your boyfriend Torgon, right?
yes,
And there were a bunch of people on set, right?
yeah.
I mean, could you tell the jury or give an estimate of how many people? More than 10?
I can't, I don't know.
Did you end up watching the music video?
I can't, I probably did.
Okay. But you can't remember which one it was now.
Mm-mm.
But it was released into the media, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it wasn't just Torgon that was there, right? Other members of their friends were there. Kareem was there. Did you see him there
See him where?
at the music video?
I don't know if he was at that one.
Let me make this easier instead of going through the list. Would you be able to testify to anybody else that was there?
I can't remember. I don't, yeah.
Okay. Now, you didn't know anyone who Torgon would hang out with apart from Hakeem, right?
What do you mean by that?
Okay. Isn't it true that you've testified before that you did not know who Torgon would hang out with apart from Hakeem Robinson? You testified on direct that you know all about Leroy Whitaker, that you know about Abdul Jr. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I misspoke. You did not know who would hang out with Torgon apart from Abdul Jr., not Hakeem, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm like.
Yeah. Oh, my mistake, and you caught it because Hakeem wasn't that close. The one he was close to, Torgon Williams, was Abdul Robinson Jr., right?
Yes, he would hang out with him more, yes.
And we're throwing out a bunch of names, so I don't want the jury to get confused, okay? Whenever I say Kareem, is that Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes,
Okay, so he's not in this courtroom today, right?
no,
Okay, but that is the one that was close with Torgon Williams. You didn't see Hakeem Robinson at your house all the time?
no,
You never saw Hakeem Robinson hanging out with Dominique Barnell?
no,
Torgon wasn't a musician though, right?
no,
He hung around ATK and their musical group, right?
yes,
But he didn't rap, he didn't do any music.
no.
Now, I want to understand how it is now that you ended up being a witness for the prosecution in this case. Because let's be clear, you're testifying now that you had information about a homicide that occurred in January 2020, right?
Yes,
You never went to them with this information, right?
no,
They had to come to you, right?
yes,
And the case we are here for is for the murder of a young man by the names of Charles McCormick, right?
yes,
You have no idea who that was.
no,
He's a complete stranger to you.
correct.
Now, you just testified on direct for the state that you picked up Hakeem on the day of the murder, right? And brought him back to your house.
Yes,
And that at the time you lived at 750 South Dalehurst Drive, which was right around the corner from where Charles McCormick lived, right?
it was 7520.
7520, right? But that's right around the corner from where Charles McCormick was murdered, the strip mall. That's where your house was.
Yes, a mile away.
And when this murder happened in 2020, it was broadcast all over the news, right?
Yes,
Your testimony is that you knew there was a murder right by your house, right?
what do you mean? When did I know though? What do you, I mean?
When did you know that there was a murder? You had to have known when you saw the news later that day.
Yes, later that day. Yes.
Within 24 hours, you knew that that murder happened and it involved your boyfriend, Torgon Williams, right?
I didn't know for sure. I just seen the death of Charles McCormick on the news.
At the strip mall, right around from your house, right? The one where you claimed that you heard the gunshots from your house, right?
I didn't never say I heard any gunshots.
Okay, because you were asleep all morning, right?
Yes,
And can't testify to anything that happened at your house before you woke up, right?
correct.
But you picked up the shooter and you helped him get away, right?
I picked up Hakeem Robinson. That's who I picked up.
And they are claiming he is the shooter, right?
Yes,
You picked him up and helped him get away and evade capture, right?
I guess if that's what you want to say, I was just picking somebody up.
Okay. Because if you claim you didn't know anything, then you can't get charged for accessory after the fact, right?
I didn't know anything.
So you're telling this jury that after you, Torgon or Kareem comes into your house and says, I need you to go and pick up Hakeem from the woods. You go and pick him up. You see later the day.
From the woods. That's not what was said.
Okay. So we're going to break it down, but this is what you want the jury to believe. You had no clue. You continued living with Torgon Williams, right?
Yes.
You had no discussions with him about what went on that day?
No.
Even though you had just seen on the news all this information about the case and know that they asked you to go and pick up somebody from that apartment complex.
Correct.
And you just didn't talk about it.
No.
Okay. So that you can come here and claim I didn't know, right?
No. I didn't talk about it. You're asking me. I didn't talk about it.
But regardless, you didn't go at all on your own free will to the state attorneys at any time to let them know that you had information about this case, right?
No.
So you've never been arrested for this case, right? Your involvement.
No.
You won't be prosecuted, right?
No.
Did you appear here under a state subpoena?
Yes.
So anything you say today, they can't use against you in the future for any future criminal prosecution.
I guess. I don't know how that works.
Okay. Now, Torgon Williams, right, you've come to know,
Yes.
was directly involved in this murder, right?
No,
You don't know that as you sit here today?
no,
So your testimony is Torgon Williams was not involved in the murder of Charles McCormick?
no, I don't know that if he was. I don't know.
You don't know?
No,
All right. But he's been free for the past 5 years, right?
I don't know where he's been. I haven't talked to him.
As far as you're aware, he hasn't been arrested.
I don't know.
Now let's talk about something that happened to you in later in the year, 6 months later, after this homicide. You know someone by the name of Raekwon Howard?
Yes,
Isn't that person tried to kill you and Torgon Williams, right?
yes, he was charged.
He was charged.
Mhm.
Now, this happened in the summer after the murder of Charles McCormick. So you were still with Torgon Williams 6 months later, right?
No, we broke up and then he came back for like a minute and then we broke up again.
Okay, so
It's straight. Yeah, we had stopped talking for a while.
you stop talking, and when he comes back into your life, there's a night when you and him are coming home in your car, right?
It was during the day.
Or it was during the day, and Raekwon Howard came out with a rifle and started shooting at the both of you, right?
Yeah, that's what he's charged with.
Okay. It's him. You told that to the police, right?
No, I couldn't ID. The person had a mask on.
Okay, but as far as you know, as he sits here, Raekwon Howard has been charged with trying to execute
Yes.
both you and Torgon Williams.
Yeah, he's been charged.
And that's what he tried to do. He tried to kill you both, right?
Yeah.
Did you shoot back?
Yeah.
You had your own firearm at the time.
Yes.
Now, per the internet, you know these two groups, right? The musical group ATK, you know about them, right?
Yes.
You know about the musical group 6 Block.
Yes.
Okay. You know about their musical rivalry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they basically get traction with their music because one will sing something bad about the other, and then the other will sing something bad about the other, right?
Correct.
Almost like Kendrick Lamar and Drake do right now, right?
If you want to put it that way,
Gets them at the top of the charts, right?
I guess.
Perform at the Super Bowl.
I guess.
Now, even though you spoke to the detectives about Raekwon Howard and what he did to you, right? You didn't mention anything about Hakeem Robinson, right?
No.
You didn't mention anything about the incident about picking up this person from that incident, even though you know the murder took place, right?
No.
All right. And when Ksoo was arrested, he wasn't arrested until September of 2020, right?
I don't know when he was arrested.
Okay. But at the time he was arrested, you would agree with me that the case was all over the news, that he had been arrested for that murder that took place in the strip mall, right?
Yeah, it was on the news.
Okay. So everybody knew that the state thought that Hakeem Robinson was the person that killed Charles McCormick, right? It was no secret.
It was on the news.
Accessible to everybody, right?
Yeah.
Including you.
Yeah.
Now, we're also in Florida, right? You know about the law in Florida that we call this the Sunshine State, right?
No, no, I don't.
Everyone has public access to anything that's filed in a criminal case that's pending, right? It's open to the public.
Okay, yeah,
That you can go online and pull up anything you need to know about a case, right?
correct.
Including this case, right?
Yeah.
If you want to see interviews of witnesses, it's all over the internet, right?
Yeah,
You could look it up. If you wanted to see the interview of Dominique Barner, you could find that, right?
yeah,
You wanted to see the interview of his girlfriend, Janera Smith, that's on the internet for anyone to see, right?
I guess.
And it's not until April of 2022, over 2 years after the murder, after all of this has been on the news, that you claim that you know something about the case, right?
Yes.
You didn't go into their office of your own free will, right?
No.
You all of a sudden received a subpoena from the state attorney's office to go into their office, right?
Yes.
If you don't comply with that subpoena, you can be held in contempt of court, right?
I guess. I don't know what happens if you don't.
And you didn't just show up on your own, did you?
No.
You showed up with your lawyer.
Yes.
You go to the state attorney's office because they've ordered you to do so, right? And you have a meeting with law enforcement, right? And your lawyer.
Yes.
That initial meeting that you had with them is not recorded.
I don't know if it is.
It's not.
I don't know.
So we have no idea what it is that those detectives showed you, right?
Right?
I have no idea what you said word for word to those officers, right?
Right.
Or what they said to you.
But I think when I first went in there, they did a yeah, I was recorded. I did a
Are
statement.
you testifying right now that the first meeting that you had was recorded? Because I'd have
Yes,
to.
yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'd make a motion at this time to compel.
Okay, well, sidebar it. Thank you.
All right, so your testimony is that first thing was recorded.
Yeah, the first time I ever went in, I gave my statement.
Right, but you had two separate meetings though. You first met with law enforcement, and then after you met with them.
Oh, I only had one meeting with my lawyer. I went in with my lawyer. That was it.
So your testimony today is that you only.
Yeah, I went in one time with my lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
And that deposition was taken on May 10th of 2023, right?
I get that's the day it was. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Can
Okay.
someone please send me a copy of the deposition? Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor. And several lawyers were there, correct?
It was probably my lawyer, and I think two lawyers. That's it. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it wasn't like a whole bunch of people. No.
Okay, a lawyer from the state's attorney's office was there?
Yeah.
A lawyer for Mr. Whitaker was there?
No.
No lawyer for Whitaker was there?
I don't think so. No.
Lawyer for Hakeem Robinson was there?
No.
Your testimony is that Mr. DeCoste was not present for your deposition?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the first meeting. I'm sorry. I'm confused. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
we'll
yeah.
clear this up. We're talking about the deposition that you did on Zoom where you received the subpoena from the defense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
everybody's lawyers were there,
Yeah. Everybody.
right?
Yeah.
And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Isn't that right? The same oath that you took before you took the stand today?
Correct.
Okay. Just gonna get to the page, Your Honor. Okay, starting on page 27, Court and Counsel, questions begin at line 9. All right, so when you showed up to give your sworn statement on April 21st, how long did you talk to the prosecutors or the detective that was there before going on record to give your sworn statement and then answer their questions? I mean, I don't know the exact time, that's your answer,
Okay.
but it wasn't long. Okay, so you were able to run through the story, answer their questions before you went on record with a court reporter.
Okay. That could be the same day, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't understand.
Okay, no, and I want to make it sure the jury understands. What I want them to understand is that you had a meeting. It's the same day. You first go and talk to the detectives and the prosecutors, and that's not recorded by a court reporter, right?
I don't know if it was. I can't tell you if it was or not.
Okay, so now you're saying you're not sure if it was recorded.
I'm not sure because you got me all confused now.
Okay, so is it that you don't remember what took place on the day that you went to the state's attorney's office?
I do remember what took place.
Okay, so
You're talking about a recording. You're saying, did I talk to this? Okay, I don't remember that.
So your answer is you don't remember if the first statement was recorded.
I don't remember.
Okay, but at some point you remember them swearing you in.
Yeah,
And that was after you had already spoken to them.
My lawyer was there. Yeah.
Okay, because then after that, they go on record and Joel Cooper starts asking you questions.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That's what we have a copy of.
Okay.
Okay, but what I want the jury to understand is that's not the first, it's not on the fly. You know what I mean? You already kind of run through everything before you go on record, right?
I don't know. I'm talk to my lawyer, I guess, maybe. I don't.
You want me to talk to your lawyer about that?
No, I'm saying, I guess, yeah.
Okay. Now, the sworn statement that you gave to Joel Cooper, that was only 12 pages long, right?
I don't know how many pages it was.
You didn't review it before you took the stand today?
Yeah, but I don't remember the exact pages.
Okay, it wasn't that long, was it?
No, it wasn't.
How many times did you meet with the state's attorney's office before you took the stand today?
Probably like as in a whole, or like that's what I need to know. Like how? What's the exact time frame here?
We took a deposition from you in 2023,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That was 2 years ago.
Okay.
How many times between then and you walking in here today have you met with them?
Maybe 3 times.
Okay. How many times within the past month?
Maybe twice.
Okay. And you go over, they give you your statements, right?
Yes.
Did they give you one document with a sworn statement?
Yeah, they give me my, yeah.
So that you can review what you said back in 2022 before you testify here.
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go over the details of what you're claiming took place on that day, okay?
Okay.
Now you are the only person that would hang out at your house when you were dating Torgon was Kareem Abdul Robinson Jr., right?
Yes.
Okay. No one else, not Hakeem, right?
No.
Not Young and Ace, right?
No.
Just Torgon and Kareem, right?
Yes.
They were super close, right?
They were.
They were in that car together in 2019 that was shot up, right? Torgon Williams was shot in 2019 when he was in a car, wasn't he?
Okay, okay, yes, yeah.
The other person that was in that car that you're aware of was Kareem, right?
Correct.
Another person that was in that car was Abdul Robinson Sr., also known as Blue, right?
Correct.
Okay, and in that car, someone by the name of Willie Addison was killed, right?
Yes.
Willie Addison isn't Hakeem Robinson's biological brother.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Kareem was shot in the head in that car, wasn't he?
Yes.
And Torgon was shot multiple times.
Yeah.
As far as you knew, Hakeem Robinson wasn't in that car.
No, as far as I know, I don't know.
Okay. Now, 2 years after the murder, that when you say, because this is the first time you're giving information about this case, it's 2 years later, right? You remember that one of them, either Kareem or Torgon, asked you to go pick someone up, right?
Yes.
Can't remember which one it was, though.
I'm pretty sure it was Torgan because Kareem wouldn't come back to my room to wake me up. You know what I mean? But I can't really remember, but he came and woke me up, and then that's when I went out there. But Kareem did hand me his phone.
Okay. So now your testimony is you know for sure that it's Kareem's phone as opposed to Torgon's phone?
I never said it was Torgan's phone.
Or did you say before you didn't know which phone it was?
No, I knew it was Kareem's phone.
Okay. So your testimony, it's Kareem's phone.
Yes.
And you know it's Kareem's phone. Why? Because it's coming out of Kareem's hand and handing it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can't testify to anything that happened in your house or anything that morning until he wakes you up from your sleep.
Yeah, I was asleep.
Okay. So you wake up and he goes, hands you your phone and says what?
Wait, hold on.
Torgon wakes you up. You go
Right.
outside. What does Torgon say to you?
Torgan says, well, Kareem is like, I don't remember which one. One of them were like, we need you to go pick up Hakeem.
You don't remember which one though, right?
Yeah, it's a blur of that. No.
Okay, so they say to you, we need you to go pick up Hakeem. You don't say why?
No.
You just
I was
follow
still
orders?
half asleep too. You got to think, I just got woken up. So I'm already aggravated. So.
But if you're aggravated, wouldn't you say, why should I have to go pick him up? That's your friend. You go pick him up.
Well, I didn't say that.
You're just following the orders of your 21-year-old boyfriend.
I guess.
Okay. So you don't know anything. You just say, okay, sure, I'll go. Right?
Yeah.
And you say a phone is handed to you. What kind of phone was it?
I believe it was an iPhone.
Not sure?
Not pretty sure, but I think it was an iPhone, I believe.
Okay. And he hands it to you, and what's on the phone?
I don't know what's on the phone.
Can't tell me what the screensaver is?
No.
Okay. Did it lock?
I think he might have took the lock. I'm not sure about that. Now that I don't remember.
Okay, but it's not your phone. You don't know the password to that phone, right?
Don't.
But you're now traveling with the phone in the car by yourself. You don't ask either one of them to follow you, right? Or to come with you.
No.
Okay. Now you just say, happen to know, okay, they tell you, go and pick him up somewhere by Arlington Road, right?
Yeah, some apartments. on
Okay.
Arlington Road.
How long is Arlington Road? How many apartment complexes are on there?
It's a couple. I believe they did say the name of the apartments. I can't remember that though. Or I don't remember if there was like, you know how people can put like a pin on there, like a GPS? I can't remember that.
Okay, but you see what you're doing now, Ms. Gant, as we sit here today, is you're saying things like, I believe, and I think. You're guessing, right?
I'm not guessing. I just don't remember if it.
But that's
pin
the
or
answer.
Oh, we just need one person speaking at a time. So Ms. Gant, if you'll allow the attorney to conclude her question, and then Ms. Kwas, if you'll allow Ms. Gant to conclude her answer. Thank you.
So when you say you believe, you don't know, right? You're guessing.
I don't know.
Okay, your answer is you don't remember, is what your answer is.
I don't remember if there was a pin address on there or, no, I don't.
You don't remember if they told you where to go. You don't remember if a pin was sent on the phone, which should be reflected on some record somewhere, right? But you somehow knew exactly where to go, right?
Yes.
You get in your vehicle, right?
Mhm.
You drive over there, right? Did you stop anywhere else, or you went directly to the location that you needed to go?
Directly.
Directly. Now, did the phone have a case on it?
I can't remember that. I don't remember.
Okay. And is your testimony that you were using the phone while you were in the car?
I wasn't talking on the phone or anything.
Okay, but where was it in the car?
It was in my hand.
Okay. And were you making any calls from this phone?
No,
Was any text being received from this phone?
no.
Okay. And you just pick him up, and your claim is that Hakeem Robinson comes and gets in your car, right?
Correct.
Now, you were able to give a description today about Hakeem Robinson, right?
Yeah.
But at the time of the deposition, you couldn't give us a description of what he was wearing, right?
No, I don't know what he was wearing.
Okay, so even though he came out and got in the car, you can't tell this jury what he was wearing.
No, I can't remember.
But you remember what his hair was like, right?
Well, I remember he had like the little twist. Yeah.
You said dreadlocks, but that's
Well,
not correct.
dreadlock twist is that's the same thing to me. I don't
To
know.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a difference though, right? Between dreadlocks, which are
I mean,
thick,
some people take their dreadlocks and they do like a twist thing. So
and I see you doing like this, like you're saying little twisties on his head.
no, I believe they were like right here.
But you say, I believe,
Yeah.
but you don't know, right?
No, they were right here. They weren't long.
Now, you remember giving a deposition? In this case, the same one that we're talking about, the one I'd referenced before? The deposition was in May of 2023, right?
Yes.
You only given one deposition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the deposition, as we said, we were all there. You were there to answer questions about what it was that you knew in this case, right?
Correct.
That was 3 years after the incidents that you say that you're testifying to today, right?
Correct.
And now we're here 5 years later, right?
Correct.
Okay, and in that deposition, Court and Counsel, page 86. No, 1 second, Judge. One second. I'm sorry, Judge, I'll go back to that. I'm going to go back to that, okay?
Okay.
Let me switch over to now because you are able to testify to what Hakeem Robinson looked like back then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you described him. You described him as not skinny, right?
No, he had like a little weight. He wasn't like slim. You know what I mean? He had a little.
Weight on him. He was a big guy, right? Back then, in 2020.
I wouldn't say he was fat or anything, but he wasn't like skinny. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain.
He's not skinny.
Yeah.
He wasn't slim.
Yeah. It's.
He wasn't slender, right?
He's not skinny, bony, but he was still like slim. You know what I mean?
So your testimony today is now that he's like skinny?
It's
He was
not.
back then?
No, he's not like, some people are real skinny, right? You got bony
Mm-hmm.
and you got people that are like slim, but that's not like skinny, skinny. You know what I mean? Like bony is skinny, skinny.
Okay, but he had weight on him. That's
Yeah.
the words you just used. You went like this, like to say he had a belly on him, right?
No, I don't know if he had it. No, I don't believe he had a belly on him.
Okay, and you described him as 6'2", 6'3", right?
I don't know if I don't believe I gave his height. I don't know his height.
He's big, right?
He's taller than me.
How tall are you?
4'11".
He's bigger than Torgon, right?
Yeah, Torgan.
How tall is Torgon?
I don't know.
How tall is you don't know how tall your boyfriend was?
He's short. I don't know
Okay.
his exact-
How about Kareem? Is he tall?
He's like medium. He's not really tall.
You know someone by the name of Chris Brown?
No,
Close friends with Dominique Barno?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Now you say you go, you pick him up. You don't know anything. You don't ask any questions. You say that this person, the shooter, who you claim is Hakeem Robinson, jumps in the back seat of your car, right?
Correct.
Did you see him with any phones in his hands?
No,
Okay, no phones.
no,
No idea how that person would have been communicating with everybody else to find out where he is, right?
I didn't see a phone.
Okay, didn't say a word to you in the car, right?
No.
And you said there were no calls coming in on the phone that you had, right?
When I pulled in like the apartments and I was making a U-turn, a phone call did come in, and it was Hakeem telling me like, I'm over here, come back. And that's when I was turning to go back.
So now your testimony is that a call came in
Yes.
from the shooter who you say is Hakeem Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
So he must have had a phone,
Yeah.
right? And it came onto Kareem's phone, and what did it say on the screen?
I can't remember that. I don't know if it was I don't know what type of call it was.
So you don't know if a phone number came up?
I can't remember that. No.
If it's a FaceTime, a face would come up, right?
I don't know, because a phone number can come up too. I don't know. In a FaceTime call.
But there's a call, right?
Yes.
It should be reflected on Kareem Robinson's records somehow, right?
Yeah.
Because you're testifying that it happened.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have just been magical for you to figure out where the shooter was, right? He had to let you know where he was.
Yeah.
Okay. And so he gets in the car, you pick him up, you don't ask any questions, you drive back to your house, right?
Correct.
Sat in silence, no, nothing, right?
Correct. I had the music up, but yeah, I had the music on. But.
Guys listening to music together? Okay. Then you go back to your house, right?
Correct.
Go back into your home, right?
Correct.
And fall asleep, right?
I go back to sleep, yeah.
Go back to sleep. So you now are not a witness to anything else that happens for the rest of the day, right?
No.
You didn't get a pin drop from Dominique Barner asking you and Torgon to pick him up from a woman's house?
No.
Okay, if Dominique Barner comes in and says that, he'd be lying?
Yeah, I don't.
You weren't stopped by police, which is why you and Torgon couldn't pick up Dominique Barner from that house?
No.
Okay, you were asleep at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the only time you were awake for that day was for you to get up, right?
Correct.
Not ask any questions, right?
Right.
Go pick up a stranger basically to you, Hakeem Robinson, right?
Well, I know he's not a stranger, but yeah, I know.
Because he's famous, you know who he is, right?
Well, I know he's because he's Torgan's cousin. Yeah.
And you also know him as Ksoo, been to his music videos, all of that, right?
Okay.
Okay, you go pick him up, don't ask any questions, go back to your house and fall asleep, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that allows you to say, I didn't know anything, I didn't help anybody do anything, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that you can't get charged with accessory.
Yeah, I guess.
No, you can't.
I don't know.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
May it please the court?
Yes.
Ms. Gant, you were asked about meeting with the state attorney's office, right? And in connection to your husband also being arrested in 2022, is that right? By defense counsel, you were asked about your husband being arrested in 2022, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was in December of 2022,
correct.
right? And isn't it true that you met with the state and law enforcement and provided information on this case 8 months before your husband was arrested
Correct.
and became a witness
Correct.
and provided a sworn statement?
Correct.
And in that sworn statement, did you provide the same information that you've testified to here today?
Yes.
And after that meeting with that recorded sworn statement, did you and your lawyer actually drive law enforcement out to the apartment complex where you picked Hakeem Robinson up?
Yes.
And you identified that apartment complex, the same one that we've all seen photos of here today, for law enforcement that day?
Yes.
You took us there, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, you were asked quite a bit about not coming forward on your own, right?
Yeah.
Don't really want to be here today, do you?
No.
And is there some concern in the culture, on the street, about snitching?
What's the grounds? Overruled.
You can answer, Ms. Gant.
Yes.
Okay. And are you concerned for your own safety?
Yes.
And did you know better than to ask too many questions?
Yes.
And not long after that, you and Torgon broke up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gant. You're excused and free to go, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief morning recess. I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads on your seats and have a step into your respective jury rooms. We'll bring you out here in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Nah, state. You ain't did no damage control with that redirect. No. That was not it. That was not it, state. You ain't clear up nothing that just happened. When that damn defense attorney for Ksoo started talking, ain't no way you thought you was about to clear up something, okay? Whew, Jesus. All right, so I'll say this, okay? As far as, that was a lot to take in. I will say the defense, Ksoo's defense team did definitely, to me, put some reasonable doubt in the witness statement, because her story does sound weird, because I don't care how down you is, okay? Especially if you don't know nothing about what's going on and your dude or his homeboy asked you to go pick somebody up and you was asleep. I don't care how part of the crew you is, you gonna say something. You is not about to jump dead in a car and drive somewhere you don't know. I'm just saying that's not believable to me. Okay? You gonna add something. You just not, I don't care. Like, you just not about to just go head first, okay? And go somewhere. That's just how I feel. So to me, if I was on the jury, I wouldn't really believe her whole story, because like that just don't make sense to me. Like, you gonna say something, okay? You gonna cuss them out. You gonna do something. They gonna have to tell you something. They gonna have to say, and it is convenient that the only time she's, because my thing is this. You go pick him up. He gets in your car in the back seat. Obviously, he had to lay down, okay? Because ain't no way he just sitting up. He got in the back seat. He probably laid down. You just driving like it's nothing, and you are able to go back home and go straight to sleep. Nah, I'm gonna be up because I'm gonna want to know what the hell I got woken up for to go pick this nigga up. Like, what's going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna go back to sleep. I'm not gonna lay down. I'm gonna be, even if I ain't in the mix, I'm gonna be ear hustling. Like, it's no way. So I don't really believe her whole story. I do feel like she's telling enough for what the state want her to tell, but I don't believe that's a true full story because, like the defense team said, hell, you just trying to make sure you don't get no charge. Unless I missed it, I didn't really hear how they why did she even come forward? Like, what made her come forward in 2022? Or how did how did they know to come get her or send her a subpoena? I wonder if it's based off something Dominique Broner said or something. Like, I missed that part. I don't know if they really got to it because, boy, they was all over the place. That girl was trying to act so slow. And I was like, girl, for you to say, for one, for you to be dealing with, quote unquote, a dude that was out in the streets, now you married to a drug runner and all that, girl, you know more than you know, like, what be going on. So I kind of, that part is kind of shaky. But Ksoo defense team did their job on that one. Like I said, I ain't gonna say she's totally lying. I just feel like she's omitting stuff, which would, if I was on the jury, would make me not want to take her as a credible witness. Just because, like, it doesn't match up, right? You can tell she's trying not to say too much, but just enough. And then, so hold on, did I miss it? Did the state clear up the whole thing with the husband? I don't think they really spoke on the whole narrative the defense put out that basically she's trying to, tell on Ksoo and them to help out her husband case. Did y'all heard? Okay, I want to make sure I ain't missed it. I don't think they cleared that up. That's why I said the state could have just said no redirect because nothing they said really cleared up any of the narratives that the defense put out. For that being our first witness of the day, that was definitely something, okay? Johnny Doe said she couldn't identify what he was wearing that day. And that's another thing. So even the girl who just seen a glimpse of him knew what he had on. So you mean to tell me you went to pick him up, you saw him come towards you, he got in your car, and he got out at your house and you ain't see the shirt, the jacket, nothing? Like, it was crazy. He just said she came 8 months before he was arrested. Okay, so he came before. Well, something had to take place. I wonder what it was. Somebody ain't give her some money or something. Like, something had to take place. I'm with the defense on that. Because if you was quiet for 2 years, don't say nothing, then all of a sudden you end up telling details to the case, like, something had to take place. It reminds me of the YNW Melly situation where at one point the girlfriend mom said nothing, and then she got mad at YNW Melly and decided to contact the police and tell whatever she told. So I kind of feel like we got to be missing something to why that took place. Now, the fact that I don't know if y'all caught it, the defense attorney kept bringing up, well, if Dominique Broner get on the stand and say this, that means he's lying. So I feel like part of Dominique Broner's testimony must include her, and they already setting up to call him a liar on the stand. So that was good lawyering right there. I don't know if y'all had caught that part. If that was just witness number one, I wonder what the rest of the witness. And remember, this was supposed to be a quick witness. That witness lasted about an hour, okay? So I kind of feel like Dominique Broner must have been the key. That's why he's the star witness. he's the key to bringing everybody together, because if he mentioned her and that's why they end up going after her, then he is the glue. Everybody, like I said, I've been saying it since trial started. Everybody is saying Ksoo's dad is the key witness. I think he's the most anticipated, because a lot of us is like, now, how you tell on your son? But the key witness is Dominique Broner, aka Butta. That's the star witness in this case. He's gonna be the key to everything. But if the defense team eat his ass up like they just did that lady, I don't know. But I will say, beyond that, this witness has been the most damaging witness to Ksoo so far. Just like the DNA yesterday was damaging to ATK Scotty. So I will say, if I had to rate the defense and the state, I feel like they neck and neck right now. It's like it's too soon to really say who really ahead. This has just been a good trial. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all know in the past, especially with all day trials, I'll get sleepy. I'll go to sleep. I have not been sleepy during this trial. It has definitely been intriguing. It has been flowing. So they like 50-50 to me right now. Like, I don't know who up at this point, but the state took an L just now though, because that recross was shitty. Okay. So currently we're on a 15-minute break. Because that was a lot. Even though we only been going for an hour. I've been sitting at this at my desk this whole time, so I'm gonna take me a quick break. I didn't have a chance to do my disclaimers and disclosures this morning, so while I go take me a break, I'm gonna run that, and then we'll be back in just a moment. Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on the mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice, because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
Oh, that was perfect timing. It should be starting back up momentarily. Not sure why it's still quiet, but maybe they're doing something in the courtroom, so we'll be back momentarily.
As is counsel for the defense and the state. I know we're going to address some matters of evidence at the moment. I do have to advise you that the bailiff has advised me that juror number 10 from Mr. Hakeem Robinson's jury has approached him to indicate that his wife advised him that he was shown on the news media, which I am aware that juror number 10 and the woman next to him yesterday were inadvertently shown. We made efforts to get that removed off YouTube from the news media. As you can see now, the cameras have blinders on, so they can't catch anyone, but he did indicate he had some concerns for his safety. So we can bring him out and inquire of him individually to see if he can continue serving. I can let him know of the efforts that we made to make sure that that does not happen again, and that whatever video image of his face had previously been aired has all been taken down with the agreement of every news agency and news network that is part of the court camera pool. But that was just reported to me by the bailiff about juror number 10 on Mr. Hakeem Robinson. Would you all like to bring him out and inquire?
Before we do, Your Honor, and the answer to that is yes. Where was he sitting, juror number 10?
He is on the front, not in the first seat, but the second seat.
The young gentleman?
Yes.
Okay.
He was juror 116 when he was on the panel.
I'm sorry?
He was juror number 116 when he was part of the whole panel.
He's right there. I remember him. He kind of looks like one of the Jonas brothers. No, like on as a comment, but he's the one that I used for the TSA example.
I believe he was. Do you want me to bring him out so we can inquire?
Yeah, so if the court could also inquire too, whether he's had any conversations with other fellow jurors.
Okay, will do. Let's bring out juror number 10 for Mr. Hakeem Robinson.
Mr. DeCosta?
All right, so just to confirm, you're juror number 10 on Mr. Hakeem Robinson's jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and the bailiff has reported to me that your wife showed you a video where your face was actually shown on where? Did she tell you on what channel, what station?
Yeah, so I don't know the station, but my wife is a crime junkie. She obviously knows I'm at jury.
Sure.
So she's been watching this, and she saw me, send me a picture of me on the TV, and also all my people from my place of employment now know I'm on this trial. Because one of my former employees sent a picture to my current employee saying, is this him? Is this him? I feel like my privacy has kind of been destroyed.
Yes. We were made aware of that yesterday afternoon. We had your image removed from all of the recordings that are out there. We do have one camera in court, but several news agencies share that. And when it came to our attention, we did remove it. So your image should no longer be on YouTube or First Coast News or News for Jacks or any of the other stations.
Yeah, I think they cut it off because I don't think they were supposed to be airing that. One thing I've been noticing the past couple of days is anytime the jury interaction or anything, they don't show it. So I don't think they were supposed to be playing it anyway. But the sound should come back on once they finish. My only thing about getting them to delete it is if people already screenshot it and showed him, you already know they got pictures of it. Like already. Like, Lord. I ain't gonna lie. That would have been my way out too. I would have been like, nope, I'm out. Leah, that's why I was like, I don't think they were supposed to be airing any of that because I was like, to say he looked like the Jonas Brothers is crazy. Okay. Like, we all know the Jonas Brothers look alike. So, dark hair, like, you know what I'm saying? I already know, white guy. Like, you already can put a description together just based off that. Like, it's crazy. But, yeah, I don't think they were supposed to be playing that. But, we'll see. I'm pretty sure they got backup, though. Like, if he do leave. Because that's what they did. And, what case was that? I can't remember. Right, and my thing is, if your wife watching it, is y'all talking about it at home? See, I'll start thinking like, is y'all talking about it at home? Like, what the world? Okay. Kai said, thanks for updating. I rock with you, Mickey. I'm going to Venmo you just because I think you do a great job, and I love how you interact with your subscribers and appreciate us and speak the truth, girl. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, they gonna have to bring in alternate because I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I would be kind of shaky with him. Just because obviously you and your peoples, okay, is having a conversation. Obviously. Cause my thing, how did your wife know that's the case you on? You know what I'm saying? To be watching it. Cause your wife shouldn't even know like what case you're on. Why I been logged out? Logged out? Why? All right, well, hopefully they come back soon. I agree, Sharice, for sure. For sure. Like, nobody should even. And my thing, certain, like, y'all know, us in the urban news sector, of course we're watching this, right? Of course, this is one of the ones we want to see. But I just don't see if, you know what I'm saying? If you're not even into the drill or the urban stuff, why are you like, just the fact that your wife is watching it? I don't know. That's just how I'm thinking. Like, it just, because if I wasn't into, I wouldn't watch it. The same way, like a lot of the, like, even when law and crime air like certain trials, I don't be watching them trials if it's not like what I'm into. So that's why I'm like, come on now, somebody talking, okay? Somebody is definitely talking. Be for real, ex-employee to current employee. Yeah, like something just don't sound right with it. Definitely some conversation going on about the case. Cause like, y'all know yesterday when I saw that Law and Crime was airing, I said not them airing it, cause like, you know, obviously they aired Melly, Dirt, YSL, stuff like that, cause the name. But come on, although Ksoo is a popular name, it's not like he young and age, so you know what I'm saying, or somebody like that. So like when I saw that he was on there, I was like, yeah, you know. But that's just how I was looking at it. I told y'all that yesterday on the live. They still talking. Whenever they come back in, I'm gonna stop talking. But yeah, I don't think we were supposed to hear the first part at all. I'm trying to edit this video so that I can post it. But my phone is acting crazy. I probably should have did it on my tablet. Law and Crime hasn't been following this case, so I was surprised. Yeah, that's why I was like, now I know like regular creators or whatever, like that probably haven't been really covering to start covering it, because it is a trial that's interesting to those that have been following, because it's been so many years. This is the second one besides Melly that's been going years and years that we've been following. So that's why I get it. But like when I saw Law and Crime do it, I'm like, bro, what? Did they go black? Why they went black? Make sure we ain't missing it. Are all the ones black? First Coast News be doing weird stuff sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. Just sometimes. I'm about to just switch over to this news instead. Cause I ain't gonna lie. First Coast yesterday was just stressing me out a lot, okay? Yeah, that's why I just switched over to just now, because I don't know. My thing is when they go dark, I don't be knowing if they going dark because or something wrong, and then we be know. Cause remember the first day they kept going dark, and all of a sudden they ended the live, and we had a missed part of the doggone first day of the court. Like I know why they silent, so like I'm just trying to make sure we don't miss nothing. I ain't gonna lie. Me personally, man, listen. If I knew like this, what type of case this was, I would have found a way from the beginning. I wouldn't have had to wait for you to possibly show me on camera, I would have figured out a way to get up out of there from the start. Let me see. Can I save this now? Mugshot took me off. It's not muted. We just waiting. I got my screen on both of them, so whoever starts talking first, I'll go back to it. Well, you know, yesterday, not only did they show the jurors, they actually showed the witness getting off the stand. I don't know if they caught that, but they showed Miss Buckley getting off the stand, the home invasion witness getting off the stand. It was real quick, but nevertheless they showed her. That lady testimony hurt Ksoo for sure, because it's definitely gonna be up in the air to how the person actually like took that. Like I say, it don't seem like she's telling all the way lies. It does seem like she's omitting stuff, but you know, he should have said my wife is a crown judge and talks to me about all Duval County cases. Facts, okay? Facts. And I feel like that's why a lot of courts got to remember the new age media, because at the end of the day, you may have just went to traditional news. I'm pretty sure I probably still got it on my damn live. And then you know how many people like just content creators that's streaming this trial? They should have got to be kept more careful than that. But you know, it is what it is. I wonder why, if they already in Florida released everything anyway, everything's so public, I wonder why they don't show the witnesses. Because you know, in Melly case, it can't be a Florida, maybe it's a Jacksonville thing, because in Melly case, you know, we saw all the witnesses besides that one police officer. But for the most part, they showed every witness. So I wonder why they're not showing the witnesses. And then I realized, I think in that other case we followed in Jacksonville, did they show the witnesses? I don't remember. But I thought it was strange they wasn't showing the witnesses. And dude must be like, I'm out of here, because this is taking a long time. Okay, something must be about to happen, because the other camera came back on the other station that we were watching. So whichever one cut their volume on first is what we're going with. I just erased. What you mean it's not enough space? Yeah. The worst part about being a content creator is storage. Okay? Like, I don't understand. Like, it is the worst. Maybe I need to empty the trash space. Like, I don't understand. I just believe everything.
Say, well, you know, it's the 510. Possibly try to put it to the side, but he's making a comparison based on that variable over the shooter. And we now know that to be incorrect. Now, what Mr. Latham says is he has no independent research. He goes, I go based off the medical examiner's report. And we heard from the medical examiner, he's like, that's an approximation. And I don't find that Mr. Latham is now reliable when it comes to his height comparison testimony.
Okay. All right. So what are you asking me to do? You're just laying this for the record?
Well, I'm still asking the court to strike him as a witness in this case. It is unreliable, and it undercuts everything he's saying. So it renders it unfairly prejudicial. It's confusing to the jury first, but now it's going to be also misleading to the jury. It's not going to help them understand a fact. It's going to greatly confuse it. Because now the jury's going to be like, wait, how tall was the guy? How tall is Mr. Robinson? We know that Mr. Latham's measurements on everything, for Mr. Robinson's height that was taken 2 years after, and Mr. McCormick's height, we know that all of that is off. And this testimony that the government hopes to now present to the jury is only going to greatly confuse them.
All right. The motion is,
Oh, there's one other argument too.
okay.
So one of the things that the government is going to try to bring out is that he went onto Nike's website and that he saw the size comparison. So this size shoe, that. Okay, I still want to make a record just in case. So.
That what?
Oh, I understand. I still
okay.
want to make a record just in case it goes out. I know that Mr. Mizrahi just huffed in derision, but I would like to make the record.
Well, why don't we do that at the appropriate time? Because if they're saying they're not going to introduce that, then this argument may not be necessary. If it does come out, I will absolutely let you come sidebar and make your argument with regard to the Nike shoes. But if they're not introducing any evidence of Nike shoes, I don't think we need to hear an argument against the Nike shoes.
Can I ask what they mean by that? What they mean by nothing about Nike shoes? Nothing about the measurement of the foot.
Well, let's see what they say. I don't know. And does he know not to mention those things? Okay. All right.
Does he testify at all about the Mr. Robinson's foot size?
Okay. All right.
Okay. And Your Honor, Ms. Kwas is reminding me too. We also have the pictures of the guns. Now, Mr. Latham, he testified in the Daubert hearing that this was a very rare gun, that he had to get it from the manufacturer. But what he failed to mention is this, that in 2020, when this murder happened, that X-Star model was being produced. It was widely available. In between the time of the shooting and his examination, the company ceased to exist. They ceased to be manufactured. And it is because of that reason that they were rare. So I'm concerned that he's going to get up there and testify and say, this is really rare. So the fact that you have one in a music video and one in a shooting, there's a greater chance it's the same. But it doesn't incorporate the fact that it had stopped being produced, which is why when he did the test years later, it was hard for him to be able to get. Also, the fact that he lacks the qualifications of methodology. He's never testified as a gun expert. And frankly, they had a gun expert on the stand the other day, and that should have been the one that was doing the comparative analysis to identify the gun. Is that everything?
That is different from what's in y'all's motion, because that has preserved your issue.
Robinson, pictures with all of these firearms. He's not going to be able to testify when that video was shot. We can't put a time of when it is that then led to whether or
Can I see, is this the photo, or which is the photo that is being argued that shows multiple firearms?
I can go through them. Okay. There looks to be 3 firearms in that photo, 2 in that. Three in that. I think those are all from the music video. Yeah, it starts here.
Okay. All right, I'll hear a little bit from the state, and then I need to rule, and we need to bring this jury out. Okay. All right. Then let me go ahead and rule on the motion to strike Mr. Latham as a witness. That will be denied for the reasons previously stated in my Daubert order, but with the new arguments made today that the issue about the victim's height at 5'10", now compared to the testimony of the medical examiner, would be confusing or is unreliable. I would deny it because that is obviously ripe for cross-examination, ripe for impeachment, and that goes more to the weight of the evidence than to the admissibility. Likewise, with the rarity or the alleged rarity of the firearm that Mr. Latham would testify to, understanding now, as we heard, I think, from one of the state's witnesses, that the company went out of business in 2021, again, an area ripe for cross-examination, ripe for impeachment, but not grounds for exclusion. And lastly, the firearm photographs being overly prejudicial. I did already conduct a 403 analysis when I analyzed the Daubert motion, and again, doing so, I don't find the prejudice to outweigh the probative value, and therefore, for those reasons, and others stated in my order, the motion to strike Mr. Latham shall be denied. All right.
Fine, not to battle with Your Honor. The court consider removing certain photographs that are unnecessary. Like the photograph on the left, there's repeats of the same one. Like whether that's necessary to show the 3 guns, where it could just be the one on the right that's focused in. So if the court, the final refined argument would be to remove the portions of the photographs that are showing firearms that are not relevant to this. Actually, withdraw that argument.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then are both sides, well, let's, And what is the evidence? Oh, the PowerPoint? And what exhibit number is that?
No objection to it being a demonstrative. We do, however, object to it being admitted into evidence and being with the jury in the juror room because, frankly, Your Honor, when the jury goes back there, they don't have the testimony of Dr. Piatek that says 5'9", 5'11", but they do have Mr. Latham reporting a height that we know to be inaccurate. So I'd ask that the court, at a maximum, enter it as a demonstrative aid, not as a misleading exhibit.
All right, so let me understand, because I don't see this on the exhibit list, 10-0. Is this going to be used as a demonstrative aid during Mr. Latham's testimony, or is this an exhibit in evidence? Okay, well then if they're not stipulating to it, you'll have to lay the predicate to see how this comes in. Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, can we bring out the jury and continue with the trial? Yeah, let's let in anyone else who wants to come in. We have Your seats. And my apologies for that longer than normal delay. We had to address some matters outside of your presence so that we could continue. We have done so, and now at this time, I'll call upon the state to call its next witness. Mr. Latham, please. All right, Mr. Latham, if you'll come forward and be sworn. Please be sure to sit up close and speak loudly and clearly into the microphone.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Jason Latham, common first spelling, Jason, last name Latham.
And Mr. Latham, do you currently own and operate your own private business, Complete Digital Forensic Solutions?
I do.
And where is that company based out of?
The company's located in Colorado.
And what is your position at that company?
I am the owner, and I'm also a certified forensic video examiner, as well as the laboratory director, and I'm also an instructor.
And what type of work does CDFS specialize in?
We specialize on image analysis and digital multimedia evidence processing.
And can you tell the jury what formal education you had?
I have a Bachelor's of Arts from Bethel College, Kansas in history, psychology, and pre-medicine. I also have a Master's of Science in Media Forensics degree from the University of Colorado.
And in addition to that training, did you also complete an internship at the FBI Academy?
Yes, I did.
And what did that training cover?
That training covered some advanced image analysis techniques. I also learned reverse projection, photogrammetry, and other height determination techniques while I was out there.
Do you currently hold any certifications related to the field of digital forensic examinations?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what those certifications are?
I hold a certified forensic video examiner, and I also hold a certified forensic video analyst certifications.
And can you briefly describe what was required to get those certifications?
Those certifications require either a degree and 3 years on the job doing forensics, or without a degree, 5 years on the job training, over 180 hours of classroom training, as well as various practical exams, as well as written exams throughout this process. And for one of my certifications, I had to sit on a board where my work was reviewed by 3 other certified forensic video examiners to confirm my certification.
How many total hours would you estimate of training in the fields of digital forensics have you had in your career?
Over 1,500 hours.
And in your career, have you been qualified and accepted by courts as an expert in the field of digital or multimedia forensics?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 16 times.
And does that...
What was that? What happened? Oh, okay. Okay,
May it please the court.
go ahead.
Thank you. Does that include being accepted as an expert in the fields of digital and multimedia evidence, comparative analysis, content analysis, photogrammetry, terrestrial 3D laser scanning, among others?
Yes, that is correct.
And in what states have you been accepted as an expert?
I've been accepted as an expert in California, excuse me, California, Nebraska, California, New Hampshire, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, and I think that's it.
Now, as a digital forensics expert, have you been asked to evaluate digital evidence? Do you charge for your services in your time?
Yes, I do.
And have you previously been hired to examine digital evidence in both criminal and civil cases?
I have.
And have you worked for both state agencies as well as defense?
I've worked for both sides, yes.
Now, in 2021, were you hired by the state of Florida to conduct forensic examination of digital evidence related to the murder of Charles McCormick?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender the witness to be able to give his opinion in the field of digital multimedia forensics.
All right, and any voir dire from Defendant Whitaker? Any voir dire from Defendant Robinson? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Latham, in 2021, you were hired by the state of Florida to conduct a forensic examination in this case.
Yes, I was.
And did that include a forensic video review of a dash cam video that recorded the murder?
Yes, it did.
And as well as the examination of the physical crime scene?
That is correct. Yes, I did.
And a forensic examination of 3 known individuals so that you could potentially determine whether or not any of them could be excluded from being the shooter captured on video?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you a disc which has been marked for identification as 10O. Do you recognize this disc, sir?
Yes, I do.
And does that disc contain a PowerPoint presentation containing images, videos, your analysis in this case?
That is correct.
Are those images and the analysis a fair and accurate representation of your work?
Yes, that's my work product from the analysis.
And would that assist you in your testimony here today?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, based on that, I would seek this evidence as the state's appropriately numbered exhibit.
All right. And on behalf of Mr. Robinson? Oh, let me back up. Sorry. On behalf of Mr. Whitaker? On behalf of Mr. Robinson? All right. Thank you. All right, 10-0 will be marked into evidence as number 248.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Latham. Showing. I'm showing you the current slide that's on the screen. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you briefly explain to the jury what we are looking at?
On the left hand of the screen, the K1 and Q1 individuals were from the video of the event of interest, the shooting. On the right-hand side, we have K2, K3, and K4, which were the known individuals that were analyzed, and the scans of them were processed during this examination.
And at the beginning of this process, when you received the dash cam video, what was the first thing you did upon getting that actual video?
Yeah, one of the first things we do in our shop is when we receive evidence, we make a forensic working copy of that evidence. That is an exact copy of the original evidence, and we conduct all our work on the working copies of the evidence.
Now, as part of your analysis in this case, did you send 2 colleagues, Mark Johnson and Kip Stavru, down to Jacksonville to conduct some of the data collection that you needed for your analysis?
Yes, I did.
And did that examination in Jacksonville take place on November 10th of 2021?
Yes, it did.
And specifically, what type of data were you seeking to have collected?
We were seeking to have a 3D terrestrial laser scan of the crime scene, forensic photographs of the crime scene, and we also took drone footage of the crime scene, as well as we scanned 3 individuals in a correctional facility.
Can you explain what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the crime scene that my team scanned, and we applied a grid to this scene as well for our references.
In this slide?
In this slide on the left-hand side, you can see these orange dots. Those are the positions that the laser scanner was positioned to actually scan the scene. And on the right is a photograph of the scene.
And this slide?
This is a summary of all the scan positions of the scene from the 3D terrestrial laser scanner.
And why was this data important to collect?
This data was important to collect because we needed an accurate dimensional analysis of the scene, and that way we could stitch the 2D video to the 3D data that we collected of the scene.
Can you explain what we were looking at in this slide, sir?
This is the setup that we use to scan the 3 individuals at the correctional facility.
And this slide.
As a positive control in this process, the team set up several identifiers on the wall, including those little square boxes with the weird looking circles and dots in them. Those are targets for the laser scanners. And then we also included a calibrated line on the wall for various heights, and this was confirmed with a calibrated laser measuring device.
And that line that device appears to be connected to, what line is that, the measurement?
The bottom of that black line is 6 foot.
And what are we looking at this slide?
We then had each of the individuals assume several poses, and they were photographed. And this is the photographs of those poses.
And so this is for K2?
This is for K2, yes, sir.
And for K3, who is Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
And finally, K4, Dominic Barner?
That's correct.
Now, the equipment that was used to collect 3D laser scans of these individuals, is it extremely accurate?
It's very accurate.
And is it capable of collecting an accurate height measurement for those individuals?
Yes, it is possible.
And though that wasn't required for your analysis, did Mark Johnson, while he was conducting these scans, get a laser scanned report of the barefoot height for those known individuals?
Yes, it's my understanding he did.
And are the laser height measurements for those individuals consistent with your overall analysis in this case?
Yes, they are.
And this slide, does that represent the laser measured height for the 3 known individuals?
Yes, those are the latest scans of the 3 individuals.
And on the left, that is K2 Hakeem Robinson.
That is correct.
And what is the height marked in that slide?
Based on this slide, it's approximately 6.03 feet.
All right. And to the right, is that K3 and 4, both Leroy Whitaker and Dominic Barner?
That is correct.
All right. And what are their reported heights on the slide?
Mr. Whitaker is 5.62 feet, and Mr. Barner is 5.59 feet.
Now, because that's in a decimal form, is that a little bit different than, say, for example, for Mr. Whitaker? It says 5.6233 feet. Is that 5 feet 6 inches, or what does that equate to?
It's about, for K2, it's approximately 6 foot with a little bit extra. It's a fraction of a foot.
After collecting that data, did you also do what is called a camera match overlay as part of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
What is a camera match overlay?
Very simply, a camera match overlay is the process of taking the 2-dimensional video that was recorded at the scene and then taking the 3D data that we collected with the laser scanners and stitching those together. And we use some complicated geometry and mathematics to do that.
And why is that needed?
That's needed so we can add, once we do that, we're able to either generate models of scenes or objects that we see in the video, or we can introduce scaled models into the 3D data so we can better visualize and analyze the 2D video data.
Can you explain briefly what is contained in this slide?
Yes, one of the first processes in a camera match overlay is these surveillance systems generally have wide angle lenses. What that means is the light that comes in on the edge of the lens gets bent. If you look at the roof line on the original on the left, you can see that the roof kind of has a little bend to it. That's called barrel distortion. So one of the first things we have to do is correct the lens aberrations. So when we apply the mathematics to the original image, we get the image on the right where straight lines of the roof are straight, the parallel lines of the poles are straight, and they're not bent because of the lens.
And the next slide.
Once that's the lens is corrected, on the left-hand side of the screen, we have the 3D scan data of the scene. And on the right side, we have the corrected lens, corrected image of the video.
And in this slide.
Once the process is completed, the computer algorithm then places the 2D over the 3D based on the mathematics and geometry and produces a composite image with both of those overlaid.
And the next slide, which I believe is 18.
Correct. The little green crosshairs in this image, what I'm doing here is I'm taking fixed points in the video that I can see, like the example, a corner of the door, corner of one of the moldings. These are then picked in the video, and they're also selected within the 3D data. These are the points that the computer uses to apply the mathematics to stitch those two together and overlay them.
And then slide 19.
And this is the result of the 2D being overlaid on the 3D in a mathematical fashion.
And are these scanners accurate?
The laser scanner is very accurate at this distance.
And so slide 20, what does that reflect?
This is our positive control. We put a grid down on the pavement of a known quantity, and this was calibrated. This was confirmed by a calibrated laser measuring device. We can then use the scan because we know the distance of these squares is exactly 1 meter. We then can use this to determine the error rate of our analysis.
And slide 21, does that reflect that error rate?
That represents the error of the scanner, which is 0.001 meters.
And then slide 22.
This is the final step in the process where we look at the calibration accuracy. How well did the computer match up to the known distances within the camera match overlay?
Now, did this process allow you to do what you referenced earlier, stitching that 2D video together along with that 3D kind of point cloud?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to visually depict both the shooter and Mr. McCormick, the victim in the video, together side by side in similar?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to show you. I'll get to that second. This slide 23, which apparently I skipped.
Yes, this is, there are 3 factors that account for the accuracy and precision of this entire process. One is the accuracy of the scanner, which is very precise. The other is the accuracy of those green points I picked. And the last one is the accuracy of a known measurement, that square box on the ground. Add those all together, and the overall error rate of this process was 1.3426 inches.
And then slide 24.
These are examples. When we have the computer do this analysis, it produces a frame, it produces this overlay for every single frame of video that we provided to the system.
Now, getting back to the question I asked a moment ago regarding placing the 2 individuals, the shooter and the victim, side by side in a visual comparison, you were able to do that.
Yes, I was.
And showing you what is slide 26, can you explain what we are looking at?
Yes, because of the, I'm going to call it a corridor of this walkway, both the individuals had to traverse the similar path. And because of the step up, the way their feet hit the ground on the step, they funneled through this area. And there were several frames where when we superimposed one individual over, because the scene didn't change, we then can see that they followed a very similar path.
Now, slide 27. The K1 height of 5 foot 10 inches. You did not conduct that analysis yourself, did you?
No, I did not.
And is that what was reported through the medical examiner's report?
That was a report I received from the medical examiner, yes.
Now, regardless of that, looking at these 2 individuals together, were you able to form any opinion as to how comparatively their heights, the shooter to the victim in this case, how they compare?
Yes, I was.
And what was that opinion?
It was my opinion, based on this side-by-side, is that the K1 shooter was at least as tall as the K1 individual.
And Q1 was the shooter?
Q1 is the shooter, yes.
Now, as part of your analysis in this case, was a 3D kinematic model also created of the shooter that is captured on that dash cam video?
Yes, it was.
And who created that model?
Mr. Mark Johnson created that model.
Did you participate and collaborate with Mr. Johnson during the creation of that 3D kinematic model?
The creation of that model was at my direction, command, and control.
And did you review that work?
Yes, I did.
And going to the next slide, which is slide 29, can you explain what this slide depicts in the creation of that 3D kinematic model?
After the camera match overlay, the computer produces a frame for each, produces an image for each frame of video. The kinematic model is then articulated. The joints are moved to overlay the model over each frame of video. And this is, in this case, it was conducted over 28 individual frames as the individual moved away from the camera in perspective.
And I'm going to go to the next series of slides, starting with number 30. What is this?
This is a result of the kinematic model analysis.
And then starting with slide 32, is this the first frame of the 28 total frames that were used?
It is.
And can you also explain to the jury kind of how scaling works and why the 28 frames were important in this case?
Yes. As an object moves away from the camera, it's going to get smaller. As it comes closer to the camera, it's going to get larger. So the model, the kinematic model, is generated not just on one image. We use multiple images as that object, in this case a person, is moving away from the camera. That allows us to make sure that the scale is consistent in the 3D environment throughout the placement of the model.
And I'm going to go quickly through the next series of slides. If you need me to stop, just let me know. 33, 34, 35, and let's go quicker. Are these essentially just the 28 still?
Yeah, this is the way we confirm that the model matches the object that we're trying to model in the 3D point cloud.
Once that kinematic model was created, were you able to compare that model to the 3D laser scan of the three known individuals in this case? K2, Hakeem Robinson; K3, Leroy Whitaker; and K4, Dominic Varner.
That was correct.
And can you explain to the juries what we're looking at in slide 62?
Yes.
61?
Pardon me. The top of the chart, those are the photographs of K2. And at the bottom of the chart, those are the laser scans of K2.
And then slide 62.
And what I've done here is the bottom, again, the top is the photo of the individual. On the bottom, I have overlaid the kinematic model over the scan of the K2 individual in several articulated positions. Simply, we had them hold several poses so we could clearly see the joints of that individual, and then overlay the kinematic model into those same poses and positions at the joint locations.
And 63.
Same process was applied to K3 and K4. At the top is the photograph, the bottom is the laser scan, and then we overlay the kinematic model onto the laser scan in the various poses.
And then we're on slide 65. Is that K4, Dominic Varner?
Same process for K4, photo, laser scan, and then overlay of the kinematic model.
All right. What are we looking at in slide 67?
These are the scans of the three individuals, side by side on scale.
Slide 68.
This is taking the scan of K2 and placing that individual at scale into the 3D point cloud data.
Slide 69.
This is the same with K3 placed into the scene at scale.
And then slide 70.
Same for K4.
Slide 71, is that just a composite showing K2, 3, and 4 to scale?
This is a summary showing all the individuals.
And slide 72.
Slide 72 is a single frame of video where the questioned individual is seen stepping up onto the platform.
Slide 73.
This is the relationship of Q1 in the video to K2, the scan of K2.
And K2 would be Hakeem Robinson.
That is correct.
Slide 74.
Same, on the left is the Q1, the shooter, and on the right is K3.
And then slide 75.
Same for K4.
Slide 76.
Here we have the scan of K2 side by side at scale with the Q1 shooter.
Slide 77.
Same, this is the Q1 shooter at scale alongside K3.
Slide 78.
Same with K4.
And then slide 79 is just a summary of those three previous.
Summary of the three side by side.
What are we looking at in slide 80?
This is kind of a composite summary of how we got here, showing the three-dimensional scan with the models of K1, 2, K2, 3, and 4. And on the bottom is the relationship to the 2D video of the Q1 shooter.
Slide 81.
We then introduced the kinematic model. We stood the kinematic model up in erect position and then at scale positioned it into the camera match overlay data.
Slide 82.
In this slide, it is the at scale, the Q1, the shooter, the kinematic model of Q1, and the scan of K2.
And K2 again is Hakeem Robinson.
Mr. Hakeem Robinson, yes.
Slide 83.
We have the video of Q1, the shooter, the kinematic model stood up of the Q1 shooter, and the model of K3.
And that's Leroy Whitaker, K3.
Correct.
All right, and then K4, Dominic Barner.
Same as the other two.
And slide 85.
Again, at the top, we have the model, we have the video of Q1, and we have the model of Q1, and then we have a composite summary of all the previous analysis on one slide.
Were you able to, based on this data and analysis, come to any conclusions regarding whether any of the known individuals could be excluded from being the shooter captured on video?
Yes, I did.
And using slide 86, can you tell the jury what your conclusions were?
Yes, it's my professional opinion based on my training and experience and the results of the body morphology analysis that K3, Leroy Whitaker, and K2, K4 could be eliminated as a possible candidate for the identity of Q1, the shooter.
So just to be very clear, K3, Leroy Whitaker, and K4, Dominic Barner, excluded?
Are excluded as possible candidates for the identity of the shooter Q1.
What about K2, Hakeem Robinson? Could he be excluded?
K2 could not be excluded as a possible candidate as the shooter Q1.
Now, in addition to this analysis, were you also asked to do a comparative analysis between firearms?
Yes, I was.
And was that specifically the firearm that was captured on the dash cam video by the shooter, as well as a firearm in a music video?
That's correct.
And did you get a copy of the music video, in this case from the state?
Say that again, sir.
Sorry, were you provided with a copy of the music videos?
Yes, I was.
In addition to the dash cam video?
That's correct.
Now, after visually reviewing the music video, did you do some research in an attempt to identify a potential match for the make and model of the firearm?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to identify a potential match?
Yes, I was able to identify a potential match for that weapon.
All right, and what did you identify?
That was an XTAR, spelled EXTAR, EXP 556 MK1 with a stainless steel barrel.
I'm going to slide 88. What is that?
That is item 4, which was a music video that was sent to me as evidence.
And slide 89.
This is our item 5, which again was a music video that was sent to my office as evidence.
And are these the music videos that you were referring to in terms of doing a comparative analysis with that firearm?
Yes, they are.
Slide 90.
These are photographs. I was able to acquire a known MK1 weapon from a manufacturer, and these are the forensic photographs of that weapon.
And that was the weapon you identified as a potential match.
This is the weapon identified as a potential match at this point.
All right. Slide 91, what are we looking at?
This is a summary of all the question and items. On the left, we have the Q1 shooter holding a weapon. The Q2 is, the question 2 is the weapon carried by that individual. So Q1 is the individual, Q2 is the item, the weapon in the hands of that individual. Q3 is the weapon that was observed in the item 4 video, and Q4 is the weapon that was identified is in the, the Q4 was the weapon identified also in item 5 video.
And again, those were carried by K2, which is Hakeem Robinson, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Slide 93, can you explain what we're looking at?
One of the first steps I do in the comparative analysis is first, we always work on the question images or objects first. So in this case, I'm taking the weapon in the hands of this individual and I'm clarifying it. I am applying specific filters and techniques to better resolve this weapon in the hand so I can better understand its construction and also to assess if there are any anomalies within the video that would impair me from doing a comparative analysis.
And were there in this case?
No, there were not.
Slide 94.
Again, these are several additional frames where the weapon that Q1 was carrying was isolated and clarified to better resolve it.
And the same for slide 95?
That's correct.
And so you did that for a series of images.
On all the frames where it was appropriate and I was able to get reliable data from the clarification, I used all those frames in the analysis, yes.
Slide 97.
Again, this is from the item 4 video. This is the weapon depicted in that video.
Slide 98.
Again, from item 4 video, on the right, on the left, we have the original, and on the right, we have the clarified version.
Slide 99.
From item 4 again, left is the original, right is the clarified.
And 100.
Same as before. Same as before. And same as before.
And slide 104.
On the left, we have the original frame of the frame of video from item 5, and on the right, we have the clarified version.
Slide 106.
These are the clarified images that were taken in my laboratory of the known XTAR MK1 weapon.
And then can you explain the process you went through, starting with slide 108, to do that comparative analysis?
Okay. Once I've clarified and identified the object, in this case a weapon that was in the original video, and it's been clarified, I then went and did some search to try to identify a known weapon. And then this known weapon that I acquired was photographed. The red arrows, the image on the left is from the Q3 video. The image on the right is the known weapon. The red arrows indicate areas of consistency or similarity between the two objects. And as you can see, there's quite a few in these two images between the known and the question image.
Slide 109.
Again, this is the same process of taking the image from the video and comparing it to the real world object.
110.
Same as before. On the left is the video images of the weapon, and on the right is the known weapon.
And those are all points of comparison.
Those are all points of comparisons or similarities.
111.
Same as before.
And then 112.
Same as before.
And 113.
And this is the front of the weapon and the barrel shroud, same as before.
And slide 115.
This process is then repeated with the Q4 video. The weapon in that video was isolated and compared to the known item.
All right, so what are we looking at in slide 117?
This is where the Q2, the weapon in the video of the event of interest, the shooting, was compared to the known weapon.
118.
These are additional frames of video where the weapon was isolated and clarified and were compared to the known weapon. Again, the arrows represent the points of comparison or similarity between the two objects.
119.
Same with two different frames of video.
So from all of these different frames, you're looking at the front, the sides of the weapon, the back.
Yes.
And then starting with 121.
These are a series of frames where I applied a different filter to better resolve the areas of contrast. Contrast is the difference between light and dark in a video or an image. Because of the lighting conditions in here at the scene when it was captured by the video, I needed to do a different set of analysis to evaluate the barrel of the weapon.
And based on that work, can you explain 122?
Yes. Q2 again is the weapon from the video of the event of interest, which was the shooting. And then Q3 and Q4 are the weapons that were depicted in the music videos. And I'm comparing the barrel, particularly that the barrel in the Q3 and Q4 videos, there was a shine to it. That's typically consistent with a chromed barrel. And then that was compared to the Q2, which again, we saw a bright area of contrast by the end of the weapon that was consistent with the Q3 and Q4 shiny areas on the barrel.
And 123.
Again, three additional frames on the left, same process was done to compare against the two music videos.
After doing that examination for basically all sides of the firearm, were you able to reach any opinions in this case regarding that comparative analysis between the firearm in the dash cam video held by the shooter and the firearms depicted in these music videos?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you explain that opinion, slide 125?
Yeah, 125, this is kind of the round robin summary. The known weapon, K6, is in the middle, and then it's compared to Q3, which is one of the music videos on the left. It was compared to Q4, which is the weapon depicted in one of the videos on the right. And then Q2 on the bottom was the weapon that was identified in the video of the actual shooting. It is my professional opinion based on my training experience and the results of the comparative analysis that the question weapon in the video of the event of interest, the shooting, and the question weapon in both of the music videos as compared to the known weapon produced a identification with a strong source of a strong strength of a common source that the question weapon in all three videos was an XTAR EXP 556 MK1 with a stainless steel barrel or a chrome barrel.
I think you have no further questions.
All right, thank you. From Defendant Whitaker, any cross? All right, from Defendant Robinson, any cross? Okay, let me see court reporter and counsel at sidebar.
Oh, jeez. Y'all, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be, okay, this is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say this witness alone don't sink Ksoo, but this witness don't make it look, does bring some doubt to the fact that the size was really that off, or the descriptions was off from Ksoo, right? Because yesterday, after we got offline, I happened to come across Young and Ace's documentary that he did some years ago, and Ksoo is in it. And I said, well, dang, Ksoo looked thinner than I thought he was, right? And then I watched the King Von video with Ksoo in it. I forgot the one with him and Young and Ace. And I started looking at Ksoo, and I'm like, he got broad shoulders, right? So I'm like, maybe he wasn't as heavy, because in my mind before yesterday, I was like, yeah, you know, Ksoo is a, you know, a heavy dude, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So, and then you look at him now, he's bigger, so it's like, okay, boom. But when they showed him down, like today with this witness, when they showed him down to his shorts and undershirt, I really paid attention. I'm like, his waist is small. He don't really got no gut. He got the, you know what I'm saying, the boob.
And we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch recess at this time. And I'm going to ask you to leave your notepads on your seats. And we will lock them, secure them, and return them to you when we reconvene. As you know, during lunch recess, you can separate and go about your personal affairs. You can eat lunch together. You can eat lunch separate. You can eat lunch in the jury room or go out of the courthouse if you wish. But whatever you do, you're not to talk about this case among yourselves or with anyone else, or allow anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. Additionally, you're not allowed to read, watch, or listen to any newspaper or television stories that might be printed or aired, because now we will be returning your electronic devices to you so you can use them over the lunch recess. So be very mindful and careful not to inadvertently come across a story that might be on your phones. And that's because this case has to be tried by you only on the evidence presented in this courtroom, in the collective presence of the jurors, the defendants, the attorneys, and this court. So if you will now, I will give you until 12:45 to return back here in courtroom 407, where we will continue with the examination of the witness. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so let me mute that. Dang, what time? She said 12:45. But so, like I said yesterday, when I did all that, so today when we just saw the picture of him like down to a tank top and shorts, I was like, yeah, he ain't as big as I thought he was back then. You know what I'm saying? His shoulders are broad, and you know what I'm saying, his chest area is big. So I'm like, if somebody running past you, everybody ain't gonna pay attention depending on how you running to your shoulders. They're gonna pay attention to your waist. And if you look at his legs, ain't like he got thick legs. So I ain't saying it's him, okay? But at the same time, just outside looking in, it could be him, like on some real stuff. I don't mix that in with the girl saying she picked him up. It's a lot. It's a lot. Hold on, I'm trying to. What y'all thinking? I'm gonna say that was more damaging than anything for him. You know, yesterday I told y'all that Scotty will have to deal with the fact that the DNA on the lady's pants. Because how can you get around that? Like, come on. Like, I get coincidence, but come on. It's a second person in the house that she said grabbed her at a certain point, and your DNA end up there. I don't think his defense, they tried to like poke a hole in it. I just don't think that was good enough to like cause reasonable doubt. I really think that's gonna hurt him in the end. Ksoo was doing good up until today, because between the girl, that guy on the stand this morning, and this one, I don't know. I kind of feel like, and like I told y'all, for those who are new to watching this trial, y'all know I may say I feel this way now, and then later on I might change my mind. It just depends. But right now, it seems like they're going to get found guilty. I ain't going to lie. Right now. Because in my mind, Ksoo did it. Okay? And y'all know I don't say that too often. But in my mind, Ksoo the shooter. Okay? Just based on what they have already said already, I feel like he did it already. I ain't even gonna cap. I'm not even gonna cap. I'm not about to sit here and say, like, in my mind, that's what I'm thinking. However, like I said, it may change. You know, once the defense, because the defense still hasn't did it yet. You know, once they do their thing, I may change my mind. But right now, it seems like Ksoo did it. Okay. And then the one point that popped in my mind was the damn the line from the Young and A song. For those who've been in the comments, I was trying to quote it. It popped in my mind what Young and A said in the song. So I know y'all know I'm against lyrics and stuff, but I ain't gonna lie. It made me think about that lyric, and I'm like, dang. So they're gonna cross-examine him after lunch. So the defense still is gonna do it. Shout out, I don't know if she want me to say her name. I forgot what her name was on YouTube, but shout out to that Venmo. Appreciate it. Y'all know I don't normally ask for donations, so I do appreciate when y'all send them. My Venmo, my Cash App is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, that's something. Like I said, this trial has definitely been intriguing to me. It's been keeping me paying attention. A lot has been taking place today. Only 2 witnesses. Y'all know yesterday we got through about 8, 9, 10 witnesses. We just on 2 in the first half. But they have been powerful witnesses and possible damaging witnesses to Ksoo. So, and then I don't know if they pointed it out, but I know my eyes went to his hand. So when they were describing, showing the music video, his hand stood out to me as looking similar to the hand in the still shot holding the gun at the scene. Okay, I'm just saying. Ksoo hand looked like his same hand. Ooh, I wouldn't want to be on that jury, cause boy. And then I feel like if he get found guilty, he definitely getting life. Like, if you don't remember nothing else, you remember that lady yesterday saying that victim face was off and the leg was off. Like, if I don't remember nothing else, I remember hearing that woman say that. Okay. So all right, let me get into the comments. So just real quick, y'all, we are on a lunch break to 12:45 p.m. We just gonna chop it up about what we heard. Once we kind of run our course with that, we can talk about other things. But right now, it's a lot to take in this morning. Okay, a lot to take in. Kai says all of the witnesses say the shooter are shorter. The shooter was shorter. Yeah, they do. But at the same time, it could be room for error. Because although a person, this is my thing, right? You can tell, like me looking at it, although they didn't show us the video, but looking at the still shot, the dude look a little tall. I wouldn't be able to say how tall, but he looked a little tall to me. But yeah, that is a strong point that a lot of them was saying the shooter was like 5'8". I think one said like 5'7", something like that. I mean, would that be enough though to get the jury to stay the course? I'm gonna be honest. I was with y'all at first, like maybe he got a chance because of the height, but now I'm like, I think the jury probably said F the height. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, y'all. I don't think that's gonna be strong enough, to get him up out of there. That's just how I feel about it. Let's see. Nathaniel, what's up? Said Ksoo was looking good, but that forensic specialist just baptized him, and his testimony was damaging the Ksoo for sure. So if it was a shorter person, it could have easily been Scotty. 3'3", he definitely the shortest one. I think the problem with that, if I don't believe, okay, so this is the problem, and I said this yesterday, right? Even before we heard from the video examiner. For the Officer Collins said that the shooter went in the opposite direction of the other person that got out, that went towards where the lady stayed at, which they now know was 2 people that got out the car, right? So if that's the case, Scotty wouldn't be the person that they're looking for if his DNA is already found out in the house, so they know for sure he went to the house, right? Then you got to remember, witness Boston yesterday, who was at the apartment complex, said who she saw had dreads down to his chin, right? And brown skin complexion, slim, whatever. Scotty, to my understanding, when I was trying to just look back through some old photos and stuff, I don't believe he had dreads down to his chin in 2020. So I don't really think he fits the description. especially with the fact that the officer said the person that they believe to be the shooter who was in the passenger side ran the opposite way. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, they definitely got some points on that one. What's up, Bob? Bob said, Mickey, I remember your videos on our Fulio case. Glad to see you still around and I have subscribed. I appreciate it. Yeah. Being here, 3 years at this point? You know, I come and go recently, but yeah, I'm still here. Still here. It's him posting that music video with that gun. Listen, by then they knew they had video of the shooting. The last thing I would do was hold a gun, okay? What case was that we was following? Damn, we done covered so many cases. Yarning, my bad, y'all. We was covering one case, and like the dude held the gun the same way in the shooting video, just like he did in the music video. I can't remember who it was, but you know. Speak on the people who took the stand today and yesterday. Only 2 people took the stand today. The first person was the ex-girlfriend of Torrigan Williams, who is going to be a state witness later on in the case. And she is the one who identified Ksoo as being the person she picked up from the apartment complex near the, well, not near, but, you know, where the other witness from yesterday says she spotted the person getting picked up. And then you had Jason Latham, who is still on the stand, and he is the forensic video examiner. As far as yesterday, we had an express employment person speak who was a friend of the family of the victims. We had the home invasion victim speak yesterday. We had the first officer on the scene that pursued the suspect vehicle. We had 2 crime scene investigators or detectives. We had the ballistic expert. We had the witness from the apartment complex. We had the medical examiner, and then we had the DNA analyst yesterday. They can't prove that it's the exact firearm in court. They have proved that was the exact firearm used in the murder, therefore not used and can be excluded, but that looks the same. I mean, them not having, like, the thing is, them not having a firearm, really, I think is minute in this situation, just because, I mean, they literally have a dead body that's ripped to shreds. They see the gun in the video. They technically have the timeline of the suspects. It's just a matter of, will the pieces of testimony from witnesses pinpoint who these people are be enough for the jury? Scotty will probably charge with accessory after the fact. Nah, they're not gonna change his. They're not gonna change his charges because they're accusing him of being in a car with the shooter. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, you're not getting no accessory after the fact. You're getting murder just as if you pulled the trigger. So y'all know, hands on one, hands of all is real. All right. Thank you for covering these cases. Ksoo had a shot. Now him and his cousin Scotty through. Hey, things can turn around, but as of right now, I'll be honest. I don't too much ever say, you know, what I think about certain shit, but man, they got me looking at him like he did that. But yeah, hold on, give me a second, y'all. Let me see something. Where's my notes so I can remember what time so I can pay attention? But yeah, so we still have Ksoo's dad that's going to take the stand. He's more so pinpointing Ksoo as being the shooter also by saying the shoes. He's not going to be the most damaging witness to me. Butta, aka Dominique Bonner, or whatever his last name is, he's more damaging to me because he's actually, okay, according to his own not testimony, his own words, according to, you know, evidence, he was actually part of the crime, right? So I think the jury is going to hold him, you know what I'm saying, more accountable as knowing who was there because he actually participated in the crime. And this is not allegedly him. He not admitted to it because he took a plea. He just hasn't been sentenced yet. Okay. I think he could get away with this because all the witnesses say he was shorter, but the DNA in the car was on a shirt, not in the car exactly, proving he was not really inside the car at the time. So it didn't prove that he wasn't in the car at the time. It just left room for you to assume he could have been there at a different time because his DNA was found in the driver's seat, the back seat, all that. So I get you on that. Like, DNA ain't really the strong suit with Ksoo. So this is the thing. It's a puzzle, right? So you got a person saying she picked Ksoo up, okay? A person picked Ksoo up, right? From a scene where another witness says she saw a man come out and get in his car with a white girl that looked like she was lost, okay? You got other witnesses, including his daddy, that's going to say that was him in the video. You got him, his DNA being found in the car that crashed, that was a getaway car. Whether they can prove he was in it that day or not, his DNA was still in it. So that's another piece to say, okay, well, he's tied to that car. So you got to remember how it's going to look all together, right? All together. How is it going to look when you put it all together? When they go back in the jury room, they're going to be talking about everything, not just saying, well, they didn't prove he was in the car that day. Hold on, y'all. I got to take a phone call. Hold on. All right, I'm back. All right. Do they have the murder weapon or just pictures? They just have the pictures from the actual crime scene. They ain't find a weapon. They found 2 guns in a car, but them guns didn't come back as being a murder weapon. Well, they can't prove he was in a car during the murder because his DNA is on the shirt. Did I already read that? But yeah. Then they can't convict him, but they still can because of the key witness. Yeah, y'all gotta remember, like, DNA is important, but it's not like the only piece of the puzzle that the jury gonna be looking at. You know what I'm saying? They're like, they have to put it all together. Just like I said with Scotty, right? Nobody could describe him or place them as far as the witnesses, even the lady in the house, right? However, they know it was another man in the house. They just don't know who it is. Now they done found his DNA on the pants of the lady, right? Then they have the other person in the house, okay, that has already admitted to being in the house and being with the lady, and his DNA was found, is going to get on the stand and say, Scotty was with me. When you put all that together, hell yeah, you're going to say, oh, yeah, it was Scotty. Now, if the person that was part of the crime never said anything and all they had was the DNA, then guess what? You might can argue a little bit and say maybe she went to the store and rubbed against something or whatever, right? Y'all remember yesterday they was trying to talk a lot about how DNA can travel and stuff like that. That would be a little more to argue, but when you got DNA plus you got a person who already admitted to being the other person in the crime, putting you there, that's kind of hard to come up with. I thought I was burning DNA on the pants. No, his DNA was on the shirt, on her shirt, and Scotty DNA is on the pants. We can, cause we got time. We can we got 45 minutes. We can go back and listen to the DNA part of it from yesterday, because that was very damning to Scotty. If you ask me, from my opinion, that was very damning to him. Let's go back. Is she the DNA person?
May it please the court.
Yes.
Please stuff is falling behind you. Please introduce yourself to the two juries.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Janelyn Adana.
Okay, before we get started, I see y'all question. So I'm gonna say this, right? I get what y'all saying, Kai fanboy, but it's not a question no more if his DNA wasn't on the pants. His DNA is on the pants. We're beyond just throwing out scenarios, right? We're at trial at this point. So, like, regardless of what, his DNA is there, right? It's about if his defense team, and we're about to listen, if his defense team can show that it's a plausible explanation to why it was there or how it got there. This ain't a if it wasn't, nah, it's there. The whole situation now is, how can you put reasonable doubt in a jury's mind that it got there by a different way? You know what I'm saying? So that's something to take in consideration. But all that, if it wasn't, no, we beyond it, because we're already in trial. And I think we get like misconstrued sometimes, saying, well, if they ain't have this, well, they have it. So that's why I'm like, it don't look good for him DNA wise. You know what I'm saying? So, but all right, let's get back into the DNA analyst from yesterday, y'all. For those who just tuning in, we are on a lunch break until 12:45 p.m. Eastern time, and then we'll go there. What is reasonable doubt? That if his DNA wasn't there, that's not reasonable doubt, because his DNA is there. You talking about the car? The carbon. Listen, and this is just my opinion, and I don't want nobody to take it as if I know for sure, because I don't know none of this shit. Okay, I'm going off of what I'm listening to. Okay. It's not reasonable doubt in his favor that the car was stolen for 2 months. The reasonable doubt, right, would have came as if his DNA was not on the victim at all. Then he could have been like, or his defense could have been like, yeah, he was in the car because he knew him. Like, what else is putting him there? But it's kind of hard to say it's reasonable doubt, but then his DNA end up on the victim too. I don't think that would go in his favor. That's just me. But I gotta take this phone call. Let's get back into it.
First name is spelled Jeannenelyn, and the last name is spelled Adona.
What do you do for a living?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or FDLE.
You had to pause there for how long have you been working there?
It'll be 21 years next month.
Okay. And explain to the jury your educational background, training experience that allows you to come into courts and testify.
Yes, I hold a bachelor's of science degree in cell biology and a master's of science degree in genetics. And I have successfully undergone a training program at FDLE, which I finished in January of 2010. And I've been conducted independent DNA testing since January of 2010.
And during that period of time, have you undergone training through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that allows you to come and give your opinion in courts?
Yes.
And approximately how many times have you testified?
I lost count, but I think it's about 87 times.
Okay. And what fields are you testifying in?
I testify in the fields of forensic serology, forensic DNA analysis with expertise on population statistics.
And what is serology?
Serology is the identification of body fluids like blood, semen, and saliva.
And what is DNA testing? Explain that, how it's forensically used.
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the genetic material that is passed on from parents to offspring. Half of the DNA comes from the father and half of the DNA comes from the mother. No two individuals would have the same DNA with the exception of identical twins. It is useful in forensic DNA analysis because DNA profiles can be developed from question samples, and these DNA profiles can then be compared to DNA profiles from known individuals.
Is this type of DNA testing well accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And have you ever not been allowed to give your opinion on your DNA testing in courts like this?
Never.
Your Honor, I would tender the witness as an expert in DNA testing and its statistical population components.
Any additional voir dire from attorney for Mr. Whitaker? And for Mr. Robinson? Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Mizrahi.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the jury heard about DNA. We think of DNA as something that defines our biological traits like height, weight, hair color, skin color, eye color. Are those the types of areas of the DNA that you're looking at?
No, the DNA areas that I'm looking at doesn't code for any trait that are visible.
And I think sometimes it's commonly referred to as junk parts of the DNA.
Yes.
Is that because we don't really know exactly what it does?
It doesn't code for anything, so they're, yes, called junk DNA.
But the science is not junk.
It's not.
And it's in the course of your training experience, other than identical twins, do any two people have the same DNA profile?
No.
And the areas of the DNA molecule that we're looking at, are they different among different people?
Yes. So most of our DNA are the same because it codes for our 2 eyes, nose, ears, and all the other bodily functions. But the areas that I am looking at, they are different among individuals. And that's why we are looking at the small segment of the DNA that are different among individuals.
And during the course of your training experience, do you continue with education that allows you to continue to be up to date on the latest expertise?
Yes, we routinely conduct journal clubs at work, and I also attend DNA conferences once a year.
Does the lab go through the FDLE lab that you work at? Does it go through proficiency and testing to make sure it's accredited, things like that?
Yes.
All
So,
right, my bad, y'all. Hold on.
During the course of your testimony,
All right, I had to step away. Y'all know my grandbaby birthday party is tomorrow, but today is her birthday. But they getting ready to bring the water slide and stuff a day early. So yeah. All right. What was y'all saying? I'm bad. I know I missed some comments. Let's see. CJ said, "Do going to jail. Wait till them co-defendant turn witnesses start talking." I'll be honest though, it's like I feel like that's definitely the icing on the top. But shit, even without them, it's some damning information already. It's just, and then you never know how people thought process is. So like you never know if a person is gonna really think that somebody is helping for their husband or if they're really telling the truth. So you just never know. Where they offer plea deals, I don't believe so. To my understanding, I don't believe so. Black Butterfly, was he ever in the car? Wouldn't a doubt be if he already rode in the car if there's transfer DNA. Well, that was his whole defense strategy yesterday with the DNA analyst. And I just thought about something. This is the wrong witness, I believe, that we're looking at. But anyway, I do believe that his defense team whole thing is we know they hung together. He was in the car at some point, but you can't prove he was in the car that day for that crime type thing. So that's why they talked a lot about the white t-shirt. possibly being how his DNA got spread around, things like that. So yeah, but when you put the fact that his DNA is in the car, you have a witness saying that he matches the physical build of the shooter. You have a witness saying she picked him up after the fact. You have a witness saying, you know, different things, and then you're going to have co-defendants actually pinpoint him. That looks bad to the puzzle. Don't get caught up in the story. We all know something happened, of course, but they got to have positive idea of the actual act of the shooting. Right. You're right and wrong at the same time. It is about the story. You got to get caught up in the story. You have to get, as a juror at peer, you have to follow the story. Because a positive ID, you're never going to get a positive ID out of a case like this. He was covered up. Whoever the shooter was covered up. So if that's the case, it would have never made it to trial if that's the only thing they're going off of. You have to follow the story. You have to see when Butta get on the stand, Butta gonna say, we came together that morning, got in the car, went riding and looked for this person. Then you have the witness that said, hey, like I just said, I picked them up from the thing. So it's all about the story. Trials are nothing but a story. So, and it's all about who has the better story, the defense or the prosecution. So, yeah, I'm going to agree to disagree with that because you have to have a storyline with a case. How much is them not having a murder weapon or his phone never pinging helps case? So, if they had no witnesses pinpointing Ksoo as the shooter, that would be very, let me give y'all an example. The wind up and Melly case, they don't have nothing per se on him besides that he got into that car where they feel like the shooter was sitting. They don't have him getting out ever, right? And then they also have a phone they believe to be his going down this way. And that's basically the hard evidence. They have nobody pinpoint that he was there, none of that, but that's their evidence. So imagine in this situation, you don't have the phone pinging, right, or the murder weapon, but you have, right, people placing him there, the description vaguely matching him. It's like I said, it just depends on how you put it together. The state could drop the ball if they don't put it together right. But so far, in my opinion, they putting it together right. But the defense has been on their heels. Now, we're still waiting to find out how the defense is going to do with this last witness. But they have been putting it together right. On Tricky bringing up music video, it opens the door for the state to bring up music videos. Open the door for the state. Well, they already had permission to bring up his music. They're going to bring up lyrics and all. So, like, they already have permission. But the thing is with this last witness, right, the music video was just the silhouette or the outline to show how similar his stature was compared to holding a weapon, just like it was in a video of the shooting. So, in this case, it's really not about, per se, a music video or lyrics with this last witness. It's about showing the mannerisms of him in that video holding a weapon compared to the shooter they have in the other video. So it's just, you know, like, it's just like, if you're going to be a shooter, don't be in a video holding guns and stuff. They practice your stance. Like, they show your stance. It was Melly. That was Melly damn thing. When I did the reenactment of the Melly shooting, I knew it was something. And we basically looked at how he held guns in his videos. And you can kind of show, because for those that shoot guns, whether you do it, whatever, you know, like, you almost always hold a gun the same way. With the same hand, the same way. It may be some of y'all that may be like, I don't hold my gun the same way. And y'all might be right. But it's normally you hold it the same way every time. I can, and those who've been around for the Melly coverage, y'all know I did mine at the gun range, and every time I picked up the gun, I held it the same way, even without thinking. It's just your body is just equipped to just do it the same way every time. And that's what get a lot of these rappers, because you hold these guns and stuff in the videos, not paying attention that if you're out in the streets doing stuff, that it could be used to show your whole stance or whatever, because you don't even realize you're doing it the same way. No gun, no ping, DNA, weak evidence, witness saying the shooter is shorter. The only real evidence is key witness Dominic Burner. I mean, we can agree to disagree on that. I mean, I don't think that's all the real evidence they got, but I got where you going, you know. Ksoo lawyer is gonna beat this. She's too good. I mean, she's good. I can't take that away from her, but she definitely got her work cut out, for sure. But you know, the girl that picked him up was that damaging to him for sure. Cause you have a person. Now remember, her storyline is gonna go with Dominique Broner, right? Or whatever his last name is. I don't want to keep calling his nickname because I don't want people to get confused with the Chicago Butta. So Dominique Broner storyline goes with him, with her. So if you have Dominique Broner saying, yeah, he got picked up by the white girl or whatever, and then you got another witness saying she seen the white girl. Now you got the white girl saying, yeah, I picked up Ksoo, right? So it all goes to the story to say, proving that he was there or part of it, you know? Now it's up to the jury how they, you know, say it way, but you know. Are you making a Baby True birthday bash? That's my plan, y'all, but like I was supposed to have somebody do the video, but they can't make it. So I don't know. I want to be in a moment. I'm going to try to. I know at least the setup for sure, but I'm going to try to, but we'll see. Because there's so many moving parts to this party. Like, I got so much to do. I know I'm getting off topic, but I got so much to do. I got to blow up balloons to make the castles, all types of stuff, okay? It's a lot to do. My plan, hopefully I can stay on actively, but like in a minute I'm gonna have to leave because, well, not leave, but go outside to tell them where to put the water thing and all that. So yeah, it's a lot of moving parts. We haven't had a birthday party for her since she was 1, so she's 4 now, so it's gonna be fun. So the white girl said she picked him up the same day it happened. Yes, she picked him up around lunchtime, according to her testimony. She picked him up. So her testimony matches what the other witness said yesterday that was sitting on a wall in the apartments. So you see how they have one witness that come and fill in the blanks for the other, just like the home invasion victim. She gave her testimony. At first, was like, oh, she ain't implicate nobody but Dominique Boehner, right? But then when the DNA person came, it filled in the story from the witness. So it's like for every witness, they got another witness that connects the story. That's why I had said earlier when Rob said, don't get lost in the story, but that's all you can do because it's all about the story. Us as a society, we have to know. So what happened next? What happened next? That's why in court is all about the storyline, because if you don't connect the storyline, then people gonna be like, well, that don't make sense, and then somebody can get off. And if the storyline don't make sense once you put it together, then somebody can be like, it's reasonable doubt. Hence why I think it was a hung jury in the Melly case, because the storyline was not accurately put together to the point where it would say he's guilty, you know. And remember, it's not about, they're not talking about it just from how we're talking about it, just outside looking in, like, oh yeah, I know damn well he did. You know he did it. Like, you got to do more than besides saying, oh, I know he did or I know he didn't do it. You got to actually be able to pinpoint why you feel that way. So at this point, I still think it's 50-50. I just feel like I'm more convinced today than yesterday that Ksoo could be the shooter based off the evidence that they're bringing out now. Yesterday I was hung up on the height because I'm like, okay, well, you can tell the difference between a 5'5" height person and a 6'3" height person, right? But now today, hearing a person that said they actually picked up Ksoo, right? And that now this what is he? The crime scene, the forensic video examiner showing the stills of each suspect next to the shooter got me thinking it's probably Ksoo. So imagine if what the jury is thinking, seeing it in real time. And they actually got to see the photos of the body. They actually got to see the shooting. We didn't get to see that. And we already like, it don't look good. So imagine, what they got going on. The Ksoo have another charge. He got a whole nother murder case for Lil Bibby that he got to go through. So even if he beat this case, he still don't go home. He got a whole nother murder case to fight. Even if Scotty beat this case, I don't believe Scotty gets. I think Scotty. Hold on, I be getting everybody mixed up. Don't Scotty got some other stuff going on too, or got sentenced? Sometimes I mix up Scotty and K Shorty. But I don't think Scotty goes home either, even if he beat this case. Don't quote me on the Scotty one. I know for sure Ksoo don't go nowhere because he still got another murder case. Ksoo got picked up by Penelope. Calling her Penelope take me out because I always think of that show on Netflix. If he got picked up by Laquita, the witness might forget. Lou, you are funny. I think Ksoo fried. They proved he was there the same day, got picked up. DNA in the murder car. Only thing they don't got is the weapon, and they have eyewitnesses and co-defendants. Right. That's why I said that once you put everything together, I think he definitely in trouble. For sure. Where's my tissue at? Yeah, he definitely got a lot going on for sure. Hold on, y'all. I wonder if they live stream Ksoo's other murder trial. I'm pretty sure it's a popular story in Jacksonville. The Lil Bibby case was popular. So yeah, it's all about and then you gotta remember with the streams, it's all about popularity. So ATK is very popular in Jacksonville, hence why we done heard ATK, Young and Ace, and all that already brought up in trial. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna stream it. Yeah, because it's popular. Only thing his lawyer got to defend him is saying he was all the motives from the co-defendant say he did get less time. Yeah, and then his whole defense is the height difference. But the problem is, to me as a juror, right, if everybody is saying a different height, I probably wouldn't weigh in on height because everybody said different heights. Somebody said 5'6", 5'8", somebody said 5'10". Like the height is all over the place. So to put my whole defense on that, which case did Ksoo post bond for? Then he hit with the other. I have no idea. I don't even remember back that far. I don't think he post bond for none of the murders because in Florida, shit. Hold on, y'all. In Florida, you can't even get bond for murder. So it wasn't a murder. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a murder because he would have had to have a hearing and all. I got to clear my stuff out my thing. All I'm saying is if all the witnesses saying the shooter is shorter than Ksoo, that tells something. Almost all of them, Ksoo is like 6'2", 220, and no murder weapon. He got a good lawyer. I still don't think she that good. Because I don't think nobody's going to be hung up on the height at this point. That's just me. I don't think nobody is going to be hung up on the height. Ain't no way he posted a bond for a first-degree murder in Florida. Hold on. I'm about to just look. Hold on. We got time. Because the people ain't here yet. Duval County. We're about to see, because I could be wrong. My new nickname. It was from one of those murder charges for sure. I can't remember the order though. I just don't see him getting a bond for murder. Unless he had a hearing I don't know about. Because that's the only way you can get it bond in most places. But for sure in Florida, that's the only way you can get bond is if you hold on. As if you had a Frank's hearing. So that's on like, when did he have that? Maybe it was before I started looking at the case. So I could be wrong. So hold on. A second. I'm bringing it up right now. Yeah, I don't think he posts no bond. But like I said, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Hold on. His name is Hakeem. I done put Kareem. Lord. All right. Bond. Motion. Okay, here we go. Motion to set bond. But where is motion? Okay. Where's the... Alright, so they set bond at $1 million back in 2021. So y'all might be right. They set bond at $1 million 2021. No contact witness. Alright, hold on. I gotta be careful what I show here because I got hit with a situation one time before, okay? Raw Youngin, where is he from? I'm gonna be honest, it just depends on like the people that watch my stuff, how engaged y'all are with it, what determines if I follow a trial. Because following trials are definitely time consuming and exhausting to keep up with it. And like, I appreciate support, but if it's just me and 5 people watching it, it's not gonna be worth the time. But if it's a popular story and like people gonna be tuned in, I'll do it. But I don't even know who Raw Youngin is. I have to look him up. What else? There's so much stuff on here. Okay, so he was re-indicted. What was he re-indicted on? So was he not indicted on murder when he first got the bond? Alright, it's so much stuff on here. I just don't feel like looking through all of it right now. But I do show that he got a $1 million bond. I don't know if other things came, but they did set $1 million back in February 2021. And that was for this case. That we're on now, and that was for this one. So what was the other one? Oh, I'm getting hungry. The label was going to pay it, but they hit him with another. Oh, okay. So he must got hit with a little Bibby case second then, because he got the thing. He's from Lake City, but it happened in Gainesville. I want to say who. The name kind of sounds familiar. Florida rapper. Young. All them people young. If they stream his trial, yeah, I ain't never heard of him before. A fatal crash. I put that on my list. I never heard of him before. He got re-indicted on gang ish. He hasn't been I know that I think they dropped the gang thing too, the gang enhancement on this case, if I remember correctly. I think they recently came up with that decision. All right. Do y'all, how much time we got? We got like 15 more minutes. Hopefully, court starts before the people get here, because I do have to go outside when they do get here. I think you should do more court cases instead of the drama shit. You do a great job and it's more interesting, and keep up this kind of content. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of y'all say that, but to be honest, I get more, like, I'm more successful on other type of stuff. Like, how can I put it? From a financial standpoint, I don't get paid a lot off of my content about paperwork or court cases. From view standpoint, a lot of my top content has nothing to do with paperwork or court cases. So like, I get when y'all say that, and I'm thankful that y'all like when I do stuff like that. But when you look at the analytic breakdown, it's like the opposite. Most of my most successful content has to do with drama, like on some real stuff, has to do with drama, whether it's research drama, like getting into like a lie of something or deep diving into something, but it has nothing, my top content on YouTube. Now, my notoriety is definitely from court cases for sure, but as far as YouTube, I'm more successful in the opposite content than what y'all say y'all rather me do. So what I tell people that say that is to engage more in this type of content so that I can see where it makes sense at in the numbers to keep doing it. Other than, so that, but I appreciate it. But I cover court cases all the time. This is like probably our 10th court case that we done covered, and that's that. But yeah, unfortunately, the messy shit bring in the views and the money. It shocks me, but yeah, So did they prove Ksoo was there that day? I mean, at this point, without getting ahead of ourselves with like the co-defendants and stuff, no, nobody has placed Ksoo or Scotty at the actual shooting. Yeah. So no. We haven't got to that point. They haven't done it. Now we know, of course, his dad and all that, they're going to put him there. But at this point in the trial, no, they haven't proved he was there. Melly's next hearing is August 18th. I ain't gonna lie, I'm just ready for Melly's trial to start. And this is why I didn't cover the last hearing, because the hearing be so redundant. They talk about the same thing at every hearing, stuff like that. Y'all know, ever since the state took that L, when Judge Murphy took out a lot of that evidence, they just been trying to buy time since. So like every hearing be about that. Closer to the time, I believe probably the end of August, by then they should have they ducks in a row or something. We'll be able to go back and look at what evidence was taken out, what evidence they will have. I'm waiting close to that time. I did it already, but I'm going to redo it. You know what I'm saying? Because I got new viewers that probably wasn't around back then, and just to do a refresher, because it's been about 2 years since we actually covered it. Cover that Raw Young case, please. It's gonna bring views to the show. Well, if they stream it, and like I said, it's just I like what trial was that? It was one trial I did for the first day, and they ain't hit on nothing. I ain't doing no more. So like if they stream it, I'll do it and see what happens. Especially because it's a case I haven't followed. See, this Ksoo and Scotty case with this particular case, I followed from the beginning, so it made sense to do the trial. Melly, I followed from the start. It made sense to do the trial. So it's just like certain cases, O Block, I followed from again. It makes sense to. So it's just like, but we'll see. Like I said, if they stream it, and we don't have another case that I've been following and going on at the time, I'll do it. I thought they said a white girl picked him up the same day. Yeah, but not from the shopping center. So like the witness yesterday let us know that the apartment complex was a little bit away from where the shopping center was. So technically he wasn't picked up by the shopping center or nothing like that. He wasn't even picked up by the car. He was picked up somewhere else. So like although the white girl said that she picked him up, it still doesn't tie him per se back to the actual scene without adding the other pieces to it. All right, let me make sure. All right, make sure this is current. All right. Because they should be coming back on about 10 minutes. Good conversation today. I see these witnesses had everybody, because y'all been definitely coming with the comments today. I appreciate it. If y'all have not already, make sure you like the live. We got 117 people in here, but only 53. Oh, shit, I think they outside. All right, y'all. So the people just got here. I'm going to have to go outside. I hate to put y'all on music, but I'm going to have to just let y'all listen to the music because I do got to go outside, and I will be back. I hope I don't miss too much. I'll be back. My bad, y'all. Oh, it wasn't on mute. Look, I came in the house and didn't hear nothing. And I was like, why is not saying nothing? All right, we back at it. Y'all make sure y'all share the live, hit the like. I'll be back as soon as I'm finished with this water slide.
The record, defendants are present as our counsel for state and both defendants. The jurors, I am told, are also present and accounted for. Anything we need to take up before we continue? Okay. I'm sorry, did you say no or yes?
No, Your Honor, and
Okay.
as I was saying that, I did remember, I did show Mr. Cooper an overlay of two exhibits that I intend to use. One is a photograph from their slideshow, and the other one is a still photograph from the surveillance video or the dash cam video that's already in evidence. I don't believe.
Okay. All right, then that's fine. All right, then let's bring the jury out. Let's continue. Okay. Okay.
Your Honor, jury 9 recall. Your Honor, the jury is entering the courtroom.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you all were able to grab some lunch. I'll just ask a quick question of all the jurors, and that's if anyone talked to anybody or if anyone was approached by anybody or if you saw, read, or heard anything in the news media. If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised from either jury. All right, prior to the lunch break, the state had concluded its direct examination of Mr. Latham. And at this time, I'll call upon defense counsel for Mr. Robinson for cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Latham, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, Mr. Cooper walked through a little bit of your background, but I want to jump a little bit deeper into it.
Yes, sir.
You worked for the police for about a decade, right?
That's correct.
And then after that, you started to get this training. You did an internship. You had you did an internship, right?
While I was a police officer, I was actually assigned to the crime lab. So majority of my career was as a laboratory forensic scientist.
And then later on in time, you got a master's in forensic science.
That's correct.
And you received that master's last May.
That's correct.
So about a baker's dozen months ago, you became the recipient of the master's on which you now testify.
That's correct.
The topics that you've testified here about today, and I don't dispute that you've talked about comparative analysis, where there's a video and then you have another body of evidence and you're comparing things. But with respect to kinematic models and trying to do an identification, this is your first time ever testifying about that specific topic, right?
That is correct.
You've never testified as an expert before the court about this topic?
No, I have not.
No. Your business, Complete Digital Forensic Solutions?
That's correct.
It's a business.
It is an S corporation. It is a business.
And you referred to it as quote unquote a shop?
A forensic shop. Yes, sir.
Right. It's a for-profit company?
It is indeed a for-profit company.
Now, Mr. Cooper asked you about the fact whether you received money for your work on this case.
Yes, that's correct.
Specifically, not like a salaried employee at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. You were paid hourly on this case.
That is correct.
To date, how much has the state of Florida given you in money for your testimony?
I don't keep the accounting books current. I do billable hours and then I submit it to our accounting team for budgeting. My recollection is we're approximately $70,000 to $80,000 in billables that have been paid at this point.
That doesn't include your hourly rate here today to testify, right?
No, that does not include this testimony today.
And you're charging the state how much per hour?
For testimony, it's $500 per hour for testimony while I'm in court.
Now, let's talk about the firearm.
Just to be clear for the jury. Check, check. Just to be clear for the jury.
Your Honor, if I may take this microphone over there?
Yes, was that one not working?
Not as much.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the firearm that was used by the shooter, the government doesn't have that in evidence.
I'm not aware if they do or do not.
It was never presented to you as the murder weapon.
No, it was not.
At best, your testimony, what you're telling these juries is it could be the same.
That's correct. It could be, yes.
All right. But the maximum you can say is that in your training and experience, that by doing the comparison in between the music video and the exemplar that you got from the company, that it's consistent with being the same type firearm.
That is correct.
You are not saying that it is the same one.
I am not saying it is the same identical weapon. No, I'm not.
Now, you've heard testimony and you've seen facts that Mr. Robinson signed a lucrative record deal right before this case, right?
I am not aware of any of that, sir.
We saw the music video, right?
I did not watch the music video for content. I had the audio off and I was looking at it as an image analysis expert. The content or where it came from or who produced it or who paid for it, I have no knowledge of that whatsoever.
All right, so you have no idea about the record label in Manhattan that had signed him right before this?
This is the first time I've heard of that, sir.
All right, by the same manager of the likes of Nipsey Hussle and T-Pain.
I don't know who those individuals are, sir.
Now, you saw parts of the video, there were guns in it, right?
There were several weapons depicted in the video, yes.
Indicating to you that it may be rapping about violence.
Could you say that again, sir?
Indicating to you that it may be a song that talks about violence.
Again, when I played the video, the audio was off. I was there for the video content alone, and so I cannot speak to the content of the music videos at all.
All right. Do you have any evidence in your expertise to rule out the possibility that Hakeem Robinson, Ksoo, his friends who remained in the streets of Jacksonville, who did not have a lucrative record deal, gave him their guns so that he could shoot the music video? Do you have any evidence of that? That disproves that.
I have no knowledge of where the weapons depicted in the videos, their source of origin at all.
All right, so you're not saying that that's his gun?
Whose weapon, sir?
So we're taking a look now at slide 89, your slide. Can you see it?
Yes, I can, sir.
And we're talking about the weapon that's in his hand right there, not the other two. Okay?
And your question is, sir?
The same one as before, that you have no evidence that that gun wasn't given to him by one of his non-rapping, remaining in the streets friends.
I have no idea where the origin of that weapon was.
All right. Now, also with respect to this, thank you. Also with respect to this video, you can't say when it was taken, right?
I can tell you by the metadata analysis when the video, or at least the version of the video that I received, was recorded or written, but the actual first instance of this recording, I do not have any knowledge as to when that was done.
So you can't say that in January of 2020 that Mr. Robinson's hair looked like that?
I cannot attest to that at all.
And you're not testifying to that? That's not the purpose of this slide?
No, that is not.
Now, let's talk about your testimony about the shooter. You can't tell this jury the race of the shooter from your work, right?
No, I cannot.
Can't say the gender?
No, I cannot.
You can tell us that it is a human being within a range of a height of a little bit under 6 feet and a little bit above 6 feet, right?
That would be a correct statement, yes, sir.
You're not saying that Hakeem Robinson is a shooter?
I am making no assessments to that whatsoever.
For you to be able to rule out others that have motive, right, that are within that range, couple inches lower, couple inches higher, you would have had to have been presented by the government with their person so you could scan them, right?
To keep everything equal and fair, yes, they would have gone through the exact same protocol that we put all the other known individuals through and then run them through the exact same analysis process.
Did they have you analyze Christopher Brown?
No, I did not analyze that individual.
Torgon Williams?
No, I did not analyze that individual.
Abdul Robinson Sr.?
No, I did not analyze that individual.
Do you know the exhaustive list of people that would have a motive to go after Mr. McCormick?
No, I do not.
Is that question better for the detectives and law enforcement that are on this case?
I'm not at liberty. It's not within my exam. I don't know who in this jurisdiction would be the appropriate person to investigate that.
All right, we're going to go to slide 8 now. We're talking about the height of Mr. Robinson. So you weren't present on this day, right?
No, I was not.
You had one of your colleagues, 2 of your colleagues, come down here to Jacksonville to scan Mr. Robinson.
That is correct.
And that's one of them right there.
Yes, that is Mr. Mark Johnson.
All right. Now, the bottom of that tape, that's right about 6 feet, right? There's an error. There's a very small error margin, right?
Correct. That is 6 foot with a very small device, is very precise.
Now, your colleagues, they're very precise in the instructions for what you're trying to collect, limb length. But when they're doing the height determination, right? Part of the instruction is not for that person, like we all have at the doctor's office, to stand with their heels up against the wall together, to let them know we're measuring your standing height.
I can't speak to what a doctor office does, but we made specific decisions on the placement of the feet when we did this analysis.
My question to you is as the expert, if I'm standing with my feet apart, right? I'm shorter than if I stand with my feet together.
That would be correct.
By a
Yes.
small amount.
Yes, by a very small amount. Yes, that is correct.
Also, if my posture, like in the one all the way to the left, if my shoulders are hunched and I don't know that I'm being measured for height to stand up straight, like my mother or my doctor says when they're measuring me, then that may throw it off by a very small margin.
It could, and we addressed that written protocol. I developed believe it was a 8-page written protocol that every candidate that went through this exam was read the exact same thing. And we did, I believe in that protocol, indicate that they should stand fully erect in a comfortable position with their back to the wall. And then we gave the individual poses that they were to hold for a short period of time while we scanned.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at those instructions?
Yes, I could. Yes, please.
Okay, please. And let us know when it helps your memory.
Actually, Counselor, I only have my reports. I don't believe I have my, let me check. Let me check one real quick. Your Honor, may I access my notes, please?
Yes, you may, if it'll refresh your memory.
I do have the sampling protocol. 1 second. And your specific question about the protocol again, sir, please?
At any point in time, do you tell the person, we are now measuring you for height?
At no time were they told we were measuring them for height, I believe.
At any point in time, they told, stand with your feet together?
1 second, sir. Could you restate your question again, please, sir?
Feet together.
At no point in the protocol were they told to put their feet together.
All right. Now, again, we're talking about, small margins. You'd agree with that?
I would agree with that, sir. Yes.
Now, what we do know is that without being aware that he's being measured for height, without having his feet together and standing up straight, his head, or the crown of his head, and again, we can't tell because of the hair, appears to be, and if we look at the slide that's in the middle, this one right here, that he's above the tape. Do you see what I circled?
I see what you're referring to, sir. It looks like again, evaluating that image right now, it looks like his hair has moved, not necessarily the position of the crown of his head.
Now, again, we don't have great posture, but at all times you'd agree that he's at least eclipsing the bottom of the tape.
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
And the bottom of the tape is 6 feet.
That is correct.
The thickness of the tape, 1 to 2 inches?
I'm not aware of the thickness of the tape that they used. It appears it would be consistent with a 1/2 inch to approximately 1/2 inch of tape.
When you say they, you're talking about your people.
The sampling team, correct.
All right, so it's your team that's going out there, so presumably it's your tape.
Correct. And remember that that was a positive control, a reference, if you will, to why the scans are going on to do a quick spot check. We know that that bottom of that tape is 6 foot, and that was the purpose. Also, the square boxes with the little circles are a verification target.
Now, perhaps we can come to an agreement, an estimate. The top of the tape, 6'1", around, give or take?
Between 6.5 and 6'1" would be a reasonable assessment if it was a 1/2 inch or a 1 inch piece of tape. Yes.
All right. So standing here today, are you able to say that Mr. Robinson, that his accurate standing height is actually 6 feet, and what would that be, about 6 feet 1/2 inch?
Approximately, that number would come out to about 6 feet 1/2 inch.
With proper posture, he could be 6'1", 6'2"?
That is a possibility within the range. If that was the specific exam that was to determine his height, we would be more precise about the position we would put him in, but the focus of this exam was not to measure the height of the individuals.
The government flew you all the way in from Colorado?
That is correct.
They paid for it?
They will pay for it, yes, that is correct.
And that doesn't go to the 70, 80,000 you've already been paid?
No, that does not.
There's nothing stopping you from taking a tape measure, measuring Mr. Robinson in front of these juries right now, right?
Scientifically, I would not agree to that for many reasons. With a tape measure, the accuracy is just not there. We'd have to have controls. We'd have to have calibrated devices. I would want to measure him 3 times. There are different ways that we would measure him if we weren't going to laser scan him here in the courtroom.
All right, so Mr. Latham, you just told us with all the equipment that you guys brought in and all the scans and all of that it's still not accurate. What I'm asking you is if you had Mr. Robinson stand up, heels against a wall, and you had a stadiometer, you know what that is, right?
I'm not familiar with that is.
All right, so you went to the doctors as a kid, right?
Yes, I did.
Stand on the scale, and then that metal bar, they put it up and they measure you. That's the stadiometer.
Okay.
You could use that to measure him. You could do that and get more precise than was done with all the lasers and the scans in the digital stuff.
It all depends on the quality of the device and the calibration of that device. The device that was used to scan these individuals was over $100,000, and the individuals that used it had well over 40 hours of training specifically on that device. And the exam, if I'm asked to do a height determination, that is a completely different type of exam than a body morphology analysis. So what I'm saying, counselor, is the scan itself, if you came to me and said, I want to know the definitive height of this individual, then I would have developed a completely different protocol. The most efficient way would be shave the hair off the head and then measure to the crown of the head. But that's a bit intrusive. So we would have to go about that process in different scientific, repeatable, and accurate ways to determine the height.
Measuring him with a ruler doesn't cost 70 or 80 grand, does it?
I don't believe it does.
All right. At the end of the day, and perhaps we can agree on this, you could give the accurate height of Mr. Robinson, but they didn't ask you to do that.
I was not asked to determine the height of any of the individuals specifically. As a result, in a conclusion, some of those heights were determined through various empirical means and through the data that which we collected.
All right. Now, when you say you were never asked, the only one that would be asking you would be them, the government, right?
That would be my client. Well,
your client.
To some degree, when I review the data as a forensic expert with a lot of years under my belt, if the data, sometimes my clients ask me questions of the data that the data doesn't support it, and I won't even attempt to answer those questions. Sometimes my clients don't know what they don't know, and I have to guide them as to what is forensically appropriate with the data they have. So once I've reviewed a preliminary review of the data they have, I then have a detailed discussion with a frank and honest discussion with them of what questions can be addressed by this data within a scientific degree of certainty within the available technology of the day.
Mr. Latham, I'm going to re-ask the question. I think that you just answered that in about 100 words. Mr. Robinson, stand up. I'm not asking you to analyze data given to them. I'm asking you, you could measure the height of this human being standing 10 feet in front of you right now, right?
If I had the proper equipment and protocol, yes, I could.
All right, take a seat. Now, you have no reason to believe that Mr. Robinson, when the case happened, is in his early 20s. You have no reason to believe that he's grown since then, right?
I have no knowledge either way on that, sir.
Now, if anything, you said a moment ago that this scan was done where?
I believe it was done in a correctional facility.
Because that's where he is, right?
That was my understanding, yes.
All right, so in the time that you go out there and you guys do this scan, that's almost 2 years after the shooting happens, right?
I'm not aware of when the shooting happened, sir. If you give me that date, I could tell you because the scan was done.
January 15th, 2020.
Okay, that's a correct statement, sir. Yes, the scan was done in November of 2021.
There's no reason to believe that somebody would gain weight inside of jail, right? You have no reason to believe that.
I have no knowledge either way.
He's not out of custody, still eating that record deal food. He's in there eating what's given to them by the jailer, right?
I would assume so. I have no knowledge as to food service within the correctional facility.
Now let's go to slide 27. The comparison that you did. Now, medical examiner testified yesterday. You as an expert, did you catch that testimony?
No, I did not.
All right. So Charles McCormick at the time of his death was 143 pounds. Is that your understanding?
That's not my understanding. I did not know the weight of any individual in this case.
All right. So the guy on the left is 143 pounds. You'd agree that he's roughly the same size, mass, or at least close to the shooter on the right.
I'm sorry, counselor. I did not do a mass analysis of the individuals or take the weight of any known or decedent individual. I just don't know any weights.
And I'm giving you the information right now that the two people in this, K1, who's Mr. McCormick, and Q1, who's the shooter, we know, it's known, that the weight of Mr. McCormick from the doctor is 143 pounds. You'd agree with me that the shooter is not appear to be 100 pounds heavier than Mr. McCormick?
What's the grounds? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Could you restate the question, sir?
Yeah. We know K1 weighed 143 pounds on that day. Q1, the shooter next to him, that person doesn't look to be 100 pounds heavier, right?
Again, counselor, I did not do any weight analysis. This data is not appropriate for weight analysis. I have no grounds to answer that question, sir.
I'm not asking you to do this in-depth analysis. I'm asking you, both as an expert, but as a human being with common sense, the guy on the left is 143 pounds. Are you telling me the guy on the right is 100 pounds heavier than him? Wasn't answered.
I think the answer was I don't know, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Latham, was it I don't know or I can't answer that?
I am here as an expert on body morphology and a weapon comparison, and I have done no work to assess the weight of any individual, and I don't think I'm qualified and in position to make any assessments about anybody's weight in this data.
All right. So let's go over to height. You have on here that K1 was 5'10", right?
That is correct.
Now that was the measurement that was given to you from the medical examiner's office.
That is correct.
Now that doesn't factor in the 1-inch shoes that Mr. McCormick would be wearing. The sole of the shoes would add a little bit of height, right?
Can I refer to my notes real quick? I'm not aware of it.
Let me ask you the question. Let me back up here. The information that you get from the medical examiner's office, when they measure height, they're not doing it with somebody's shoes on.
No, they're not. They're doing it with the barefoot.
K1 is wearing shoes.
That is correct.
And that would add some degree of height.
That is correct.
The sole of the shoe.
The sole of the shoe add to the total height of the individual. That is correct.
Now you do this comparison in between K1 and Q1 to say, quote unquote, he's at least as tall as Mr. McCormick.
That is correct.
What if I were to tell you that yesterday the medical examiner testified that the 70 inches, the 5'10", was just an estimate.
That would not surprise me.
In that I asked him the question, could he have been 5'9"? Answer, yes. Could he have been 5'11"? Answer, yes. So on here, on this exhibit that you have going to the jury, you can't say that Mr. McCormick with the inch shoes and a potential of an inch shorter or an inch taller was exactly 5'10". That's an estimate.
Correct. That is an estimate. That is correct.
Within a range of a couple of inches.
That would be a fair assessment. Yes.
All right. Now, in the comparison here, the bodies are in motion. They look to be the same distance away from the camera, but each one of them is in a different tight motion.
They're in different positions in a similar bend to the major joints, but they're in a similar position, yes.
When the body moves, it drops down, right?
Yes, during the gait and stride, the height of the individual can change.
And you can't say that based on their body posture, the way that their muscles are contracting, the joints are bent, that they're at exactly the same degree of drop.
I would agree with that. They're not in the exact same positions.
Now, let's talk about Q1.
Excuse me.
HDMI. I'm getting it. Oh, my screen's not on. There we go. All right. So, Mr. Latham, what I have on the left is your slide 37. You recognize that, right?
Yes, I do.
And on the right, what I have is a still photo from the dash cam. Now, you can see from the hedge, the photo that I have is a few frames before. And the reason why is because your analysis, the one that you have, everything is past the hedge. All right. So, and we'll go back over and I can show you, but in your example, you only show the body once it's moved past that hedge. But I want you to look at something here. On the right, there's something up underneath that hood, right?
I would assume so, yes.
You can't say where the crown of the head is.
No, I cannot.
You can't say whether that adds an inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, right?
That's correct. I cannot assess that.
All right. Now on the left, with your overlay, now the overlay, the yellow thing, that is the model that you created based on the scan of Mr. Robinson, right?
That is correct.
In the scan of Mr. Robinson, he had no shoes on, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And he had no clothes on.
Could you restate that, Counselor? Could you restate your first statement, please?
Of course. And it wasn't fair, so I need to clarify that. The shooter was covered long sleeves, pants, and you don't know what was underneath. Fair?
That's correct. That's a fair statement. Yeah.
When Mr. Robinson was scanned, he was wearing an Under Armour workout shirt and workout shorts.
That is correct.
No shoes on.
No shoes on. That is correct.
Nothing on his head.
Nothing on his head other than his hair.
All right. Now, in your overlay, the model, the yellow outline of Mr. Robinson, nothing on his head, no shoes, not the same amount of clothes, is the same size as the shooter wearing shoes adding 1 inch, wearing clothes with you don't know how many layers. In the head, the top of the yellow line, again, Mr. Robinson, when you make that model, doesn't have anything on his head, is at the top of whatever's under that hood. You see that, right?
I'm a little confused, Counselor. Can we clarify? The image on the
Okay.
left is not that is not the scan of K2. That is the kinematic model overlay to verify the model. That is not the scan of, we did not take the scan of any individual and place them back in the video over Q1. That what is represented on the left is actually the kinematic model itself to assess the joint position of that model for this particular frame. That model on the left is not K2.
Is your testimony that model is not created by the scans that you made?
The model that was
Let me withdraw that and re-ask that for you so it's crystal clear. You have Kip Stavro, you have Mark Johnson that come all the way down here to scan all the people, right?
That's correct.
Then Mark Johnson makes the kinematic model.
based on the camera match overlay from the Q1 images only.
You lose me with all the science jargon.
They went down, they did the scan. When we took the video and we laid it over the 3D point cloud, we only used the video camera match overlay that stitched together 2D, 3D to generate that kinematic model of Q1. At no time did K2, 3, or 4 were they used for the purpose of generating that kinematic model.
So explain to this jury, what is this yellow line then?
The yellow line is the outline of what they call the skin of the model. When we generate these models, we identify it as a humanoid, so the major joints are in this model. And then the model is, the joints are moved to match the appearance of the cam match overlay frame. The yellow line is the outer boundaries of that, so we can see how well that model fits that particular frame. Then we go to the next frame and repeat that process.
I'm with you now. What you're talking about is, what you're really looking at is where the joints are.
It's not only where the joints are, because this is what we call, here's another term, iterative process. You go to the first frame, you develop the model. Then you go to the second frame, and that model carries over to the next frame, and you move the joints. It doesn't mean that you can lengthen or shorten a given angle.
Hear me out.
Yes, sir.
So I want to make sure to this jury, you're not saying that that is an outline of the body of Mr. Robinson matched up against a shooter. You're not saying that.
Absolutely not. It is not.
But you created this model based on where his joints are.
Where the Q1 joints were on the camera match overlay frames.
Again, right over my head. What I'm asking you is this. This yellow model, is that in any way influenced by the joint placement of my client, Mr. Robinson?
No, it is not.
So then what's the relevance of this? How is Mr. Robinson being analyzed here?
The relevance is we have an unknown individual depicted in a video. We have 3 individuals that we have the luxury of getting very detailed data from those individuals. The individuals in this video, both the decedent and the Q1 individual, we never see them standing up. The power of the body morphology analysis is, if we model the Q1 individual correctly, repeatably, accurately, in the 3D space at scale, we can put that model in any position we want, including standing upright, feet together, feet apart, feet very, very apart. That allows us to go back into the laboratory and take the video data, once we confirm the model matches, and then take any scanned person on the planet and do an analysis in any position. In traditional height determination, the subject of the evaluation must be standing relatively erect.
Makes no sense.
We must be able to see the feet, knees, hips, crown of the head. In this case, I can't see the crown of the head of Q1. They're wearing a head covering. They're in a running position, so I never see this individual standing relatively, they're not walking through the scene where we can see at some point their feet are close together and they're in a relatively stable position. Here they're running. The only way to forensically and scientifically evaluate the overall size of this individual was to generate this kinematic model and in 3D space stand it up. Then with that Q1 model stood up, we have very accurate, very detailed data of 3 individuals. We then placed those side by side. That was the final slides where you have the Q1 shooter in the running position. You then have the Q1 model, and then we have K2, 3, and 4 standing side by side.
All right. So we've explained to the jury, this is not you trying to say that it matches up, but you took this model that you made, and then you compared it to the scan of my client.
That is correct.
Okay. And you can say within a certain degree, it could be him.
It's possible. Yes, it could be.
All right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
I don't have any data to assess any strength of that relationship.
All right. And what you're looking at, you're not looking at the overall match. You're not looking, does a shooter have a belly? Does my client have a belly? You're not looking at that.
No, we're particularly in this exam, we're looking at the large bone joints and, hips, knees, ankles, shoulders. And again, the head was in there, but not as a reference point because again, in Q1, we cannot see the crown or top of the head or where the hair ends or begins. And even if there is hair.
You're not taking a look, for instance, the shooter on the right. Your Honor, if I can be crass, he ain't got no butt. Flat. Right?
It's the anatomy of that individual is the anatomy of that individual depicted in the image.
But you didn't have your experts go, let's take a look and see if that's consistent with Mr. Robinson, right?
No, I did not.
All right, but what you're looking at, Mr. Robinson, stand up here for me. What you're looking at is where his elbow is, right? Where his wrist is, right?
Correct.
Where his shoulders are.
Correct.
Hips,
Correct.
knees.
Correct.
So to exclude anybody that's roughly the same high as Mr. Robinson, you'd have to scan all of those people, right?
That would be the most accurate to do it, to give apples to apples comparison of the protocol that we used. Yes.
Sitting here today, you couldn't exclude me as a shooter.
Without doing the exam and putting you through the same protocol that everybody else went through, I would not be comfortable opining about your relationship to any of this.
Now, last thing, with respect to my client and his joints and all of that, there was nothing unique about it. He doesn't have a third arm, an extra knee.
Not that I'm aware of.
It's consistent with a human being.
It's consistent with a bipedal human being.
Now, well, you say bipedal. We're all bipedal.
Some individuals only have one leg, some individuals have none, so I would classify them as non-bipedal.
Okay, so at best, what you can tell this jury is that the shooter was a human being with both legs, right?
Correct.
Could be white, could be black, could be other.
Race is unknown. That is correct.
Could be male, could be female.
Gender is unknown. That is correct.
Could be heavy, could be average.
Weight was not assessed in this examination. That is correct.
Could be 5'9", could be 6'3".
The height of the individuals in this exam were not evaluated in a forensic manner.
Your Honor, if I could have one moment.
Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
That is correct. They're excluded from the body morphology exam. Hakeem Robinson was not excluded from the body morphology exam results.
All right, may this witness be excused? Yes. All right, thank you, Mr. Latham. You're excused and free to go, sir. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
We really need about 5 minutes to our next
Okay. Do we need to excuse the jury then, or? Yes.
I think that makes sense.
Okay, we're gonna just need 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna let you step into your jury rooms quickly, and then we'll bring you out here just as soon as we can. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all. Y'all know I'm setting up for the party, but I have been listening on the phone. I'm gonna be honest, I was in the chat letting y'all know I do think the defense did a great job with this witness. The only thing about witnesses that it's a lot of back and forth with the lawyers during their testimony, you kind of can get lost in what's going on. So that's why I feel like the defense said it once about, so they didn't ask you to scan Ksoo's dad, somebody else. Like they gave some options, like they didn't ask you to scan. My only thing would be, would the jury remember that, right? Throughout everything that happened after that, I felt like he should have said it again, like to reiterate, like, okay, so they only gave you these 3 options, but they didn't ask you to scan everybody that was involved type thing. I feel like if they would have hammered that in, that would have been better. I do feel like they posed some reasonable doubt off this witness itself, because he did a good job by poking a hole in. It's not like precise. It's only based off of, you know, the data that was provided to him by the state of Florida. I think the downside to it is, will that still be enough? Because we already have one witness that testified today that, yes, I picked up Mr. Robinson. Now you have another witness, although the data isn't all the way official, right, or 100% accurate, saying that out of all the defendants, the only one that could be the shooter is Ksoo. You know, so I don't know how that's gonna play out, but they're on break momentarily. So far I do still say good cross-examination by the defense. But we'll see what happens with the next witness, and I'll be right back, y'all. Might as well. All right, y'all, I'm back. Okay. Where we I had y'all know a lot going on in the Truth household today. I think I'm lost with the comments. All right, but yeah, so that's just, you know, I feel like it's still, I don't know. Like I said, me personally, just based on what has transpired in court, I still think Ksoo the shooter. They haven't, just me, they haven't been able to sway my thought yet. Maybe it'll happen. They gave me some doubt though, and doubt is really all you need in the trial.
All right, hold on. Well, let me just make sure we're clear on the record. Both defendants are present with their attorneys and counsel for the state. The juries are both out of the courtroom. So what issue? And for the record, we have Mr. Barner ready to go in the chute.
Because the potential issue, the reason why we had two juries was for the cross-examination of Mr. Barner.
Okay.
So I was thinking that because he's going to have to be cross-examined by both parties, that we could do the cross-examination separately. Talk about that in the original plan. Cross-examinations as opposed to cross-order crosses and assuming the jury's in and out, maybe more efficient. Schlax would cross from Mr. Whitaker, excuse that jury entirely. And Mr. Robinson would cross.
Because there is evidence, as I think I understood, and as Ms. Schlax's motion in limine on behalf of her client was that he would be testifying about some things that would be admissible, with Mr. Hakeem Robinson, but would not be admissible for Mr. Whitaker. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, although I think we completely understand that one issue, and I think Ms. Bloss is prepared to, however the court wants her to signal she's completing her cross-examination, that it is now at that time where there's a matter that needs to be taken up outside the presence of witnesses.
And does Mr. Barner understand that? Because that's my concern, is I don't want him to inadvertently say something that would then potentially cause a mistrial for Mr. Whitaker if he were to say something that was not admissible in your case, or vice versa with Mr. Robinson.
Your Honor, if you recall, the issues initially with the severance that were cured by the state agreeing not to bring in certain statements that Arnold was going to say, that Leroy said in the car after they were picked up. And I was told that they are not going to listen to that. That's fine. So that takes care of that issue. The one issue with us was there is one thing that I was thinking of possibly going in, one thing that would be admissible. I haven't even decided yet if I'm going to elicit that. That's how I decided yet.
Okay.
So, because there's a likelihood that we'll go through my entire cross and I might not answer that, depending on how things play out. If it looks like and that would be later in the cross, that if it looks like would like to introduce that one particular piece of evidence about the prior violent act of Leroy Whitaker, I would just nonchalantly say, Your Honor, would you mind at this point taking a comfort break? So just get them out, and then if I have to bring mine, and that's only if I decide there's a high likelihood I may not bring that in.
And there is no other topic or subject matter that would necessitate the exclusion of one jury over the other that you all can think about? I mean, you know the facts better than I. I don't want to run the risk, again, of Mr. Barner saying something that would cause a mistrial for either one of you. If you all are agreeing to do a joint cross, that's one thing. I could do separate crosses as suggested, or we could continue on as we have been with other witnesses. But if there is anything that one jury should not hear and you elicit it, that could pose a problem.
I don't intend on eliciting a judge. The main thing was, and I think Ms. Cooper said, is just the time that they were in the vehicle after Senior picks them up. Barner and his depot had indicated that Leroy Whitaker had said, Ksoo ran the other way. They agreed that they're not going to, because that would be inadmissible hearsay against Mr. Robinson, although admissible against Mr. Whitaker. They agreed that they're not going to bring that in. So I only asked them, while they're doing their direct, because it's not as confined as a cross-examination, that when they get into the arena about getting into the vehicle, and he's just instructed, we're not allowed to say anything that came out of Leroy Whitaker. Actually, that issue. They weren't planning on introducing.
All right, and that's correct, then y'all are not going to introduce anything that was said in the vehicle afterwards?
Correct. We've told the witness not to mention things.
Okay.
I don't anticipate this being a problem when I'm correct. Defense is not entitled to have road crosses before their own particular jury. We've done it out of convenience to the state's own metro. They're not entitled to have.
I understand, but we have a joint trial for a reason, and I just as soon proceed as we have been before. So we'll, first of all, obviously get started, get your direct, and then we'll do Mr. Whitaker's cross and then Mr. Robinson's cross. And either Ms. Schlacks or Ms. Kawas, if you're doing the cross, if there is any area that you want to get into that you know legally is not admissible in the other, please advise me so that we can excuse the appropriate juror at the correct time.
And just to not bring attention to it, Judge, I would just, Your Honor, at this time, we might take a comfort break instead of saying, hey, Judge, I can sidebar.
Well, you'd have to come sidebar, but when I've done two juries before, you can simply say, at this time, Your Honor, I'd ask that the jury for Mr. Whitaker be excused, or whoever you need to excuse. They know we're having two juries for two reasons. We've done two separate openings. We're going to do separate closings. So I don't have a problem of them knowing that one jury has to come out because they can't hear what's coming next. All right, thank you. All right, then if all sides are ready, we will bring out Mr. Barner for direct when the juries come back out. Anything we need to take up before we bring him out from the state, from Mr. Whitaker, and from Mr. Robinson? All right, let's bring the juries out. Of course.
Your Honor, the jury is entering the courtroom. Your Honor, jury and I are in the courtroom.
What happened? Okay, everyone may take their seats. Thank you. And state you may call your next witness.
Dominique Warner.
All right, Mr. Barner, if you'll have a seat right there in the chair, or turn around to be sworn. All right, sir. Please sit closely to that microphone and speak loudly and clearly. State, you may proceed.
Thank you. May it please the court.
Yes.
Would you, sir, would you please state and spell your name?
Dominique Barner, DOMINIQUE BARNER.
And how old are you today?
Say what?
How old are you today?
31.
When's your birthday?
October 31st, 93.
And did you graduate from high school?
No,
When did you stop going to school?
in the 10th grade.
Approximately how tall are you?
5'7".
Do you have any tattoos?
Yes, sir.
You have any tattoos on your arms?
Yes, sir.
All right, what kind of tattoos do you have on your arms?
Money signs, my name, my daddy name, my daughter name,
On your left forearm, for example, what do you have tattooed?
my birth year,
Okay, and what is that?
1993,
And what about on your right arm, forearm?
my daddy name.
Do you have a nickname?
Yes, sir.
What is your nickname?
Butta.
And is that Butta?
Yes, sir.
And how did you get that nickname?
It's a family name.
Did your dad have the same nickname?
Yes, sir.
Is your dad still alive?
No, sir.
How old were you when your dad passed?
11.
When were you taken into custody on the charges you currently have pending?
January 15th, 2020,
And how old were you at that time?
26.
And have you remained in custody since that day?
Yes, sir.
Have you been charged with burglary with an assault or battery and home invasion robbery for the offense that took place at 1033 Townsend Boulevard on January 15th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And today, are you aware of the name of the victim in that charge?
Yes, sir.
And what's that person's name?
Barbara Buckley.
Prior to that day, did you know who she was?
No.
Since the burglary with an assault or battery and home invasion, they're for the same offense?
Yes, sir.
Is it your understanding that you can only be sentenced on one of those offenses?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a co-defendant in that burglary charge?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what's the name of your co-defendant in the burglary charge?
Leroy Whitaker.
Do you see Leroy Whitaker in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please tell us where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He got on blue and white.
Can you describe the table or who he is sitting next to as well?
Sitting next to his lawyer.
Which table?
The front table, the first table.
Your Honor, with the record reflect, he's identified Mr. Whitaker.
Okay, the record shall so reflect.
Have you also been charged with second-degree murder for your involvement in the murder of Charles McCormick on January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And who are the other individuals that have been charged with the murder of Charles McCormick along with you?
Leroy Whitaker, Hakeem Robinson, and Duval Robinson
Duval Robinson
Jr.
And do you see Hakeem Robinson in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
If you see him, can you tell us where he is seated and what he is wearing?
He's in the back row. Got on blue and white.
And you said back, I missed the first part.
Got on blue and white.
And where is he seated in the courtroom?
At the second table.
Your Honor, with the record reflect witnesses identified Hakeem Robinson.
All right, the record shall so reflect.
Have you also been charged with aggravated fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And while you're in custody for the murder of Charles McCormick, did you also get charged by the state with a second murder involving Damon Rothermel?
Yes, sir.
And when did Damon Rothermel's murder take place?
January 31st, 2019.
Do you have co-defendants in that case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Specifically, who are your co-defendants in the Damon Rothermel murder case?
Christopher Brown and Derek Hudson.
And is Abdul Robinson Sr. a co-defendant in that case as well?
Yes, sir.
In August of 2020, did you agree to cooperate and testify against your co-defendants in all of your cases?
Yes, sir.
And then on September 10th of 2020, did you enter pleas of guilty to the court on those charges?
Yes, sir.
So you pled guilty to second-degree murder for the Damon Rothermel case,
Yes, sir.
as well as the Charles McCormick murder,
Yes, sir.
the burglary with assault or battery,
Yes, sir.
and the aggravated fleeing or attempting to elude.
Yes, sir.
And for each and every one of those charges, who did you plead guilty to?
Judge Salvador.
And today, have you been sentenced?
No, sir.
Who ultimately is going to decide what sentence you receive?
Judge Salvador.
Have you been promised by the state that you would receive any specific sentence based on your cooperation?
No, sir.
Based on your pleas of guilty to those charges, what is the maximum sentence this court can sentence you to?
Life.
Without parole?
Without parole.
And life without parole, that's on the two murder charges?
Yes, sir.
Is that also the potential sentence on the burglary with an assault or battery?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know what your guideline score is for your charges that you pled to?
Yes, sir.
And what is your guideline score?
41.8 years.
And so that 41.8 years, does that reflect the lowest sentence the judge should sentence you to without a legal reason to go below?
Yes, sir.
Now, is your cooperation, does that provide a legal basis that allows the court to go below 41.8 years if the court thinks that's appropriate?
Yes, sir.
But does the court have to?
No.
What is the absolute minimum sentence you can get?
With
At sentencing, what's the minimum sentence the court can sentence you to?
20 years.
And then again, even with your cooperation, 20 years up to
Life.
Now, do you hope that this court will consider your cooperation?
Yes, sir.
Are you hopeful to get the best possible sentence you can get?
Yes, sir.
And that would be 20 years in prison.
Yes, sir.
But are you prepared for the possibility you may spend the rest of your life in prison?
Yes, sir.
If this judge thinks you are lying, do you think that is good for you or bad for you?
Bad.
Do you know someone named Abdul Robinson Sr.?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
I knew him since I was young.
Are you related to him?
No.
All right. So how did you know him when you were young?
Well, he's a friend of my dad.
What do you call Abdul Robinson Sr.?
Blue, big homie.
Do you know where Abdul Robinson Sr. was living back in 2020?
Not specifically.
What areas of town?
Northwest.
Does Abdul Robinson Sr. have any children?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know some of them?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
What is Abdul Robinson Jr.'s nickname?
Kareem.
Do you recall how old you were when you first met Kareem?
Sir.
Approximately how old?
9 years old.
Were you in school?
Yes, sir.
And did you become friends with Kareem?
Yes, sir.
Do you know someone whose nickname is K Crazy?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Kareem.
Okay. So he has two nicknames.
Yes, sir.
Do you also know someone whose nickname is Fula?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who's Fula?
It's Blue first son.
Is that Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem's brother?
Yes, sir.
Does Abdul Robinson Jr. and Fula actually have the same first and last name?
Yes, sir.
When did you meet Fula?
5th grade.
Was that around the time that you also met Kareem?
No, sir. It was before.
Before? What school were you going to?
Beacon Elementary.
Did you become friends with Fula?
Yes, sir.
And you obviously know an individual named Hakeem Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Who is Hakeem Robinson related to?
Related to Kareem and Fula.
And is Abdul Robinson Sr. his father?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Hakeem Robinson's mother's name?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Ebony.
Can you say it louder?
Ebony.
Ebony? What's the age difference between Hakeem Robinson and his brother Abdul Jr., Kareem?
One was born 94. One was born 98.
Do you know anything else about their birth date that's interesting?
It's on the same day.
Okay. Approximately how old were you when you met Hakeem Robinson?
I know it was 2015.
You think that it was around that time?
Yeah.
All right. So do you know around how old he would have been, Hakeem?
18.
Do you recall where you were when you first met Hakeem?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Timber Run Apartments.
Is that here in Jacksonville?
Yeah. 103rd.
Now, when you first saw Hakeem Robinson out of that apartment complex, did you know who he was?
Yes, sir.
Did he know who you were?
No, sir.
After seeing Hakeem out of that complex, did you, or did Hakeem become aware that you were friends with his brothers?
Yes, sir.
Does Hakeem Robinson have any nicknames?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
Ksoo.
All right.
Keemy.
Keemy?
And Ksoo.
Ksoo. Do you know someone, you identified Leroy Whitaker. How do you know him?
I know him through his cousin.
All right. Who's his cousin?
We call him Popeye, but his name Mark Clayton.
Is Leroy Whitaker related to Hakeem Robinson in any way?
Yes, sir.
How?
Cousins.
Does Leroy Whitaker have a nickname?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Scotty.
Yeah, I'll need you
Scotty.
to speak up. I couldn't hear that either.
Scotty.
Okay,
Scotty?
thank you.
Just make sure you stay close to the microphone.
All right.
Prior to January 15th of 2020, did you, Abdul Robinson Jr., Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker all spend time together?
Yes, sir.
Was that often,
Yes, sir.
but usually in a group setting?
Yes, sir.
Do you know someone named Torgon Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who is he?
Friend.
Is Torgon Williams related to the Robinsons?
I would say Kareem.
So Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yeah.
How is Torgon related to him?
They call each other cousins.
Do you recall when approximately you met Torgon?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
2016.
And who introduced you to Torgon?
Fula.
Fula?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a local rap group called ATK?
Yes, sir.
Was Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, part of ATK?
Yes, sir.
What about Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Torgon Williams?
Yes, sir.
Based on your relationship with that group, and specifically Abdul Robinson Jr. and Hakeem and Leroy Whitaker, did you become associated with ATK?
Yes, sir.
And are you also familiar with another local rap group named Six Block?
Yes, sir.
Do the groups ATK and Six Block get along?
No, sir.
Do they basically hate one another?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the street term ops?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Opponents, opposition.
Are ATK and Six Block ops of one another?
Yes, sir.
Do members of both rap groups put out songs that are disrespectful about other individuals in the other group when they've been hurt or killed.
Sir.
What are those kind of songs often referred to as?
Diss track.
Diss track?
A diss track.
If someone puts out a diss track, can that make them a target of the other group?
Yes, sir.
Turning your attention back to January of 2020, do you recall where you were living?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
3830 University Boulevard, the Esperanza Apartments.
So an apartment complex on University?
Yes, sir.
Were you living with anyone at that apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Who?
My girlfriend,
What was her name?
Janera Smith.
Say that a little louder, sir.
Janera Smith.
Smith. Okay. When did you and Gennaro start living at that apartment complex?
July of 2019.
Does Gennaro Smith know Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
Duval Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Even Torgon Williams?
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to you getting arrested, had all of those individuals been to your apartment on University?
Yes, sir.
Today, are you in a relationship with Gennaro Smith?
No, sir.
Has that been over for a while?
Yeah.
Now, prior to January of 2020, were you familiar with someone named Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
Was Charles McCormick affiliated with the group 6 Block?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with someone by the name of Raekwon Howard?
Yes, sir.
Is Raekwon Howard affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes, sir.
Did Charles McCormick have a rap name?
Yes, sir.
And what was it?
Buck.
Can you say that again?
Buck.
In 2019, did Charles McCormick put out a diss track?
Yes, sir.
And what was that diss track or song? What did it reference?
Dead people.
And do you recall some of the people that were referenced in that song?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Willie, 2-3, Snoop.
Who's Willie?
Willie Addison. That's Kareem's brother.
I'm sorry. Who's who?
That's Kareem's brother.
Can I interrupt y'all for a second? And I apologize for that. Ma'am, do you need a cough drop or water or anything? Do you have to, are you sure? I want to be sure you're okay. There's another cough drop we're handing you. And you can have water up here if you need to. I didn't mean to call you out, but I saw you coughing a lot. So do you need a glass of water? We can get that for you. No? Okay. All right. You may go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. You said Willie Addison was who?
It was Kareem's brother.
Okay. So Kareem being Abdul Robinson Jr., Hakeem's brother.
Yeah.
Did Willie Addison and Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, actually have the same mother?
Yes, sir.
And do you know her name?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Angie.
You also mentioned someone named 23. Who's 23?
Royale.
Who was Royale friends with?
Hakeem.
Were Hakeem Robinson and his brother, Abdul Robinson Jr., close with Willie Addison?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when Willie Addison was killed?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
January 15th, 2019.
So exactly 1 year prior to Charles McCormick's murder?
Yes, sir.
How was Willie Addison killed?
Shot.
Are you aware of if anyone else was with him at the time he was shot?
Yes, sir.
Who was with him?
Abdul Robinson Jr. and Sr., Torian, Moody, and Sam.
Did they all get shot as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, was shot?
Yes, sir.
Where?
His head.
Did it take a long time for him to recover?
Yes, sir.
Was he still physically suffering some of the effects of that shooting in late 2019, beginning of 2020?
Yes, sir.
What kind?
Well, messed up his ability to walk, like run.
Could he walk?
He could walk, but he couldn't run.
How did you become aware of Charles McCormick's diss song about Willie?
Through the internet.
And do you recall where you saw it on the internet?
Instagram.
And how did you view that on Instagram?
I was on a fake page.
You were on a fake page?
Yeah, I had a fake page.
Why were you using a fake page?
To stalk people.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Garner, I'm approaching with what has been marked for identification as states P. This, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize this to be?
It's a diss track.
Who's this track?
Buck.
Is that Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
And have you listened to this?
Yes, sir.
And is it a fair and accurate reporting of the song we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence the mark for identification of states P into the appropriate number exhibit, I believe it's 249.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right, without objection, the State's Exhibit 10P will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 249.
And published?
Yes.
Nigga dark and you ain't even take it so. Shooting Glock and ARs too. 4-5 big out record. Hood hotter than a stove. Circle small like a Cheerio. Homeboy died on his birthday, 23. Ain't here no more. Caught that nigga at the light. Y'all caught when folk took. What kind of Glock is in your hand? It's a 23. 5 niggas got hit up, sepsis too. What's no 223? Who that in your blunt? Shit, we been smoking on Whitley. Parker screaming out for help. Headshot instantly. It ain't no fair me. No.
Now, Mr. Barner, what does the lyric "smoking on Willie" mean?
He's
Okay, if he knows, but otherwise,
If you know, what does the lyric "smoking on Willie" mean?
you smoking on a dead person.
Is that a good thing?
No, it's a bad thing.
Was, excuse me, Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, aware of this song?
Yes, sir.
What about Hakeem Robinson,
Yes, sir.
Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
Were they upset over that song?
Yes, sir.
After you heard the song, did you attempt to reach out to Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how did you do that?
With my fake page.
And why did you do that?
Basically to tell him like what he was doing wasn't cool.
Was, to your knowledge, Charles McCormick involved in any way in the shooting of Willie Addison?
No, sir.
What does it mean on the street if someone's described as soft?
Like not capable, nothing. That's street.
Okay. Was Charles McCormick known as soft?
Yes, sir.
Towards the end of 2019, were you able to find out where Charles McCormick was living?
Yes, sir.
And how did you get that information?
Through Core.
Say that again?
Through Core.
And what is CORE?
It's a website for like public information.
Is it the clerk's public website?
Yes, sir.
And on that public website, what did you find that provided some of the information you were looking for?
Well, I had seen that McCormick got pulled over and it showed his address on his license. It showed his car and his license plate.
So when you say he got pulled over, did he receive any type of citation?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when it had the address, did you get the unit number or just the address for the apartment complex?
Just the address for the apartment complex.
Do you recall where that apartment complex was located?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Off Atlantic Boulevard.
After you got the address for that apartment complex, did you do anything to look that complex up?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do?
I Googled it.
All right. And did you see images of it?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell anyone that you found his address?
Yes, sir.
Who did you tell?
I told Kareem.
After that, did you continue to monitor Charles McCormick's Instagram page?
Yes, sir.
Were you trying to keep tabs on him?
Yes, sir.
In December of 2019, did Charles McCormick post anything that kind of caught your attention.
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Posted a picture
And why was that of interest to you?
because he posted in the same apartment complex.
Did you recognize that location in the photo?
Yes, sir.
When you saw that photo posted by Charles McCormick, what did you do?
Text Kareem.
Duval Robinson Jr.?
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of texting Kareem?
Let him know that he posted a picture at his house.
Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
And why did you want to share that information?
Basically, so we can ride through, see what was up.
So after you sent that information to Duval Robinson Jr., what happened?
We went and they came and picked me up. We went out there to go see where he posted the picture at.
Who's they?
It was me, Kareem, Hakeem, and Scotty.
So Scotty, Leroy Whitaker,
Yes, sir.
Hakeem Robinson,
Yes, sir.
and Kareem Duval Robinson Jr.
Yes, sir.
And when they picked you up, do you know what kind of vehicle they were in?
It was in a Camry, Toyota Camry.
Do you know whose car that was?
It was Hakeem's car.
Was it a car he owned?
No, sir. It was a rental car.
A rental?
Yeah.
Where did the four of you go once they showed up?
We went to McCormick's apartment complex.
And what did you do when you got there?
We went to go see where he posted the picture at.
And what was the reason for trying to find that location of where he took the photo?
So basically, so we can, handle up after that.
What does handle up mean?
Get everything in motion, like set something up.
To accomplish what?
To kill McCormick.
And did you know before you went over there exactly what unit he lived in?
No, sir.
Did verifying where that photo was taken assist you with that?
Yes, sir.
Was killing Charles McCormick something that you wanted to happen?
Yes, sir.
Is it something based on the group and everyone going over there? Was that something that Leroy Whitaker wanted to happen?
Yes, sir.
Duval Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
When all of you went over there that day, did you see Charles McCormick at the complex?
No, sir.
Where did you go after y'all left that day?
They took me back to my apartment.
What was the reason that all of you wanted to kill Charles McCormick?
Because of the diss track he made.
And did that diss track upset you?
Yes, sir.
Were you upset about what he said in it?
Yes, sir.
Did he get stuff wrong?
Yes, sir.
That upset you?
Yes, sir.
Why was Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker and Kareem all upset?
Because he was dissing their brother and friends.
And by brother, you mean Willie Addison?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Once you found out where Charles McCormick lived in December of 2019, why wasn't he killed right away?
Because he took a vacation.
Charles took a vacation?
Yeah.
You know where he went?
Went to Vegas.
How were you able to find that out?
Through Insta.
Say that again?
Instagram.
Were you still trying to monitor his location?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did he come back from Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And did you find that out?
Yes, sir.
How?
Through Instagram.
Do you recall when you saw that information?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
It was on the morning of January 15, 2020.
So the morning he was killed.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you were when you found that information?
It was at my apartment.
Was anyone with you that morning?
Yes, sir.
And was this very early morning?
Very early morning.
Who was with you?
Christopher Brown.
And once you got that information, did you and Christopher Brown do anything?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
We went to his apartment complex.
Whose?
Charles McCormick.
How did you get there?
With Christopher's baby mother's car.
Was that a car that was in his baby mother's name or family?
It was in her mother's name.
So is that a car that could easily be connected back to them?
Yes, sir.
What kind of car was it?
Hyundai Sonata.
When you and Christopher Brown went to Charles McCormick's apartment on January 15, 2020, what did you observe?
Well, we seen McCormick's car back then.
And do you recall what kind of car Charles McCormick had?
It was a Kia.
After you saw that car back then, did you and Christopher Brown wait there or did you leave?
We left.
And why did you leave?
Basically to go fly.
Where did you go?
We went back to my apartment.
And when you got back to your apartment complex, did Chris Brown stay?
No, he left.
All right. And when he left, was it still the morning of January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And where did he go or why did he need to leave?
He left because he had to take his baby mama to work.
After Chris Brown left your apartment that morning, did you contact anybody?
Yes, sir.
Who?
I contacted Kareem.
Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall how you contacted him?
Through phone.
Do you remember around what time you called him?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
4 o'clock in the morning.
What was your phone number back in January 15 of 2020?
702-918-4911.
Was your account for that phone number in your name?
Yes, sir.
Was in your actual name, Dominique Barner?
No, sir. No, sir.
Whose name was it in?
It was a fake name.
Do you recall what the name was?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
Joshua Bennett.
Do you recall Abdul Robinson Jr.'s cell phone number that you used to communicate with him back on January 15, 2020?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
904-624-3684.
Do you remember what kind of cell phone Abdul Robinson Jr. had back then?
He had an iPhone.
After you called Abdul Robinson Jr. that morning, what did you tell him?
Well, I told him that McCormick was home.
And then what happened after you spoke to Abdul Robinson Jr.?
Well, he told me that they was on the way to come get me.
Did someone show up to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Who showed up?
Torrigan, Kareem, Scotty, and Ksoo.
So Ksoo, Hakeem Robinson,
Yes, sir.
Scotty, Leroy Whitaker,
Yes, sir.
Torrigan, and Abdul Robinson Jr.
Yes, sir.
What kind of vehicle were they in?
Dodge Journey.
Do you know anything about that vehicle? Whose it was?
It was Ksoo's car, rental car.
Had you seen that Dodge Journey before?
Yes, sir.
Did you get into the car with them?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember where you went from your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
We went back to McCormick's complex.
What happened when you got to Charles McCormick's complex that morning?
Well, we rolled back through where he stayed at.
And what were you looking for?
His car.
Was his car still there?
Yes, sir.
Once you observed the vehicle, did y'all continue to drive through or did you stop?
We stopped.
All right. And what happened after you stopped?
We backed there next to his car, and Kareem wanted to see like the tag for himself, so he got out and looked at the tag, got back in.
And what did he say?
He was like, "That is it."
And what was the purpose of going there?
Get a stolen car.
Did you get a stolen car from there?
Sir.
What kind of car?
A Nissan Altima.
You remember the color?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was gray.
And what was the purpose of getting a stolen car?
No trail.
Say that again?
No trail.
No trail?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
So it won't come back to none of us.
Who got into the Nissan Altima?
Me, Ksoo, and Scotty.
Who was driving the vehicle?
Me.
How'd you get the keys?
They was handed to me.
By who?
By Ksoo.
Hakeem Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Did Hakeem Robinson do anything or say anything to you when he handed you the keys?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
He smirked. He smirked at me.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
That I was driving.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
After you got the keys, did you get into the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Where did Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker get?
In the back seat.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr. Kareem get into the Nissan?
No, sir.
What about Torgon?
No, sir.
Where were they?
Still in the Dodge Journey.
Did you drive Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker back to Charles McCormick's apartment?
Yes, sir.
And what was the intent for the three of you when you were going to that apartment complex?
Kill McCormick.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon follow?
Yes, sir.
On the Nissan.
Yes, sir.
What was their role or assistance in following you?
Make sure the police don't get behind us.
Okay. Because if the police got behind a stolen car, what would happen?
We get pulled over.
Do you remember what kind of clothing you were wearing that morning?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
I don't black jacket, black pants, red shoes.
Do you recall what Hakeem Robinson was wearing?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Nike jumpsuit.
You remember anything about the colors?
Yes, sir.
What?
It was black and gray.
Top or bottom? You remember, are you talking about tops, bottoms? You said tracksuit, so.
Top and the bottom.
Do you remember what Leroy Whitaker was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Best you can remember, what was it?
It's like the same kind of jumpsuit.
Was it exactly the same?
No.
And, okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness one more time?
Yes.
Showing you must have marked identification as State Exhibit 8G. Do you recognize this? All right, what do you recognize this to be?
Video of me jumping the gate.
Is anyone else with you?
Yes, sir.
What day was that?
Same day, January 15th, 2020.
Does this video fairly and accurately represent what you did on that day when you said jumping the gate?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move into evidence. 8G is the appropriate evidence.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right, State's Exhibit 8G will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit number 189.
And we'll come back to that video in a moment. When you were in the Nissan driving to Charles McCormick's apartment, were you armed?
Yes, sir.
What kind of firearm did you have?
A Glock 23.
A handgun?
Yes, sir.
And what about Leroy Whitaker?
He had a rifle.
Okay. What kind of rifle?
MP 15.
And had you seen him with that rifle before?
Yes, sir.
What about Hakeem Robinson?
He had an assault rifle pistol.
Sorry. Did Hakeem Robinson have a firearm?
Yes, sir.
And what type?
Assault rifle pistol.
Do you remember anything about the make or model of that assault rifle pistol?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
The AR X-Star.
Say that last part again?
The AR X-Star.
AR X-Star?
Yeah.
Had you seen Hakeem Robinson with that firearm before?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Really always had it.
Okay. Are you familiar with a music video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Titled Bang It Out?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that video?
Yes, sir.
Did Hakeem Robinson have anything in that video?
Yes, sir.
What did he have?
The same rifle.
Do you know if on January 15, 2020, Abdul Robinson Jr. had a firearm?
No, sir.
He didn't have one, or you don't know?
I don't know.
What about Torgon Williams?
I don't know.
Do you recall around what time you, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker all got back to Charles McCormick's apartment on January 15th?
I know it was like the sun was just not coming up.
So still morning.
It was still morning time.
When you got back to the apartment complex, was Charles McCormick's car still parked there?
Yes, sir.
Where did you park the Nissan?
Across from his building.
And why were you doing that?
Well, so when he came out, he couldn't see the car.
The car you were in with Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker?
Yeah.
Did Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon park near you?
No, sir.
Do you know where they went?
No, sir.
Could you see where they went?
No, sir.
Now, after you parked, where in the Nissan were Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker sitting?
Still in the back seat.
Both with their rifles?
Yes, sir.
And was there a plan at that point in time for what was going to happen next?
Yes, sir.
And what was that plan?
Well, they were going to ambush him as soon as he got in the vehicle.
All right. So ambush who?
Charles McCormick.
And when you say ambush, what does that mean?
Like, well, we call it run down.
Huh? What does run down mean?
It's ambush.
Okay. If Charles McCormick walked out of his apartment while y'all were sitting right there,
No, sir.
when he walked out, if the plan was to run him down, what would that have involved? What would have happened?
I'll allow him to answer if he knows, otherwise it would be sustained.
Do you know what the plan was for when Charles McCormick walked out?
Yeah.
What was supposed to happen?
Well, when he got into the vehicle, they was going to jump out the car, and as soon as he got in his car, they was going to run him down and shoot him.
Who was?
Scotty and Ksoo.
So both Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
And they both were going to shoot him?
Yeah.
What was your role?
Just to come get him after it was done.
And get him out of there?
Yeah.
Did you all have to wait a long time for Charles McCormick to come out of his apartment that morning?
Yes, sir.
You remember about how long y'all were waiting?
No.
Was it hours?
It was hours.
While waiting for Charles McCormick to come out of his apartment, did you see Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon again while y'all were waiting?
Yes, sir.
Right. How did that happen?
They pulled up on the side of us to let us know that he had just made an Instagram post.
That Charles had
We'll
just
be
made?
looking at, yeah.
And then to be on the lookout, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Did they then drive back off?
Yeah.
While you were waiting for Charles McCormick to come out, did anything happen that messed up this initial plan of the rundown?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Christopher Brown pulled up.
And what did Christopher Brown pull up in?
His baby mother's car.
Did that upset everybody?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Because he was messing everything up.
Were you concerned about the vehicle he was in?
Yeah.
All right. And why?
It's a trail. You get back to us.
It could get you caught?
Yeah.
So what did you tell Christopher Brown?
Told him to pull off.
Did he?
Yeah, he pulled off.
Did you stay where you were at?
No.
What did you do?
I tried to go physically tell him, like, get from around.
Okay. And what happened when y'all were doing that?
McCormick came out.
So did you, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker miss McCormick when he initially came out?
Yes, sir.
And so what happened next?
Well, I kind of like U-turned behind him just to get a good view of him.
Did Charles McCormick make it to his vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did he try to leave the apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
And when you saw that, did you, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker, stay at the apartment complex, or did you follow him?
We followed him.
Do you think Charles McCormick saw you?
No, sir.
When you left that apartment complex, do you know where Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon Williams went?
No, sir.
Did Chris Brown follow you?
No, sir.
Did anybody let Abdul Robinson Jr. and Torgon know that y'all were leaving the apartment complex?
No, sir.
After leaving the apartment complex, did something happen? Shortly after leaving, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what was that?
Well, the police had got behind McCormick.
Okay. And did that concern you?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because I kind of felt like they was going to pull me over.
And y'all had a bunch of guns in the car?
Yes, sir.
After the officer pulled behind Charles McCormick, did he stay behind him for very long?
No.
Okay. Where did he go?
Kind of like bust off from behind him.
Did you continue to follow Charles McCormick?
Yes, sir.
Eventually, where did Charles McCormick make it?
To a temp agency
And where was that?
on Mill Road.
Was it like a shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
And that's in Duval County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did you pull into that same shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember where in that plaza you parked?
On the side of the building.
Was it close to Express Employment or a little distance away?
It was close.
Did you stay there the entire time?
No, sir.
When you initially got into the plaza, what was the plan?
Still going to be the same thing.
And what does that mean?
An ambush, run. It was going to still do the same thing it was going to do in the apartment complex.
All right. So when Charles McCormick came out, Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker both were going to ambush him?
Yes, sir.
And then what was your role going to be?
Same thing, just to pick them up when it was done.
Now, when you got to that complex, the shopping plaza, were you concerned about anything?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Police.
Why?
They always at Publix.
There are Publix in the shopping plaza?
Yes, sir.
While y'all were waiting for Charles McCormick to come out, do you know if Hakeem Robinson made contact with anybody?
Yes, sir.
Who?
He made contact with Kareem.
And what was the purpose of that?
To ask him to do a surveillance check.
And could you hear that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what kind of call that was? If it was a cell call, FaceTime, Instagram, any of those things?
No.
Did Kareem, Abdul Robinson Jr., agree to come up there and do surveillance check?
No.
After that conversation, did Hakeem Robinson contact anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Raekwon Howard.
Okay, I'm going to have to see the counsel and court reporter at sidebar.
Ooh, child. They should have just went on. If they did it, if they did, they should have just went, the two of them. It seemed like they worst situation is taking that driver. They should have just got the info and did it themselves. But here we are. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. He seemed believable, but we'll see how the defense get in there. He trying to have his chest poked out up there. I see he keeping his head up and sitting up straight. But he's hoping for 20 years for all the stuff he pled out to, but he could still get life. So I guess when you have an end date, it's better than to sit there and take your chances on getting life. He could have just took it to trial and see how they would have pieced it together. But these days it's not really an option, But we'll see how it plays out, y'all. And I believe he was the weakest link too, now that I think about it, because the home invasion victim was able to identify him like the same day, if I remember correctly from her testimony yesterday. So like he really was the weakest link. They got to him first before they even got to the rest of them, because as y'all remember, he was arrested in 2020. And the rest of them was arrested in 2021. So yeah, he was definitely the weakest link for sure. Yeah, it was too many people in play, because remember the brother is still facing the same case. He just got severed, so he wasn't on this trial, but he still got to go to trial. So yeah, it's a lot. I am hungry. I can't wait for my food to get here. My bad, y'all. My doggone phone going crazy. All right. Dang, it didn't even do it. I did all that for nothing. I had to run it back. What y'all think so far? Y'all think the jury gonna buy the testimony? I ain't gonna lie, it definitely sounds. I ain't gonna lie, he sound believable. Cause he broke down what he did. Unlike the witness from earlier that just tried to omit some stuff, like you knew she was leaving some stuff out. He seemed like he letting it all be known. I ain't gonna tell you no story. It seemed like he letting it all be known. Now, does that mean he's being truthful? No, but he's believable to me. He's believable. Okay, why is it still talking? Alright. Yeah, he definitely sound like he know what he talking about. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. I will give props to the state. The state had us fooled day one. You know, that first witness, the dude who had the dash cam on his car, it made it seem like they ain't really had nothing. But as y'all notice, as he kept going to the next witness, it started piecing the story together. Listen. All right, I think they about to come back in.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. What did Hakeem Robinson tell Raekwon Howard that you heard?
Well, he was telling him that one of his homeboys was slipping. He was finna get killed.
Did he give a name?
No.
Before Charles McCormick came out of the temp agency, did you stay where you were at, or did you relocate that Nissan Altima?
I relocated.
Where?
In front of the temp agency.
Where was that in relation to where Charles McCormick had parked his vehicle?
It was like right behind his vehicle.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
Get it closer.
And when you relocated the Nissan Altima, did the plan change or did it stay the same?
It changed up.
Did you change it?
Yeah, I changed it.
And what did you change the plan to be?
Well, I told Hakeem that it'll be better if he did it himself.
And why was that?
It was easier
Why?
because it ain't have to run like all that in the shopping plaza.
Was the Nissan parked close to Charles' vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And what side of Charles McCormick's vehicle was the Nissan's passenger side closest to?
His driver's side.
Did Hakeem go along with the plan?
Yes, sir.
Where was Leroy Whitaker seated in the Nissan when you relocated?
The back seat.
Where about Hakeem Robinson?
Front seat.
How did he get to the front seat?
Jumped through the middle console.
When y'all were at that location and we're still waiting for Charles McCormick to come out, was there any discussion about what firearm was going to be used?
Well, Hakeem wanted to use my firearm.
Your handgun?
Yeah.
Why?
I have no idea.
Did you let him use your handgun?
No.
You didn't want him to use it?
No.
If he'd have used it, what would you have to do with it?
Get rid of it.
Did Hakeem Robinson ever touch your handgun?
Yeah.
How?
He picked it up. It was like, I'm finna use this. I was like, I said, no, you're not.
So what happened when Charles McCormick came out?
Well, Hakeem jumped out.
Jumped out of what?
Jumped out of the car.
Was that the plan?
Oh, sir.
All right. How was that different from what the plan was?
Well, I came up with a plan of getting closer to his car so when he get in the car, he could jump out of the passenger seat and shoot him as soon as he got in his vehicle. I could pull off faster.
And did he wait for Charles McCormick to get closer to his vehicle or get into the vehicle?
No.
What happened after Hakeem jumped out of the Nissan?
Shot at him.
Shot at who?
McCormick.
Did McCormick stay there?
No.
What'd he do?
He ran.
What did Hakeem Robinson do?
Chased him.
And then did what?
Killed him.
Did you see that?
No.
Where did they go?
On the side of the building.
But did you see Hakeem chasing him with the rifle?
Yeah.
Did you hear shots?
Yes, sir.
And after those shots, what did you do?
I went and picked him up.
Picked who up?
Picked Hakeem up.
Where did Hakeem go when you pulled up to pick him up?
Say that again?
When you went to pick Hakeem up, where in the vehicle did he go?
Oh, he got back into the passenger seat.
Then what happened?
I pulled off.
Where'd you go?
Went to like towards the front entrance of the shopping plaza.
Did anything happen on your way out of the shopping plaza?
Yeah.
What was that?
The police got behind us.
What did you think when the police got behind you?
What did I think?
Yeah.
It's time to go.
Okay. Did you start speeding?
Yes, sir.
Did you drive kind of recklessly?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where you were going?
No, sir.
Do you know what streets you made it to?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Townsend.
What kind of area is Townsend?
It's a residential neighborhood.
Did the officers continue to follow you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did your car crash?
Yes, sir.
Where?
On Townsend Boulevard.
What was that next to you? Where you crashed? Was there anything around it?
Houses.
What's that?
Houses.
Houses. Okay. And what did you crash into?
Small tree.
Small tree?
Yeah.
That disabled the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What happened after you crashed?
We all jumped out the car.
Do you recall who got out first?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Hakeem.
And then who?
Scotty.
When Hakeem got out, what did he do?
He ran a different way from us.
All right. What direction was that?
Well, we ran in front of the car. He ran to the right of us.
So across the street in the opposite direction. Did Hakeem take anything with him?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Murder weapon.
Where did you go?
I ran behind Scotty.
Did you take your Glock with you?
No, sir.
Did Scotty, Leroy Whitaker, take his rifle with him?
No, sir.
Where were they?
Still in the car.
Were you able to catch up to Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
And what did the two of you do?
Jumped a lot of fences.
In addition to the Glock and the rifle that you said Scotty Leroy Whitaker left behind and yourself, was there any other evidence in that vehicle that you were aware of?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
T-shirts.
Show you what's in evidence. As State 76. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what car is it?
Nissan Altima.
All right, is that the one that you, Hakeem Robinson, and Leroy Whitaker are all in?
Yes, sir.
That tree?
Yes, sir.
State's 87. What are we looking at there?
My Glock 23.
What's next to it?
T-shirt.
And then State's 92. What's in that photo?
M&P 15.
Whose was that?
Scotty.
And what's in the seat?
T-shirt.
And who do those shirts belong to?
Hakeem and Scotty.
You said that you and Scotty were jumping fences?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's now in evidence as State's 189. You recognize those two individuals?
Yes, sir.
Who were they?
It's me and Scotty.
All right. Who got to the fence first?
Scotty.
All right. And then right behind him?
It's me.
After you jumped over that fence, kept running?
Yes, sir.
And where did you and Leroy Whitaker make it?
Made it to a patio.
Patio of what?
A house.
Back to... Showing you what's in evidence, I believe, of State's 110, I believe. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Patio.
Is that the patio of the home that you and Leroy Whitaker made it to?
Yes, sir.
When you got to that location, what did the two of you do?
Well, I opened it, walked into it.
And the next exhibit, which is, I believe, State's 114? Or 115, sorry. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a back sliding door. Back sliding door.
Back sliding door to that house?
Yes, sir.
Did you and Leroy Whitaker enter that home?
Yes, sir.
Did you have permission to enter the home?
No, sir.
Why were you and Leroy Whitaker going into that house at that time?
Get away from the police.
So they're looking for you?
Yes, sir.
Both of you?
Yes, sir.
As well as Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
At the time you and Leroy Whitaker entered that home, did either of you know who lived there?
No, sir.
Did either of you have permission to be in there?
No, sir.
Did you even know if anyone was home before you went into that house?
No, sir.
Once you made it into that house, where did the two of you go?
We went to the first room we seen.
And where in the house was that? If you remember.
I can't remember.
What kind of room was it?
Looked like a guest room.
So some sort of bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, what was the purpose of you and Leroy Whitaker going into that room?
To hide.
So what did you do when you made it into the room?
I got into the closet.
What did Leroy Whitaker do?
I kind of like stood. I was telling him to get under the bed.
Did he?
No.
What did he do?
Tried to get in the closet with me.
What happened while the two of you were in that bedroom?
The lady came.
And how did you see the lady?
When she opened the door.
What happened after she opened the door?
She seen us. When she seen me in the closet, and she seen Scotty standing outside the closet.
Did she say anything to the two of you?
Yeah.
What'd she tell you?
She was like, "Y'all got to get out of my house."
Were you or Leroy Whitaker going to leave the house at that point in time?
No.
Could you go outside safely?
No.
Why?
Police.
What did this lady do next after she saw y'all and told you to get out?
Escorting us to the door, to the front door.
She opened the front door?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
She screamed. She screamed for help.
And after she screamed for help, what happened?
Pulled her back into the house.
Who did?
Me.
All right. And did Leroy Whitaker help you pull her in?
Yes, sir.
And then once she was pulled back inside her house, what happened?
Well, kind of like took her to the ground.
Okay. Did you do something to her when she was on the ground?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
Choked her.
Say that again?
Choked her.
Put your hands on her throat?
Yes, sir.
And what were you trying to do?
Really just trying to scare her.
Did you?
Yes, sir.
After you were choking her, did Leroy Whitaker say anything to you?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
He asked me, did I want to kill her?
What'd you say?
Said, yeah.
Did you want to kill her?
No.
And why'd you say that?
Just so she can cooperate.
Did she cooperate with both of you?
Yes, sir.
What'd you make her do?
Made her get on the couch.
Did you take anything from her?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Took her phone.
And why'd you do that?
She couldn't call the police.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes, sir.
Was it working?
Yes, sir.
Was it on?
No, it was dead.
What about Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, he had a phone.
How were you and Leroy Whitaker planning on trying to get away?
Well, call and ask for help.
I couldn't hear you.
Call and ask for help.
So who would have been calling?
Say that again.
Who was calling for help?
Scotty.
Do you know who he called?
Well, the first person he called was Kareem.
You call anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Called Blue.
Did someone eventually show up?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Blue.
You know how he knew where to find you?
Yes, sir.
How?
Scotty dropped a pin.
What's a pin?
Location.
Prior to Abdul Robinson Sr., Blue showing up, did you and Leroy Whitaker take anything else from the house?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Clothes.
Did you have permission to take the clothes?
No, sir.
Did you and Leroy Whitaker both change your clothes?
Yes, sir.
And why were you doing that?
Changed the description.
Were you still worried about the police?
Yes, sir.
While you were waiting, what was Miss Buckley doing?
She was sitting on the couch. Kind of like, to my knowledge, it looked like she was falling asleep.
And then shortly after that, did someone arrive?
Yes, sir.
And again, who was that?
Blue.
And what was Blue, Abdul Robinson Sr. driving?
Challenger.
You remember the color?
It's like orange is red, dark orange red.
Did both you and Leroy Whitaker leave the home and get into that car?
Yes, sir.
What about the clothes that you changed out of? Where were they?
Pajamas.
The clothing that you wore that we just saw in that video,
Yes, sir.
where you entered the home, what happened to those clothes?
We kept them.
You didn't leave them behind?
No.
Did you also still have Miss Buckley's phone?
Yes, sir.
When you got into the vehicle with Abdul Robinson Sr., was he the only person in that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And did he then drive both you and Leroy Whitaker away?
Yes, sir.
Were there police still in the area?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell Abdul Robinson Sr. about what happened?
Yes, sir.
And so he became fully aware of everything that had took place.
Yes, sir.
Before telling him that, when you got in the car, did Abdul Robinson Sr., did he ask any questions of you?
Yes, sir.
What did he want to know?
Yes.
Sustained.
Where did you go? Where did Abdul Robinson Sr. take you?
He took me to Grand Park.
Where in Grand Park?
Took me to Zay House.
Who was Zay?
Xavier Floyd.
Is he a friend of?
A friend.
Of who?
Of Blue.
And what was the purpose of going to that home?
Switch cars.
Did y'all switch cars?
Yes, sir.
What car did y'all switch into?
We switched from the Challenger to Impala.
Whose car was that?
A Carina.
Who's that?
That's Hakeem and Abdul's sister.
And then after y'all got into that Impala, where did you go?
We went to Blue House in Ocean Way.
When you first got to Abdul Robinson Sr.'s home in Ocean Way, was anyone else there that you remember?
Not that I know of.
Before you left, did you see anyone else? Did anybody show up?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Abdul and Hakeem showed up.
Did you change clothes?
Yes, sir.
How did you get new clothes?
Kareem gave us new clothes.
Did he have clothes at that home?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask Hakeem Robinson anything about what happened?
Yeah, I asked him, like, where he ran to.
And what did he tell you?
Told me he made it to some apartments.
Do you know what happened to the firearm?
He told me he threw it in the creek.
Do you know how he got away from the apartment complex that he made it to?
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you?
That Natalie came and got him.
While you were still at Abdul Robinson Sr.'s home, did you see anything or hear anything that kind of spooked you a little bit?
Yeah, we watched the news.
What'd you see on the news?
Seen a video of me and Scotty jumping the gate.
Did you eventually make it back to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Was Gennaro there when you got there?
Yes, sir.
That evening, January 15, 2020, did you and Gennaro leave your apartment?
Yes, sir.
And while y'all had left your apartment, did you get pulled over?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you were detained?
Yes, sir.
And Gennaro as well?
Yes, sir.
And were you taken to the police station?
Yes, sir.
And while you were at the police station, did law enforcement attempt to interview you?
Yes, sir.
Now, during that interview, were you 100% completely truthful with them about everything that you had done?
No, sir.
About who you were with?
No, sir.
Did you even tell them who you were with?
No, sir.
Did you also, in that interview, deny touching or taking anything from Miss Buckley?
Yes, sir.
Were you still arrested?
Yes, sir.
And that was for the burglary?
Yeah, home invasion.
Of Miss Buckley's home.
Yes, sir.
After you were arrested, was DNA also taken from you?
Not in the interview.
Right, but by
later on, yeah.
Did photographs get taken of you?
Yes, sir.
And were those photographs of the tattoos of your arms?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions.
All right, just a moment. All right, I think we're going to take a recess now since we've been going over an hour, about an hour and 15 minutes. And so I'll ask that you leave your notepads behind, ladies and gentlemen. Have a step into the jury rooms, your respective jury rooms, for a bio break. We'll bring you out here shortly for the cross-examination. Remember, you're not to talk about this case among yourselves. Thank you very much.
That was definitely something. I ain't gonna lie. He started from A and made his way to Z. All BS aside, he seemed believable to me. He included what he did. That makes it more believable, even if it is some lies into it. You know, he makes it believable. That's something. Okay, that's something. He has now I will say his testimony has now matched up with every previous witness that we had in the past couple days. His testimony now matches up with witness number 1 that said where he was parked at in front of the Express Employment Center, and he said that he saw the getaway car a couple spaces down. So now Butta has matched that testimony. Butta has also matched the testimony of Miss Saunders, the Express employer, right? The victim's friend. Her account of what happened. As soon as he went walking down the sidewalk, somebody came chasing behind him with a gun. So his statement lines up with that. Also, his statement lines up with the home invasion victim that testified yesterday. Also, it matches up with Officer Collins that testified yesterday. It also goes with what the ballistic analyst said, that the firearms in the car did not match what the murder victim was. Okay, murder weapon was. Okay, it also it didn't align with Boston because he wasn't there. So, but as far as the other ones, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, it came together. Strong witness, of course. The defense gonna have to be on their A game when they come for their cross. They gonna have to come strong. I don't know how they gonna poke holes in it, but they gonna have to poke some holes in it, because again, y'all know over here on the Truth Team, we like to give our view as if we were on the jury. Obviously, we're not on the jury. We don't have nothing to do with this case. But I will say this: if I was on the jury, I will already be ready to vote guilty already. Okay, so they gonna have to come back. They was 50-50 this morning, but now I think the state is ahead with the Butta testimony. But again, we haven't heard from the defense yet. I know a lot of y'all was in the comments saying that Ksoo is cooked and all that. So some of y'all may still be siding with where I'm at with it. I see some people saying that the defense is going to bring it back. They may bring it back. They will have to bring it back. I'm just saying. They're going to have to, because that was a lot, okay? Is it done for today? No, it's not done for today. They're just on a afternoon break. They don't end court until about 5:30 to 6 o'clock. Said on Instagram he paid for. I never seen that. I saw people say that, but I didn't see that on his page, so I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely a lot. If you missed it, I'll clip it down later. To put it on my page, or you can just rewind the live. I will say this though, for those that's hold on, let me go look at his page, because y'all be. Let me go see. Where he put it at? Where he paid for the lawyer at? I'm on his page now. That post he put yesterday don't say nothing about paying for no lawyer. And the reason why I'm like, I doubt he put that, like him himself, because they already trying to tie it to gang stuff. The last thing he would want to do is admit to paying for the lawyer. So that's just how I feel about it. But if y'all say it's on this page, where is that? Because I don't see it. It's a song where he said he paid for Ksoo's lawyer, but I can't play no song. I had to take his music out the last time. Let me see. Oh, he said he went broke for his case. Well, I mean, yeah, it can be implied that he paid for the lawyer off of that, but it's not really saying per se I paid for his lawyer, but he did say he went broke for the case. Hold on. Why the world did I just get an ad? Give me a second, cause like I for sure don't supposed to be getting no ads. Yeah, I don't know what they got going on, but yeah, I don't do no ads. Okay, I don't know why the world I just got an ad. Let me my screen, cause that's gonna be a no. They got me messed up with an ad. I think that's Mr. Truth. Hold on, y'all. It's only the real. All right, y'all. I got to step away real quick. Ksoo said Ace paid for his lawyer. Oh, okay. Hold on, cause I gotta step away real quick, y'all. All right, I hate to do it to y'all, but I'm gonna have to just let this play. They should be back in about 10 minutes. Y'all know I'm getting ready for my grandbaby's party, and it's a lot of setting up to do. So I'll be back momentarily. All right, they said they should be back on about 3:15. So we'll see what happens. I'm ready to hear. I hope I'm finished doing what I'm doing by the time they start the cross, because I do want to hear that. Because I know they're going to have to come with that fire. Where the date? Oh, he posted it on Twitter. Where the date of that? When he wrote that? Y'all know I don't be trusting screenshots all the time. I be needing to see the date. Let me go look. Because going broke for his lawyer is crazy. Six speaking. He don't got a lot of followers that I would have thought he would have had. Ksoo on Instagram is not Instagram. Twitter is kind of slight. I would have thought he would have had more going on. I'm trying to find when he posted it. Because the screenshot music or something is just a screenshot of it, but it don't say when it was posted. Let me see when he posted it. I don't even see that he posted the shit. Or did he take it down? Well, he ain't recently posted. If he I can't tell you when he posted it because on his page I don't even see it. His page go back to November 2024. I don't see that post. So maybe he posted early on. I don't know. The reason why I'm like, that would be crazy to post at this point in time is because they already did the gang enhancement. We done heard ATK mentioned multiple times. So I just think that would have been reckless at this point. But it could have been an earlier post. But I don't see it on his page to be recent. Unless I'm missing something. But yeah, I don't see it. But nevertheless, you know, like I said, I just don't think it would have been smart to put that in a recent situation under the circumstances. But at this point, what is really smart, you know? All right. Yeah. We got 2 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and finish doing what I was doing. And we'll wait on them to start back with the defense cross examination of Dominique Broner, aka Butta, and then we'll talk about it after.
And the defendants are present with counsel, as is counsel for the state, and the attorneys want to raise something to the court.
The first reason I would say it's relevant towards the facts is that Abdul Robinson Sr. is also charged in that homicide. He is also pled and is part of his cooperation agreement as well. Factually, Abdul Robinson Sr. has pled guilty and was charged with accessory after the fact. However, according to Mr. Barner's claim is that Abdul Robinson Sr. is the one that told him to get involved in the homicide, that he was going to pay him as much as at least $10,000, maybe up to $50,000. Hence my comment and opening statement that Mr. Barner is a paid-for assassin. And so I'm happy to proffer those. I do think it's fair game based on his cooperation.
All right, is there an objection by the state to that testimony? Okay, and what's the objection?
We filed a motion eliminating to prohibit that testimony and questioning, specifically trying to get out the facts, specific facts and details of the other murder, and potentially trying to impeach either Barner or Blue on collateral matters. That was one of the issues that we brought up
Do you expect the testimony to be any more than what you've just advised me? Because here's the thing, if it is evidence, and of course when I took it under advisement on the motion in limine about any favorable treatment that senior is receiving, that is fair game. That is charges that he could have been charged with but wasn't, or other favorable treatment in that charge for which he is facing accessory after the fact instead of some higher offense. You would agree that goes to bias and that is admissible. All right. And is that the purpose of you wanting to get that information out from Dominique Barner?
Yes, along with the fact that what I think is different than any other witness who might be facing federal criminal charges, like say for narcotics. This particular crime is part of the plea agreement that both of these witnesses, Abdul Robinson Sr. as well as Barner, are going to be testifying pursuant to. And so therefore, I think everything encompassed within that plea agreement, along with basic facts of the case, is relevant towards understanding what kind of agreement they got, what his particular involvement was.
So that's what I'm trying to understand. And yes, I agree. Anything involving their plea agreement, yes. Fair game, goes to bias, goes to favorable treatment, admissible. Details and facts on, you picked me up that day, I picked you up, we went, we got a gun, we got in a car to commit this other murder. I don't see how that is relevant or admissible. If you just want to lay a very basic, that's what I'm trying to get you to tell me is what are the limits of the facts that you're going to get into that other case?
I literally can read the court the questions I anticipate.
Okay, then do that, please.
And I'm going to make every effort in this cross-examination to actually keep to my questions.
Okay.
And this is only on behalf of Mr. Whitaker. Ms. Kawas may have additional details that she'd like to argue. But I was going to ask him, you've also been charged with the death of Damon Rothermel, right? Mr. Rothermel was an innocent bystander who was shot during a drive-by shooting on another target, correct? And you were formally charged, correct? Your best friend, Chris Brown, was charged, correct? Your friend, Derek Hudson, was charged, correct? And the actual target's name was P. Money, right? You searched P. Money out, right? Because you were going to get paid to kill him, right? You weren't exactly sure how much you were going to get, but more than 10,000, maybe as much as 50,000. And Abdul Robinson Sr. was going to put up money for that, right? Because he wanted him dead too, right? That's it about any facts as to it.
Okay. Any objection to those line of questions? If it's limited to that.
I think they could ask it in a way that Barner would acknowledge that Bill Robinson, Sr. Blue, was more involved and could potentially be charged with a higher offense than the accessory after the fact, without getting into the facts of innocent victim, paid assassin, those types of things. But I think there's another way to do it. Barner would acknowledge that he believes that Bill Robinson Sr. was more involved, therefore could have been charged with a higher offense. That's what they're trying to get at. To insinuate that there's some sort of bias or treatment that either got not specifically go into facts of the victim
Well, certainly that's for argument, I suspect. You're not calling him a paid assassin now. You're just laying out the facts that Senior paid him to commit this crime. Therefore, he could have been charged with something more than what he was charged with.
Correct, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it if you limit it to those questions.
Those are the exact questions on my sheet.
Okay. Anything else as between the state and Mr. Whitaker's cross? Okay. We're going to do the cross, and I don't know how long you're going to be, but then we might take another brief recess before we do Robinson's cross. So that's why I'm not addressing Robinson if there's any issues that you all may have. But for now, do you believe any part of your testimony is going to elicit anything that Mr. Robinson's jury should not be hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't think of one question where I'm even concerned about it.
Okay. All right. Then with that, are both sides ready to bring the jurors back out and continue with the witness? All right, let's get Mr. Barner back on the stand and let's get the jurors ready. Yes, let's bring the jury out, please.
You're in the courtroom. Your Honor, the jury is entering the courtroom.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. And so at this time, I'll call upon the attorney for Mr. Whitaker for cross-examination.
Just letting everyone get settled, Your Honor.
Yes, I agree.
And may it please the court.
You may.
Mr. Barner, big day for you, sir. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And sir, I'm going to beg you to put that microphone right in your face. I don't want to make you have to repeat anything. So we understand you are currently 31 years old, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a child that's 15 or 16 now?
16.
Back on January 15th of 2020, you would have been 26 years old, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On that same day, Leroy Whitaker was barely 19 years old, right?
Right.
Okay. And Hakeem Robinson was 21 years old, right?
Right.
And the closest one to your age would have been Abdul Jr., who was 23 years old, correct?
No.
Abdul Jr. is
Born
23 years
in
old?
94, so you wouldn't have been 23.
How old do you think he was?
You're a year younger than me, so
You think he was 25?
I don't think I know.
Okay. Back in 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fair enough. And the first time you ever even met Leroy Whitaker, you were 23, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Leroy was still in high school, right?
Right. Correct.
And you met Leroy through a very good friend of yours at the time, Mark Clayton, right?
Right.
Okay. And he's somebody that you ended up testifying against, right?
No.
You never testified against Mark Clayton?
No.
You were just willing to.
Yeah.
And the case worked out.
Right.
before you ever had to come into court and testify.
Correct.
But you were more than willing to testify against your friend, Mark Clayton, right?
Correct.
And that provided a benefit for you, did it not?
Correct.
You got out of jail faster, didn't you?
Correct.
Okay. What year did you do that?
2017.
Okay. So before you even met Leroy Whitaker, you had your first cooperation under your belt, right?
Oh, it's after I met him.
I think it was after you met him?
Yeah.
Because you met Leroy when you were 23 and he was still in high school, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you think that was before 2017?
It was 2017.
Okay. Okay. You didn't particularly have anything in common with Leroy Whitaker besides the fact you knew similar people, correct?
Say that again.
You didn't have anything in common with Leroy Whitaker when you first met him, did you?
No.
I mean, basically, you were very good friends with Abdul Jr., correct?
Correct.
Who was the cousin of 17-year-old Leroy Whitaker, correct?
I wouldn't say that they're cousins.
Okay, you don't know that Abdul Jr. Robinson is the cousin of Leroy Whitaker?
Never heard that.
Okay. How about Hakeem Robinson?
Yeah.
You do know that he's cousins with Hakeem Robinson.
Correct.
And you know that Hakeem Robinson and Abdul Robinson Jr. are brothers.
Correct.
Okay. You guys, you and Mr. Whitaker never ate a meal together, did you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first met Leroy Whitaker, you ate a meal together? You spent time together like that?
I wouldn't say we ate a meal together, but
Well, the fact is,
frequently.
you have testified before. You've never eaten a meal with him, right?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Have you eaten a meal with Leroy Whitaker? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. When?
I don't know when.
Okay.
I don't count.
Okay. Is it your testimony you ate multiple meals with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition, sir?
I took a lot of depositions.
You sure did. Your first deposition was on November 15th of 2023. Do you remember that? That deposition?
Referring to which case?
This case. We'll get to the other cases you testified in.
Okay.
Just talking about this case right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On November 15th of 2023, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your second deposition on April 10th of 2024. Do you remember giving a deposition on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And then your final deposition on May 17th of 2024. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the court and counsel, I'm going to be in the second deposition of April 10th of 2024 on page 162. I'm so sorry, I'm in the wrong deposition. Hang on. And I apologize, it's actually further down. It's 163 going into 164. Okay, question. I'm sorry, counsel. I'm on page 165 and it's line 16. Question. Do you remember this, sir? Did you ever sit down and watch a movie with him? Can you think of a meal you ever sat down and ate with him? Answer, no. If I have, I don't remember. So is your testimony today, you guys had lots of meals together?
You said what meal? You didn't say, have I had a meal with him? So the question is kind of different to me.
Okay, the question you were asked back in And again, I'm on the second deposition of April 10th of 2024. Question, did you ever sit down and watch a movie with him? And again, we were talking about Leroy Whitaker. Can you think of a meal you ever sat down and ate with him? Answer, no. If I have, I don't remember. Do you remember making that statement, sir?
I don't recall.
Okay. And so what's your official testimony today here? Have you eaten a meal with Leroy Whitaker?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't remember any details of it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say what meal it was.
Okay. You did have a strong bond with Mr. Mark Clayton, though, correct?
Correct.
And from January to May of 2018, you actually left Jacksonville and lived in the Las Vegas area, correct?
Correct.
And during that entire time period, you did not have any conversations with Leroy Whitaker, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, you've been in jail since January 15th of 2020. I think you were technically booked on the 16th, but they picked you up in the very late hours of January 15th, correct?
Correct.
And they brought you in to be interviewed, and that was your opportunity to talk to him or not talk to him, right?
Right.
And you decided to talk to him, correct?
Correct.
And when they were questioning you specifically about Miss Buckley, and they told you that she identified you, right?
They didn't tell me it was her. I don't remember them saying her name.
But they told you that you had been identified.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And that's because you have a pretty distinctive tattoo, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind? Roll up your right arm. It's the 1993 is on your right arm, right?
Right. No, it's on my left arm.
Oh, on your left arm. Will you please show us? It's still there, right?
Yeah.
And so you've got it in large numbers?
Yeah.
And you weren't forthcoming with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that night, were you?
Not completely. No.
Okay. Well, yeah, you actually lied to him, didn't you?
Correct.
I mean, it was an intentional lie, right?
Correct.
Told him specifically you never touched Miss Buckley, correct?
Correct.
Told him specifically you never took anything, correct?
Correct.
Told him specifically you didn't know how you got picked up. You didn't know who picked you up, right?
Right.
So on January 15th, you were willing to lie because it was convenient, correct?
Right.
I mean, you didn't want to tell him all the details of supposedly what you'd done, right?
No, ma'am.
Because you certainly weren't ready to cooperate yet, right?
No, ma'am.
Fast forward to August of 2020. You had remained in jail, right?
Correct.
Now, by this time, you've been formally charged with not one, but two full homicides, correct?
Correct.
And this second homicide dealt with the death of Damon Rothermel, right?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Rothermel was not known to you, correct?
No, ma'am.
He ended up being an innocent bystander whom was shot during a drive-by shooting on another target, right?
Right.
And you were formally charged with that homicide, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As was your very best friend in the world, Chris Brown,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Chris Brown, who you've known since you were 9 years old, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your friend Derek Hudson, also charged, right?
Correct.
And the actual target's name was P Money, right? That's his nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
And you searched P Money out, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were gonna get paid to kill him, right?
Right.
You didn't know exactly how much, but you knew it was gonna be at least 10,000, maybe as much as 50, right?
Correct.
And that was exciting, was it not?
I want to say exciting, but
Well, you and Abdul Robinson Sr. was going to put up money for that, right?
Say that again.
Abdul Robinson Sr., who's also charged in that homicide, right?
Yeah.
He was the one that was going to give you the money, right?
Right.
He's the one that put you up to it, right?
Well, no.
I'm sorry?
No, he didn't put me up to that exact.
Okay. You just knew he was willing to pay you money
Yeah.
for P Money to die.
Well, really, like, not specifically, but yeah.
Okay. In August of 2020, you're charged with 2 separate murders, a home invasion burglary, home invasion robbery, and aggravated fleeing and eluding. And you knew that either one of those murders could get you life imprisonment, right?
Right.
And more than that, you were charged with second-degree murder, right? And that's what you've entered pleas to, correct?
Right.
And you know that second-degree murder, under the laws of Florida, can be sentenced up to life imprisonment. No mandatory, but a judge certainly can impose that, right?
Right.
It gets different with first-degree murder, doesn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were fully aware of that difference, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that difference is that for first-degree murder, when you think about it, when you premeditate it, there's only one sentence. And that is, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Mandatory life. So you knew that both of those murders, if you didn't come to some kind of deal, were going to go to first-degree murder, right?
Right.
So you were staring down, not 1, but 2 mandatory life sentences, plus an additional, you knew you could get up to life for the burglary, correct?
Correct.
You could get an additional 15 years for the aggravated fleeing, right?
Right.
So in August of 2020, you decided, I'm going to look out for me, right?
Correct.
And by this time, you fully knew the state theory, correct?
As in?
You knew they thought Hakeem Robinson was the shooter, right?
I guess.
Well, they laid it out for you, didn't they?
They didn't lay nothing out to me.
And yes or no, sir?
No.
Is it your testimony that when you walked in August 2020 and met with the state attorney's office, that you didn't know the state of Florida thought Hakeem Robinson was the shooter?
Well,
I'm sorry?
I won't be able to answer that.
Well, either you knew or you didn't know, sir.
I just know they wanted the truth from me.
Okay.
That's what I gave them.
Okay. But you decided you wanted others to be prosecuted, right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, you wanted Leroy Whitaker to be prosecuted, didn't you? Yes or no?
I just wanted to look out for myself.
Okay.
My best interest.
Okay. Going back to those depositions, back on April 10th of 2024, and just so the jurors understand, we're all in a room together. I was there, right, sir? You remember me being there?
Right.
You remember Mr. DeCoste being there?
Yeah.
You remember Ms. Kawas being there?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
answer out loud. You remember Mr. Joel Cooper being there, right?
Correct.
And you remember raising your right hand and swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You remember doing that?
Right.
Just like you did here today, right?
Right.
Okay. And counsel, I'm going to be on, again, this is April 10th of 24, page 124, line 23.
I must be in the wrong depot. My bad. And I apologize, my notations are off. I will find that and come back to it. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Once again. Come on. You are testifying against them to get out of jail, right? Just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
And so your plea agreement, when you realized the state wanted your testimony, right?
Right.
And it worked out well for you, correct? I mean, you went from staring down 2 mandatory lives, having minimum guidelines of 41.8 years. And you understood the significance of that, right?
Yeah.
You understood that absent some statutory mitigating factor, of which cooperation is one, the court literally can't go below 41.8 under the laws in the state of Florida, right?
Right.
But they agreed to lower it for you, right?
Correct.
You got it lowered all the way that you can hope to walk amongst us in 20 years, right?
Correct.
And actually much less than that, because you have 5 years credit, right, sir?
Correct.
So in 15 short years, you can be out and walking amongst us, right?
Hopefully.
And you do have a lot of hope for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you feel in your mind it's justified that you should get 20, right?
Right.
Because in your words, you've provided justice. That, right?
Correct.
And that's why you, in your mind, should get 20 years for the death of 2 fellow human beings, right?
Right.
Okay. Your job, as we kind of sit here today, and as it has been since you signed up officially in September of 2020, that's when you did your plea agreement, correct?
Right.
Okay. It's been to make the state happy, right?
Well, as I stated before, it's not to make them happy, it's just to tell the truth.
Well, you need to satisfy the state, correct?
Right.
Because they're the ones that are going to make a recommendation at the time of sentencing for you, right?
Right.
And they can recommend life in prison if you don't give answers that satisfy them, correct?
Correct.
They can recommend life in prison if you testify to something that's inconsistent with what they want you to testify to, correct?
Right.
And you have every incentive to give the answers in conformity with what you need to, correct?
Correct.
And it's helpful because, as we've established, this isn't your first cooperation, correct?
Correct.
And interestingly enough, after you agreed to testify against your friend, Mark Clayton, you actually told him, hey, listen, I'll recant. But you knew you wouldn't, right? Like, that was kind of the funny part about it. You told him, oh, don't worry, buddy, I'll recant. But you actually knew you weren't. So you lied to your best friend too, right?
I wouldn't say I lied.
Well, you knew you weren't going, you told him, Mark Clayton, hey, buddy, I'll recant, right?
Right.
Okay, so you told him, I'm going to go in and tell the state attorney's office I lied. That's what you told your buddy, Mark Clayton,
Right.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew when you made that statement, you had no intention of doing that, right?
No, ma'am, I didn't know.
You didn't know you weren't going to do that?
I didn't know whether I was going to do it or not.
Okay. Same deposition back on April 10th, 2024. Let's see if my notations are right. 22. Line 17. Okay. Okay, so we were, and counsel, I'm on page 22, line 11. So we were discussing your testimony against your good friend at the time, Mark Clayton. So the question was, you were answering, so he was trying to get me to tell his lawyer that none of what I said was true. Question, to recant what you told the prosecution. Answer, right. Question, what did you tell him when he asked you to do that? Answer, I agreed, but I never did. Question, okay, so you told him you would do it. Answer, yeah. Question, but did the lawyer ever reach out to you? Answer, no. Question, did you ever reach out to the lawyer? Answer, no. So you did. You knew you were lying to Mark Clayton, right?
No.
What, you were still thinking about it?
Wow, his lawyer never reached out to me.
And you never reached out to the lawyer?
Because we had an agreement that his lawyer was going to reach out to me.
Okay, and I'm so sorry. So your testimony today is that back whenever this was, you made a statement against your good friend that allowed you to get out of jail, right? Isn't that what you told me previously?
Right.
Okay. And so you're living large on the outside and you have conversations with your good friend and it's decided amongst you two, you're going to go in and recant, right?
Right.
And your testimony is that you were struggling with that decision and it was only because this lawyer didn't reach out to you that didn't happen?
I want to say I was struggling. His lawyer just never reached out to me.
Okay. The reality is you like being out of jail, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is it your testimony you like being in jail?
I like being out of jail.
Okay. And you were out of jail and you were willing to lie to your friend to make sure that you stayed out of jail, right?
I want to say that.
Okay. What would you say?
I didn't know at the time.
You didn't know that if you were going to recant? What didn't you know?
I didn't know what I was going to do.
Oh, you didn't know what you were going to do?
Yeah.
Ultimately, you did nothing. You enjoyed your time out, correct?
The time never presented itself, so.
Okay. You're actually no stranger to the witness stand, are you?
As far as right now,
testified?
yeah. As far as right now, yeah.
Meaning you've testified a lot, right? I mean, we just established you had 3 depositions in this case, correct?
Right.
And you've also testified in the Jermaine DeBose case, correct?
Correct.
And that was an interesting case. It wasn't in this courthouse, was it?
No.
It was in the old courthouse, right?
No, it was in this courthouse.
Oh, it was in this courthouse. So you were in one of these beautiful courtrooms, right?
Yeah.
And you walked right in and a judge was sitting where her honor is sitting, right?
Right.
And the clerk swore you in and you raised your right hand just like you did today and swore to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, right?
Right.
And then you lied, right?
No.
Didn't you lie in the Jermaine DeBose case to make sure that he got out of jail?
Yeah, I lied in the deposition.
Okay,
But I
you
didn't
lied.
lie at the hearing.
Oh, so you just lied under oath in a deposition.
Correct.
And you lied under oath after swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You're explaining to us you knowingly and intentionally lied, correct?
Right.
in a criminal case, right?
Correct.
And what was interesting about this lie is this was a lie to help him get out of jail, right?
Correct.
Not because you liked him, right?
Correct.
Not because he was your friend, right?
Correct.
You wanted to chase him down, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you fully admit that you have lied to police officers, right?
Correct.
You have lied to assistant state attorneys, right?
Right.
You have lied to defense attorneys, right?
Right.
You have lied under oath, right?
Right.
Let's talk for a moment about your participation in the death of Charles McCormick. You are the one who initiated this lookup of McCormick, right?
Correct.
You evidently were watching his Instagram quite often, right?
Well, I followed him on my fake page, so he'll be in my news feed.
Every time you looked at Instagram,
If
he had posted something, it's just going to come up in your feed,
Correct.
right? Because you first made the active intention, just in case there are some folks who don't use Instagram, to specifically follow Charles McCormick, right?
Correct.
You have to look up his name and then actually follow him. It's an intentional movement, right?
Correct.
And after you did that, you even went so far as to contact him, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever explain that to Detective Smith? How you contacted Charles McCormick?
No.
You never told Detective Smith?
No.
Okay. Did you ever pull up in your phone or through your own Instagram to share with law enforcement of how you communicated with Mr. McCormick?
Well, not Detective Smith, but
I'm sorry?
to attorneys.
I'm sorry?
State attorney.
To the state attorney you did?
Yeah.
Okay. And once you started doing this research, you also used something called CORE, correct?
Correct.
And because I imagine our jurors don't know what CORE is run by the Duval clerk system here in the courthouse, right?
Right.
And any person who is accused of a crime, you can literally input their name and it will come up any pending charges or past charges, right?
Correct.
And then you can literally click on the case number and look at potentially police reports and pleadings, dispositions, that kind of thing, right?
Right.
It also includes the biographical information of whoever's accused, right?
Right.
And it can be as basic as a traffic ticket or as intense as a major felony allegation, right?
Right.
But it will list the address, right? Or the last known address, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's what you were looking for, right?
Right.
Because that's how intent you were that Charles McCormick should die, right?
Right.
And success. You did find such an address, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you took the next step. You actually tried to go through Google and try to figure out these apartments where Charles McCormick lived, right?
Correct.
And it's your claim that once you find this, that you evidently have some kind of phone conversation with Duval Robinson Jr., Kareem.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then all of a sudden, your claim is that Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson and Duval Robinson Jr. just show up where you live, right?
When was this?
On the day that you found this address.
That we went and looked.
That's your claim, isn't it? Or is there a time lag?
Yeah, it was when he posted the picture. when we went in.
Okay, so after you go to the effort of finding an address, go through Google, call your friend Kareem, then I guess Mr. McCormick goes to Vegas? Is that when he went to Vegas?
Yeah, sometime after he posted the picture.
Okay. And so then you continuing to look through Instagram, continuing to look at your feed, you realize Charles McCormick is home, correct?
Yeah, I guessed it.
Okay. And so at some point you claim there's this trip, this road trip, if you will, from your apartment to the apartment complex where Charles McCormick lives, right?
Right.
You don't know exactly when that occurred, right?
It occurred January.
Before the murder.
Yeah, before the murder.
Okay. Not the day of the murder.
Day of the murder.
Okay, I understand, and we'll get there. We'll talk about the trip where you go out with Chris Brown and stalk him for multiple hours. I'm back. I'm back when you're first finding this address. When you first find this address, you call Abdul Robinson Jr. That's your testimony, right?
Correct.
Okay. You do not call Leroy Whitaker,
No.
correct? But your claim is that Leroy Whitaker and Abdul Robinson Jr. and Hakeem Robinson just show up at your house, right? We're about to pull up, right?
On what occasion?
I'm sorry?
When?
When you went to go supposedly verify that's where McCormick lived.
Yeah, when he posted the picture.
Right, when Mr.
Right.
McCormick posted something that you noticed and you acted on, right?
Right.
Okay. But during this whole car ride, and this is the car ride that supposedly is just simply to verify Charles McCormick lives there, and let's figure out where he specifically took this photo, right?
Right.
And your claim is that during that entire car ride, there and back, not one word is spoken by anyone in the car about killing Charles McCormick, right?
Yeah, not that day.
Okay. Your testimony has always been it was just understood, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you figure that there must have been prior occasions, maybe between Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker and Abdul Robinson Jr. You just weren't a part of them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you do remember having a full conversation with Chris Brown about Charles McCormick dying, right?
Right.
You and Charles on, I guess, the early morning hours of January 15th, maybe even the late night hours of the 14th, you and Chris Brown decide we're going to go out to McCormick's apartment complex, right?
Right.
And you guys physically drive out there. What car did you guys drive out there in?
Chris' baby mother's car.
Baby mother's car.
Yeah.
Okay. So that would be what you would call a clean car that could cause you to get caught, right?
Correct.
But I guess you were just stalking at that point, right?
Yeah, just to see. Yeah.
Okay. You and Chris Brown stayed out there for quite a while though, right?
No.
Okay. You just went out there to verify?
Yeah, we went out there and we seen that his car was back then across from where he took the picture at.
Okay. And you and Chris Brown hang out, and then you go back to your own home, right? That's your testimony?
No, we immediately left and then we went back to my apartment.
Okay. And then for whatever reason, although you and Chris Brown have had a full conversation about how important it is that Charles McCormick would die, Chris Brown leaves, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He's got to take his baby mama to work.
Correct.
Okay. And then interestingly enough, according to you, Chris Brown comes back, right? In baby mama's car.
Correct.
And he's back out at that complex, right?
Correct.
He evidently wants in, right?
Right.
Because he's the one you had the big conversation with. Let's get this guy, Charles McCormick, right?
Correct.
And so going back to Willie Addison was the brother of Hakeem Robinson and Abdul Robinson Jr., correct?
Correct.
And the son of Abdul Robinson Sr. And I guess, if memory serves me, not a biological son, but somebody he personally raised. Is that your understanding as well?
I wouldn't say he raised them, but
Well, what's your understanding, sir?
it's just his stepson.
Okay, just his stepson.
Yeah.
Okay. But there was a close bond.
Of some sort, yeah.
Because on January 15th of 2019, 1 year before Charles McCormick is killed, Willie Addison is killed, correct?
Right.
And Willie Addison, he was older than you, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Willie Addison had been in prison and had just recently gotten out before his death, correct?
Right.
Okay. And he'd been gone for quite a while, correct?
Right.
And in that car that's shot up, Willie Addison is killed. Abdul Robinson Jr. is shot in the head, correct?
Right.
Torgan Williams is also in the car. He's shot multiple times. Abdul Robinson Sr. is also shot, correct?
Right.
Leroy Whitaker was not in that car, was he?
No, ma'am.
Leroy Whitaker doesn't even know Willie Addison, does he?
I don't know.
Well, there would be a large age difference between them, correct? Or you don't know? You don't know?
I don't know Willie's age.
But Torgan Williams also got shot, correct?
Correct.
And Torgan Williams is also somebody you're friends with?
Yes, ma'am.
And Torgan Williams was out there that morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And according to you, Torgan Williams was also somebody, without necessarily any words, he just knew Charles McCormick was gonna die, right?
That morning.
I'm sorry?
That morning, yes, ma'am.
On January 15th, 2020, right?
Correct.
Because it was Willie Day, right? Isn't that what Torgan kept saying? It's Willie Day?
I don't recall.
And according to you, sir, before you get to McCormick's apartment on the day of the murder, Leroy Whitaker, no specific words had come out of his mouth indicating he knew what you were doing or what the plan was, right?
Yeah, no words came out of his mouth.
Because
Right.
again, in your mind, everyone just knew, right?
Correct.
And in reality, you really don't have any memory of him saying anything at all, do you?
Well, when we got there, it was a discussion.
And
How it was going to happen.
and you don't remember who said it, but your testimony is that when you're at McCormick's apartment on January 15th, there is developed this plan between the three of you that Leroy Whitaker is going to jump out of the car and run down Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
And that he's got this big old gun that he's going to accomplish, right?
Correct.
Leroy Whitaker never gets out of the car, does he?
No, ma'am.
Leroy Whitaker never shot anybody, did he? On January 15th, 2020, Leroy Whitaker did not shoot a person, did he?
No, ma'am.
He did not pull a trigger, did he?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever provide your phone to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Well, it was at the house when I got arrested.
Well, once you decided to cooperate, why didn't you want to provide that for him?
was gone.
Well, you want the state of Florida and law enforcement to believe everything you're saying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's pretty critical for your future, right?
Yes, ma'am.
One would think you'd want to do everything you could, right?
Right.
But you didn't, right?
With what?
Your phone.
It was already gone.
Oh, it was gone.
Correct.
You are, according to you, sir, a changed man, correct?
Correct.
You are now Muslim?
Yes, ma'am.
You see things differently?
Yes, ma'am.
Previously, in your mind, you didn't understand why there was all this gun violence, right? Just didn't understand it, right?
I understood it.
You understood it because you were doing it, right?
Correct.
But now you have empathy, you have mercy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
According to you?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Are you prepared to do cross, or do we need a recess? Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and move forward then with cross for Mr. Robinson. And just for scheduling purposes and for the jury's benefit, this is our last witness for the day. So just to let you all know.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Judge. Mr. Barner, I want to start by talking about how it is that you have ended up in this courtroom testifying for the state of Florida, okay? I'm going to go over some stuff that Ms. Schlacks went over already, but I might go into some further detail about it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you sit here right now, you have been in jail for over 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
That's because you were incarcerated since January 15th of 2020, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the day that you helped execute Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
And the only reason Charles McCormick was murdered was because of you, right?
And other people.
Well, let's break that down. You did not like the lyrics of the song that he put out, right?
Right.
You saw the post on his Instagram account, right?
Right.
You decided you wanted to kill him, right?
Right.
You started this, right?
I want to say I started it.
Well, it started with your irritation with his song lyrics, did it not?
It irritated everybody.
Okay, I'm not talking about everybody else, I'm talking about you.
Yeah.
It irritated you.
Correct.
That caused you to go on Instagram, right?
Right.
And now you sit here in front of this jury and you have a deal from the state of Florida, right?
Right.
And as part of that deal is you have to sit here in front of these juries and say that Hakeem Robinson was the shooter, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that when you make an agreement with someone and you get a benefit or a discount, like, you know, a price cut in half, that's something we call a deal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're getting a good deal, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
A sweet deal from the state of Florida, right?
I want to say sweet deal.
Well, let's go through that. Because you're not only getting a deal on the murder of Charles McCormick, right?
Correct.
There is another case in which you're getting a deal on, right?
Right.
Charles McCormick is not the first person you have tried to kill, right?
Right.
How old are you again now?
31.
So at the time when this took place 5 years ago, you were in your mid-20s, right?
Right.
And you had 2 dead bodies under your belt that we know of, right?
Correct.
Now, the person person you killed was Mr. Rothamel, right?
I didn't kill Mr. Rothermill.
Okay. You and Chris Brown, right,
Correct.
went out to try and kill P Money, right?
Right.
And the reason why you tried to kill P Money was it was the belief of Blue that P Money was the one behind the Willie Addison murder, right?
Correct.
That's who they believe did it, right? And so you were going out there. Mr. Rothamel was not the target, was he?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you go out with Chris Brown, right?
Right.
To hunt down P Money, right?
Correct.
At the behest of Abdul Sr., right?
No.
He wanted him dead, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And he provided you with the car to commit that murder, right?
Right.
He provided you with the firearm to commit that murder, right?
Right.
Okay. So he gave you everything you needed to kill P Money. But he made sure he wasn't there, right?
Right.
Has you doing his dirty work for him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had no problem doing that.
No.
Now, there was a shootout, right?
Right.
And you got shot. Yes?
Yeah.
But in that shootout, an innocent bystander on a bicycle died, right?
Right.
P Money didn't die.
No.
And you even said, you know, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're blaming the victim because of what you did, right?
I didn't blame him.
Okay, you didn't blame him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Seems as if you're like, well, you know, his fault. He shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Right. Now, isn't it true that you are willing to hurt people as long as someone is willing to pay?
Back then, yes.
Okay, and we are talking about that back then,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And whether that's by a promise of money or a promise of freedom. If you're getting a benefit, you're okay with hurting other people back then because you're a changed man now, right?
Right.
So I want to delve into the details of this deal you made. So, and Ms. Sachs went over this, and I think she did a great job. Because in Florida, right?
Right.
What you did in that other case was first-degree premeditated murder, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about the Rothamel case, right?
Right.
The evidence they had against you and what you did qualified as first-degree premeditated murder, right?
Right.
And if Blue had given you, like you've testified on the oath today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You say you're telling us the truth, right?
Right.
And then if he had provided you with the tools that you needed to kill P Money, he should also have been charged with first-degree murder, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, you understand the laws of principle, right?
Right.
Because in the Charles McCormick case, you didn't pull the trigger, right?
Right.
But you were charged as a principal.
Correct.
So because you drove them to the scene, right?
Right.
Because you knew what was going to happen, right?
Right.
You are just as responsible as everybody else, right?
Right.
So if Blue gives you the car to kill P Money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Gives you the gun to kill P Money, right?
Right.
He's done something to assist you, right?
Right.
And knew what was going to happen, right?
He didn't know what was going to happen.
Also, your testimony today is that Blue had no idea.
That day, he didn't.
Oh, the day, but he did know that that is what that's what your
Yeah,
intentions were.
Yeah, we was, yeah.
Right.
We
And
was intentions, but that day he didn't know.
okay, but you don't need to know that day. As long as he knows that's what you're going to do and he gives you the tools to do it, that's enough, right?
Right.
Okay. So if Blue comes in here now going, I never gave him the guns and the car, he's lying, isn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And of course, if he doesn't know, then he can just be arrested for accessory after the fact, right?
Right.
Because that's actually what he was accused in the case that you have with Rothamel, right?
Right.
So, as we discussed before, first-degree premeditated murder, you take a plea to that or you are found guilty, there is no discretion. You will die in prison, right?
Right.
You're not going to leave that prison cell unless it's in a pine box, right?
Right.
Because in Florida, we don't have parole. Life is life. Now, what they did for you in that case is they allowed you not to plead to first-degree murder. They reduced the charges for you, right?
Correct.
Okay. They reduced it down to second-degree murder, right?
Right.
Now, even though that's all they charged you with, that's not all you're guilty of, are you?
No, ma'am.
Because you were in possession of a firearm, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not allowed to have firearms, are you?
No, ma'am.
You could have been charged with possession of a firearm by someone that was adjudicated delinquent, right?
Correct.
And what does that carry with it?
5 years.
No, 15 years in state prison.
Oh.
Okay. And the possession of the firearm alone carries a 3-year minimum mandatory under that charge, right?
Right.
But now in Rothamel, you fired your firearm, right?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you didn't. You just got shot.
Yes, ma'am.
But you had a gun with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you're saying you didn't shoot the gun.
Yeah,
right.
I didn't shoot no gun.
Because if you had been accused or they believed you shot the gun, now you have an additional 25-year minimum mandatory, right?
Right.
So you got a full free pass on the possession of the gun, right? In fact, you have none of that. In none of your plea or any charges, you're not in any way charged with possession of a firearm by someone adjudicated delinquent. You don't have those charges, right?
No.
And you possessed a firearm in Charles McCormick,
Yes, ma'am.
and you had a gun in the other one. So they just gave you a free full pass on that.
Well, I didn't have a gun in the Rothamel case.
You did when Blue handed you the gun, did he put it in your hand?
No.
You never touched a gun.
He gave it to me, but he didn't hand it directly to me.
What did he do? He put it on the floor and then you picked it up?
No, it was in the car. The car that
Okay,
he
did
gave.
you ever touch it or you never touched it?
Yeah, I touched it.
Okay, even if you touch it, that's actual possession, which means you get the 3-year minimum mandatory, right?
Right.
And even if you're just around it, convicted people can't be around firearms, right?
Right.
So we've got those 2 cases that are covered by your plea agreement, which don't encompass all the charges that they just chose not to charge you with. You also have the burglary with an assault or battery, right?
Right.
And you were facing life on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because burglary with an assault or battery is a first-degree felony, what we call a PBL. You know what PBL means, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What does it mean?
Punishable by life.
And now, even though you were also charged with home invasion robbery, right?
Right.
But that was for the exact same thing. The burglary with assault or battery kind of is like the same thing as home invasion robbery, right?
Right.
So they wouldn't have been able to prove that anyway. Right? So they changed the charge to burglary with assault or battery for you to plead to. You pled guilty to burglary with assault or battery, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, you're charged with that because you went into Barbara Buckley's home without her permission, right?
Right.
You terrorized her, didn't you?
Right.
You put your hands around her throat, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you choked her in her own home.
Yes, ma'am.
We know that you applied at least some force and pressure because you were able to leave your skin cells on her neck for the DNA. Right?
Right.
She asked you to leave. She even said that, you guys, get out of my house. Right?
Correct.
You didn't follow that instruction. Instead, you tried to scare her into thinking you might kill her if she didn't comply. Right?
Right.
You can imagine how terrifying that must have been for her. Right?
Right.
But you just wanted to get away. So your plea agreement covers the 3 separate cases, the cases they know about as you sit here today under the state subpoena. You have immunity from anything you testify to in here today, right?
Can you explain that?
I will. So Florida statute says that any time that the state issues a subpoena for someone to come to court, within that subpoena is automatic immunity, okay? So that anything you say here can't be used later to prosecute you for something, right?
Right.
So if you were to commit perjury in front of these juries right now, you're getting a free pass on that, right?
Okay, let me see counsel and court reporter at sidebar.
That's crazy. You can't get charged with perjury in Florida. I did not know that. That was news to me. What y'all thinking so far? How y'all feeling? I know Ksoo's defense team is just getting started. I put a poll up for y'all to give y'all opinion on how ATK Scotty defense team did, and then we're gonna have a redirect whenever Ksoo's team is finished. But she's starting off on the good foot. Yeah, this gonna be interesting. I realize they're not. Did y'all peep? They're not going at nothing he said. They're just going after their character. And KG said that in the comments. They're not disagreeing with none of the events, only about the type of person he is. And I'm just gonna be honest, it's just me. It wouldn't have been enough to change my mind, because it stood out to me that they're not attacking none of the details that he's saying about the crime. They're only talking about the type of person he is and how like he loved like snitch and all that. I would just remember, just sitting here watching it, right? I'm remembering what he's saying is matching the other witnesses. The same witnesses that they said did not have a reason to lie or was not getting nothing out of this. So if his story matched what their story was, I'm still on the guilty side right now. I have yet. They haven't changed my mind. I mean, if anything, yeah, he a messed up person for sure. But they haven't changed my mind as far as changing my thoughts about. So far, I feel like the state is winning on the case. Because at the end of the day, they're not attacking anything besides his reputation. And I mean, he already told us he was a messed up individual. But because what he is saying is matching the other witnesses that they said in their opening statement was not gaining anything from testifying. See, that was a key thing. And again, this is just how I'm thinking about it, right? Who knows what the jury is actually thinking about it. But I feel like in opening statements, you told me the only witnesses that don't have nothing to gain is the ones we need to pay attention to. And his story matched theirs. So let me unmute this, my bad, y'all. Oh, shoot. I don't want to.
In that case, they allowed you to plead to second-degree murder, right? They also...
I'm sorry. I need y'all to be quiet when you're coming into the courtroom. Thank you. Why don't you just wait, Ms. Kawasa, while everyone gets seated so that we don't have any further distractions.
No problem, Judge.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
Judge. Okay. So in this case too as well with Charles McCormick, right? They're doing the same thing for you as well. You're not pleading to first-degree murder. Well, you've already pled, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You already entered into a written plea agreement, a contract with the state, right?
Right.
And that case, they've also agreed to reduce that to second-degree murder, right?
Right.
Even though we know you committed a first-degree murder, right?
Right.
Now, as we discussed before, as Ms. Slacks brought out, the bottom of your guidelines, what that means is that if you were to plead to second-degree murder, it's no longer life. Your guidelines are 41 months in state prison, right? Minus what you've already done.
41 years.
Oh, did I say months? You're right. 41 years in state prison, right?
Right.
But they're going even a step further for 2 dead bodies, right? They, if you satisfy them, right, will come to court at your sentencing and make a recommendation to Judge Salvador to sentence you to 20, right?
Right.
Now, you've already done 5, right?
Correct.
But you also get gain time, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's no minimum mandatory, right?
Right.
So you don't do every single day of 20 years. You get 2 to 3 months off for each year you do, right?
Right.
You have any probation after that?
Not that I know of.
You didn't plead to any probation?
I wouldn't know that.
You would. It's in your plea agreement.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
So there's a possibility that you could get 20 and the court could incorporate something more, right?
Right.
Now, without their recommendation, though, it doesn't even open the door for Judge Salvador to even think about giving you 20 years, right? Yes?
Say that again.
Unless they give a good recommendation and they say, Your Honor, we believe that you should go below the bottom of the guidelines. The state is satisfied. that he has met the criteria of a cooperating witness. If they don't recommend that, right, you need their help to make that recommendation. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's interesting because your case is in front of Judge Salvador, right?
Right.
So you got to push on a show today, don't you? She's the judge that's going to sentence you.
No.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the people who are, I just want to make it clear, who you provided information against in the David Rothamel case, right?
Right.
Because it was because of you that everybody ended up getting arrested, right?
Right.
You kind of came in and goes, I'm going to solve that mystery for you guys, right?
Right.
And you threw Abdul Sr. in there, right?
Right.
Because of you, he was charged with that, right?
Right.
You also threw Derek Hudson in there, right?
Right.
You also threw in Chris Brown, right?
Right.
Now, how old is Chris Brown?
He's 31.
Your age, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you're 5'7"?
Yes, ma'am.
He's taller than you, isn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He's about 5'10", 5'11"?
I want to know the exact height.
But he's taller than you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He also had twisties and dreads in his hair, didn't he? Before he got arrested after you told on him?
I want to know.
You don't remember? You don't remember what his hair was like even though he was there on the day of the murder of Charles McCormick?
You said when he got locked up.
Okay, well, when he got locked up, he had dreads, right?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. But at the time, he did have hair on his head. He couldn't have been bald.
Yeah, he had hair on his head.
He had hair on his head, right? And he's skinny, right?
Slim. Yeah.
He's slim. All right. Now, those aren't the only people. You also decided to throw your girlfriend under the bus, right?
Yeah.
Janera Smith, the girl you were living with, right?
Right.
You decided to say, guess what? She was involved in that case with me too, right?
Right.
Now, we're going to get more into the issue with Janera Smith in a moment. I want to talk about the Jermaine Dubose situation. Okay, hold on one sec. I got into all of that. Now, I know that the state and you have been keep saying that, you know, you haven't been promised anything, right?
Right.
But if you testify that it was not Hakeem Robinson that was the shooter, you don't get the deal. If you say it was someone else, you don't get a deal, right?
Right.
And I know you said it previously with Ms. Schlack, that you're saying, well, I have to tell the truth, right?
Right.
That's what I'm going to tell the truth here today, right?
Right.
But let's talk about what the truth actually means to you, okay? I'm going to talk about the history of the times that you have lied and that they know about it, okay?
Okay.
And we're not just talking about lying in everyday setting like, you know, regular people. I'm talking about you have lied in a bunch of different court proceedings, right? Depositions, right?
Right.
And I'm not talking about depositions in our case. I'm talking about depositions in the Jermaine Dubose case, right?
Right.
Everybody got together, the lawyers for everybody, and put you under oath, didn't they?
Right.
Same oath you took today, right?
Right.
In front of the presence of the state attorneys. And you lied under oath, right?
Right.
You didn't care about the truth then, did you?
Oh, no.
You lied to detectives before, right?
Right.
You have lied to state attorneys before, right?
Right.
And even when they know that you lied in those depositions, right?
Right.
Put that aside and still let you testify against Jermaine Dubose, right?
Yeah, at the hearing, yes, ma'am.
It didn't matter to them that they knew that you had committed perjury, did it?
No.
And nothing prevents you from lying here today, does it? We just have to take your word for it, right? That's a question.
What was the question?
We just have to take your word for what you say today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to also go into issues of perjury because you've gotten impasses on those as well, right?
Right.
Perjury is lying under oath, correct?
Correct.
It's not just misdemeanors. That's not a misdemeanor charge, right?
Right.
If you lie, for example, in the investigation of a homicide, you could be charged with a first-degree felony, right? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
And that's because you've never been charged with perjury, right?
Right.
Even though they know you did it, right?
Right.
Over and over again, right?
Right.
I mean, it won't look too good to this jury if you've had like 4 or 5 perjury convictions, would it?
No.
And the only ones who decide whether you get charged with perjury or not are the state's attorneys. And they chose not to do it, right?
Right.
Now, kind of like Torgon Williams. That's a name that we've heard throughout this case, right? He is someone that was directly involved in the murder of Charles McCormick, correct?
Right.
They haven't charged him with it, right?
Right.
He's been roaming free for the past 5 years, right? As far as you know.
Yeah, as far as I know.
Because you've been in jail for the past 5 years.
Right.
And you told them all about Torgon Williams' involvement and everything that he did back in 2020, right?
Right.
But they didn't take your word for it because he was never arrested.
Yeah, sustained.
He was never arrested. He hasn't been arrested, has he?
No.
For the murder of Charles McCormick?
No.
So, going back to Jermaine Dubose. Jermaine Dubose, he is the one that killed your best friend, Christopher Bing, right?
He wasn't my best friend.
Christopher Bing was not your best friend?
No, no.
Okay. But Dubose tried to kill you, right?
Right.
You were hanging out in an apartment complex and he came out around the corner with an assault rifle and fired at you and your friend, right?
And what are the grounds? Yeah, I'm going to have to hear counsel's argument on this matter, so I'm going to.
I can't hear the objection. Now, that's one thing about the trial so far, unlike other trials we watch, is not hearing the objection. I know we aren't supposed to hear the sidebars, but Jesus, I can't hear what they saying to even know. Like, you know, the objections are good because it shows you where you done hit somewhere. But ooh, this has been one. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Even though I got a lot of stuff going on just in my regular day right now, trial went fast today. It's almost time for it to be over for today. It definitely has flew past. I'm still not convinced that he's lying in this case, but it does show they have done a good job at outlining that he does lie. So you do second guess, like, okay, so what part is he lying about? But his testimony just add up to good with the other witnesses that they said wasn't getting nothing out of testifying. So that's what still got me like, like that's what still got me. I ain't gonna lie. It got me in a chokehold. His testimony about the events add up too much to the other witnesses that they said was not benefiting from taking the stand. Mind you, the defense is the one that said what witnesses was not benefiting. And those were the ones we heard yesterday. So it's like I still, and you know, I'm still on the guilty side for both of them at this point, you know. It does stand out to me that they didn't attack anything he said, only about that he's a known liar. So, you know, some people that put character before anything may work for them. So if you got somebody on the jury that feel like your character speaks for itself, that may win them over. But if you like me and you following the story, man, I'm so you ain't won me over. Not yet. It's not now. I'm gonna be honest. They would have got me. You know what I'm saying? if they were to dispute one thing he said, like in this case, like I get him lying in the other cases, throwing his friends under the bus and all that. Like if they would have just picked one thing that he said in his testimony that was a lie, I may have been able to take it to that point. But just they ain't call out nothing in this case. Nothing in this case. So I don't know. That's just how I feel right now. They ain't want me back over. They had me yesterday. They ain't want me back over. Kiki said, have evidence on all he has lied about. He will have 3 life sentences. He tried to play Florida with all that he got. He pleaded guilty. Yeah, but I mean his story, like if you take what he said and put it on top of the other witnesses from yesterday, they align with each other. Like even if he have lied, it's so close to what the other witnesses said, I can't pinpoint what the lie is. You know? Now he told on you. I just, like I said, his demeanor now, at some point you can tell he getting a little flustered with the defense attorney. But for the most part, I mean, he ain't getting overly emotional. He ain't, he ain't getting none of that. So I don't know. It ain't changed my mind yet. They bad.
You're not a part of ATK.
No, ma'am.
You consider that group a brotherhood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That brotherhood also includes Blue, right?
No.
300 is not a part of Blue?
No.
I'll get back to that. Now, Blue has a bunch of children, right? How many of them do you know about?
I can't give you a specific number.
But it's a lot, right?
Yeah.
And to be clear, Hakeem has nothing to do with 300, right?
No.
You and Hakeem Robinson weren't close at all, right?
At a point, we got close.
So if we get your phone records, there should be a bunch of phone calls between you guys, right?
Right.
Okay, so if we pull your phone records, there's going to be calls between you and Hakeem Robinson on that phone.
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
Possibly. Okay, if the calls happened and you guys were talking all the time, they'll be there, right?
Right.
Oh, but wait, we don't have your phone because it mysteriously disappeared after you got arrested, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But nothing stops them from getting your phone records, correct?
Right.
Now, we discussed already, P Money is part of the group called 6 Block, right?
Correct.
As Mr. Cooper already laid out, 6 Block does not like ATK, right?
Right.
And as it relates to the Rothamel murder that involves you, Blue, Chris Brown, and your girlfriend, Janera Smith, Hakeem Robinson is no way, shape, or form involved with that at all, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And we already spoke about the Willie Addison murder, right? That was a year before, correct?
Of
The killing of Charles McCormick.
correct.
So that's 2019, right?
Right.
And we've already established Willie Addison is not biologically related to Hakeem Robinson, right?
Correct.
It's Blue's stepson, right?
Right.
One of the girls that he was dating, he just happened to basically start taking care of her son. It's not his, right?
Right.
So they're not related, Hakeem Robinson and Willie Addison.
No.
And in that car, Hakeem Robinson was not in that car, right? Of the shooting of Willie Addison.
No.
But Blue was shot, right?
Right.
Torrigon Williams was shot multiple times, right?
Right.
And Kareem was shot in the head, right?
Right.
And other people in the car were shot, right?
Right.
Now, in that case, after the murder took place, right? You got shot, right?
Right.
And then you were able to leave the scene, right?
Right.
And Janera Smith came to help you, right?
Right.
And Blue also came to help you, right?
Right.
Blue actually gave you money, right?
Correct.
And stuff you needed to get out of town, right?
Right.
And you and Gennaro, literally, with the bullet still in your leg, decided to leave town for months, right?
No, ma'am.
How long were you gone?
Less than a week.
Less than a week. Is that what Gennaro Smith is going to tell me?
Well, we booked the hotel for 5 days.
Right? And you went as far down south as where?
Melbourne.
Okay, all the way down there. And then you ran out of money, right?
Correct.
The money that Blue had given you.
Yeah.
So in the McCormick case, Blue helps you get away from Barbara Buckley's house, right?
Correct.
Helps you get rid of your clothes, right?
Right.
Helps get rid of all this evidence, right?
Right.
And he also helped you in the McCormick case, right? Helped you and Chris Brown, though, right?
No.
He didn't, Chris Brown wasn't there? Oh, no, that's right. You actually assumed at one point that Chris Brown was dead, right?
Right.
But he ended up showing up and you realized he was alive.
Well, no. I had got word that he was still alive.
But Blue is the one that helped you then to get away, right?
Right.
And then helped you again in Charles McCormick's case to get away, right?
Right.
And Gennaro Smith, too, that's kind of what she did in the Charles McCormick case, right?
No.
Okay, so Gennaro Smith, you were living with her at the time, right?
Right.
And in the McCormick case, you end up going back to your house at some point, right?
Right.
You're getting nervous because you realize someone saw your tattoo, right? Didn't you guys pack up your stuff and get ready to go in your car, right? To leave?
No.
Where were you going?
We was going to Family Dollar.
And then to do what after that?
Go back to our apartment.
To do what?
Cook.
So you had just finished executing Charles McCormick, right? And what you were going to do that evening was go back and have a nice dinner with your girlfriend?
Correct.
Okay. But before you could get back home, JSO was on top of you guys, right?
Right.
You didn't get that far. You got pulled over, right?
Right.
But they accused Gennaro Smith of fleeing and eluding because she didn't stop the car, right?
Right.
You both got arrested that night.
Correct.
She arrested for fleeing and eluding, and you got arrested. They beat you that night, right?
Correct.
They put a gun in the back of Gennaro Smith, didn't they? Told her to stop screaming when they were beating you, right?
I don't know.
But she was let go that night because she was only charged with fleeing and eluding, correct?
She got released the next day.
Next day. But you remained in custody.
Correct.
And so before she was out for the whole 9 months before Hakeem Robinson got arrested, right?
Correct.
Because she was arrested the same day or around the same time Hakeem Robinson was, because that's when you decided to implicate her in the Rothamel case, right?
Right.
And you had been talking to her on the phone while you were in jail, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if anything, she had access to the internet, right? Everything that was going on with the case, and she was talking to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, eventually, when you flee with Gennaro on the Rothamel case, you got to come back. You ran out of money, right? And you had to get some work on your knee. Is that right? It was starting to bother you.
Right.
And did they pull, when you went to the hospital, they pulled the bullet out of your leg, right?
Correct.
Now, Gennaro knew that you were involved with that case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She knew that you had been involved in the murder of Mr. Rothamel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she never came forward, did she?
No.
In fact, when you went to the hospital, isn't it true that police were called out there because you had a bullet in your leg, right?
Correct.
And anytime anyone has a bullet wound, it's mandatory. They have to call the police, right? And you lied to the detectives about how you got shot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You told them about you were in Lake City and some fight broke out and you got shot, correct?
Correct.
And Gennaro Smith told that lie for you as well, didn't she?
Yes, ma'am.
The both of you came together with a little plot to come up with this story to tell law enforcement so that you would not get caught, right?
Right.
And she went along with your plan, didn't she?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you threatened Gennaro?
Threatened her.
You threatened her about whether or not she should come forward.
I don't recall.
No or yes?
I don't recall threatening her
Okay.
to come forward.
No, to not come forward. Like, don't snitch on me and Blue.
I never told her that.
But what would happen to her if she snitched on you or Blue?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain.
Okay, and so let's now go into the details of the murder of Charles McCormick. You did not know Charles McCormick, right? He was a stranger to you before this song was released.
Well, he's somebody that I knew of.
Pardon me?
I knew of him.
You knew of him, but you weren't friends.
No.
You didn't hang out together, right?
No.
And then he released that song that we just listened to, right?
Right.
And we discussed already that Charles McCormick is part of the same group as P Money, the one that Blue hates, right?
Yeah.
Now, you would agree with me in this day and age, where well, you are a little older than everybody else, but things are a little different nowadays. You'd agree with me in the music industry, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Before, we wouldn't be able to just put out a song. You'd have to get signed by a record label, right? Nobody had access to the internet. There was no internet. If you didn't get signed to a record label, then your music doesn't make it on the radio. No one hears it, right?
Right.
But nowadays, if you create a song, if you want, you could create a YouTube page and just put it out there, right?
Right.
And you would agree with me, like YouTube, for example. If a song goes viral and people start watching and clicking and viewing, that's how people make their money, right?
Right.
And so you don't really need a record label anymore. You could try to do it on your own and hope that people, start watching and listening to your music, right?
Correct.
And you testified on direct that there's something called diss tracks, right? Where people sing about things that may, other people may find distasteful, but disrespectful to other groups, right?
Right.
But you'd agree with me that when you do something so shocking like that, like sing a song about shooting someone else, you're probably going to get more clicks and views, right?
Maybe.
And Charles McCormick did just that, right?
Right.
He sang, and we heard some lyrics that he sang about discussing the murder of Willie Addison, right?
Right.
What was the clip that was played? Something about blowing out Willie Addison's head? Was that what it was? You remember the lyric that we listened to?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Say he was smoking Willie.
He said he smoked Willie. So he's putting out into the music industry that he killed Willie Addison, right?
No.
So what does smoking on Willie mean?
He's just dissing the deceased person, saying he's smoking on him. He's not saying he physically killed him, though.
Okay, but didn't he say things in that song about that murder that he knew nothing about, right?
Right.
Okay. So he's singing about an incident that was highly covered on the media here in Jacksonville, right? The shooting of Willie Addison was a big thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Even Blue went on the news when that happened, saying how frustrated he was with JSO and why no one had been caught, right?
I don't know.
But there's no question Charles McCormick had nothing to do with that, but he still put a song about that very popular incident, right?
Right.
And it's probably because he wanted to get people to listen to the song, right?
Right.
And you did not like that. It angered you so much that you decided that you wanted to take his life, right?
Right.
Someone that you had never met before, right? In person.
In person, right.
He didn't disrespect Hakeem Robinson in that song, did he? He didn't say Ksoo's name in that song?
No.
He didn't mention anything about Hakeem, right?
No.
That's because Hakeem was not in the car in that shooting, right?
Right.
He disrespected Blue's son. That's who he disrespected, right?
Right.
And you were super close to Blue, right? Blue was like a father figure to you growing up, wasn't he?
No.
You wouldn't say that?
No.
He wasn't around? You didn't know him from you were a child?
Yeah, he wasn't a father figure, though.
Because he was what, gone for quite some time?
Yeah,
So there was a period of time in Jacksonville that he was not around.
right.
He was your father's best friend though, right? Before he passed away?
No,
He was not.
no,
Your father was murdered, right?
right.
Now, aren't there certain times that Blue would give you a place to live?
Yeah,
He had a trailer, didn't he?
right,
Where he'd let you live, right?
right.
You, Chris Brown, right?
No,
Chris Brown was never there?
he was there. He didn't stay there.
Okay, Janera Smith has spent the night there too, right?
Right.
Now, weeks before the murder, we talked about you looked up Charles McCormick's address on Core, right?
Correct.
You're saying that, and you testified on direct that this took place in December, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can't figure out you can't remember which day it was, right?
Right.
You're aware that Hakeem Robinson was in California for most of December, right? If he knows.
If he has personal information, if not, then it would be sustained.
Were you aware of that?
No,
However, if you all were together and communicating here in Duval County, there should be records of that on the phone, right?
correct.
Went over that. Going through, sorry. Go over things I've gone already, Judge. Okay, now you say that when you got this information, there's two people you sent it to, right? You sent it to Kareem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you sent it to Chris Brown too, right?
Right.
He shared the same desire that you did to kill Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
So much so that you and Chris Brown, on your own, the two of you, go out to stalk Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
Now, on the day of the murder, when you guys had done that in the middle of the night to go to his apartment, you and Chris Brown alone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You are now placing Chris Brown at the scene of the murder, aren't you? On the day of.
Not the scene of the murder.
Okay, well, you're placing him around the victim's home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if anything, and they look up his phone records, he's going to be pinging there, right?
Right.
And at this time, you were taking drugs, right?
Right.
You were smoking weed and doing Molly, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you claim after you and Chris Brown go and do that, you come back to your apartment, right?
Correct.
No sleep, still awake.
Right.
And at 4 a.m. you say Kareem comes to pick you up. Kareem comes to pick you up, right?
Well, I called him at 4 o'clock in the morning.
You called him at 4 a.m. Said, let's do this, right?
Right.
But you called Kareem. You didn't call Hakeem Robinson, right?
No.
You didn't call Leroy Whitaker, right?
Right.
Now, you jump in the car, you have your firearm, right?
Right.
You Glock 22, 23?
Correct.
You're not supposed to have that gun, right?
Right.
Where'd that gun come from? You didn't buy it.
No.
Where'd it come from?
I traded it
Traded what for what?
for a Glock 19.
Okay, so how many guns did you have at that time in your house?
I can't recall.
Was it more than one?
Yes, ma'am.
Multiple firearms that you were not allowed to have, right?
Right.
So then you go and you say that you go to a different location, and your testimony was that you guys were originally in a Dodge Journey. Now, on direct examination, you said that that's Hakeem's car, right?
Yeah.
That's Kareem's car, right?
Well, to my knowledge, it was Hakeem's car.
When you say to your knowledge, what made you believe that the car belonged to Hakeem?
You keep a rental car.
Okay, he keeps a rental car. How many different rental cars have you seen him with?
A bunch.
A bunch. You don't know if he rented that car, right?
He never rented it himself.
So it's not his car. Whoever rented it, it's theirs, right?
Right.
And it's Kareem's car. But today you're saying it's Hakeem's, right? But you don't really know who rented the car, correct?
Well, he tell me his mama rents the cars.
He says that his mom rents cars. Did he say his mother rented a Dodge Journey for him and that this was this car?
No.
Okay, you're just guessing and assuming, right? When you say a statement like that, you assumed that the Dodge Journey was his, right?
Right.
So then you claim that you then go to another location and pick up the Nissan Altima, right?
Right.
Now, it's your testimony today that that's the first time that you'd ever seen that car?
No.
Oh, it's not, right?
No.
You've seen that car before, right?
Right.
That car you guys have been using for 2 months, right?
I don't know the exact number of months.
But it's been a while and you guys have been in and out of that car, right?
Right.
That car has been at your apartment before, hasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you all say you jump in that car. It's still now early. You've been awake all night on Molly and weed, right?
Right.
But you're able to clearly testify about all these details today, though, right?
Right.
So you then go, you get to the location, and you're all sitting in your cars, right? I mean, in the Nissan, correct? And once again, Chris Bound pops up, doesn't he?
When?
When you guys return with the Nissan. Right before the murder, your testimony is that Chris Brown was there, right?
Yeah, McCormick's residence, yeah.
At McCormick's residence. So Chris Brown's phone will be pinging there, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Someone else was there too, Torrigon Williams, right?
Right.
Kareem was there too, right?
Right.
Okay. And Kareem and Torrigon basically did the exact same thing, correct? It's in terms of their involvement in this murder, right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Their level of involvement is the same. Torrigon Williams and Kareem. If it's not, let me know. Do you think one is more involved than the other?
Oh, you saying them together?
Yes, Kareem and Torrigon, like they're kind of on the same,
Yeah.
they did the same thing, right?
Right.
But Kareem got arrested and Torrigon didn't.
Correct.
So you're sitting there now for 3 to 4 hours, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You got your phone on you?
No.
You don't have your phone on you? You left your phone? Did you have your phone when you went into Barbara Buckley's house?
Oh, I'm thinking of something else.
Okay.
I think you're saying here today.
Oh, no, I know you don't have a phone here today.
Oh.
On the day of the murder,
Yeah.
you had your phone with you, right? You guys are sitting in the car for 3 to 4 hours, waiting, stalking Charles McCormick, waiting for him to come out, right?
Correct.
You've got your phone, right?
Right.
You're all up on your phone doing things?
Yeah.
Leroy Whitaker in the back, all up on his phone doing things?
I can't recall.
You can't recall if he was on his phone.
He was doing things on his phone.
Was he on his phone?
I can't recall.
Okay. Hakeem Robinson on his phone?
I don't remember.
What his phone look like? Hakeem?
He had an iPhone.
An iPhone. What color?
I don't remember.
What did it have a case?
Yeah.
Okay, what color was the case?
It was clear. It was a clear case.
Clear case. So you could see through the back to what was the color of the iPhone then? Because you can get white, silver, black. What was it?
Can't remember.
Can't remember. Don't know what was on the screen of that, right? Can't remember. Did he have more than one phone?
Don't remember.
You only saw, you don't remember. Okay. Now, you claim that at some point, and we've heard about this before, and you've testified about this before, where you claim that Abdul and Kareem had called Hakeem to say that they were in the area, right?
Abdul and Kareem.
I'm sorry, I have it as Abdul Jr. / Kareem. So let's just keep it as Kareem because that's the same person, right? Kareem, you testified to before, called Hakeem. Kareem called Hakeem to say that they were in the area, right? That phone call never happened?
Hakeem called Kareem.
Okay, so now your testimony is that Hakeem called Kareem, right?
Yeah.
So that should be on Kareem's cell phone records, right?
Should be on Hakeem's cell phone.
Should be in Hakeem's cell phone records, right?
Yeah, he called.
He called. So, well, when you call on one and someone receives it, it's going to be on each person's phone records, right?
Right.
Now, I want to talk about something that you testified to today for the first time, and I want the jury.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain, just ask the question without commentary.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you testify on direct that you witnessed a phone call between Raekwon Howard and Dominique Barna? When Mr. Cooper was asking you questions, right?
Yeah.
He asked you, did you see Hakeem Robinson make a phone call to Raekwon Howard while you guys were in the parking lot?
Correct.
And you said yes, right?
Right.
Now, in this case, you sat just for us 3 separate depositions, right?
Right.
And these depositions weren't short, were they?
No.
You were deposed by all of the attorneys for over 9 hours, right?
I don't know the exact hours.
But it was on 3 separate occasions.
Right.
And we had to actually break it up into 3 because each day we went till 5, right? And we ran out of time.
Right.
Each attorney for each defendant painstakingly went through very detailed questions, right? Step by step about what happened, right?
Right.
And you never once mentioned in any one of those depositions to any of us in the presence of Joel Cooper that you saw a call from Raekwon Howard on Hakeem Robinson's phone. Did you?
Well, they already knew that.
Say what now?
They already knew that.
Okay, they know that from Raekwon Howard. I'm talking about you. When we are sitting down and asking you questions, you told us so many details about every single thing that you did, right? You even remembered this phone call from Hakeem to Kareem, right?
Right.
And we would ask you questions. What happened next, right?
Right.
Ms. Slacks at one point even had to say to you, Mr. Barno, I don't want a situation to show up where we are in a courtroom in front of 2 juries and you say something we've never heard before, right?
Right.
And the first time that any of us have ever heard from your mouth that you witnessed a call from Raekwon Howard to Hakeem Robinson was today, right? You've said it before?
Yeah.
Where?
I told the state.
Okay. Oh, okay. So let's talk about that. You told the state when I wasn't there, right?
Correct.
You told the state when Mr. DeCoste was not there, right?
Right.
When you told them?
I don't remember the exact date.
Did you recently meet with the state attorneys in preparation for your case today?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you meet with them?
All right, let me see court report on counsel at sidebar.
Ooh, la, it's getting hot up in here. So the other day, when trial first started, she told the jury that they will run between 5:30 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm pretty sure she'll probably let the defense finish, and we'll probably start on Monday. With the redirect possibly, or she might just say, forget it, let's just finish with this witness all together today, and they'll run a little later. I don't know, but she did say 6 at the latest the other day, but that could have changed. That's interesting that he's just now saying this key piece of information today. Dang, is the Raekwon do it? Is he testifying in this case too? At this point, everybody just out for themselves. But I mean, what do you expect in situations like this, right? So I don't know if she's gonna do redirect today, if he's gonna continue on the stand on Monday. We'll just have to wait it out to see. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to those especially that have been rocking out with me since 9 a.m. this morning. 8 hours in this thing, okay? And we still not quite done yet. Y'all know we've been covering this case for a while now, so it was only right to do the trial. We're here every day. That trial's in session up until the verdict, as long as they stream it, okay? So I will say this trial has definitely been intriguing, and it has definitely been flowing. A lot of information has been coming out. I'm still not convinced. Now, Ksoo's defense team is working on me as far as how she's going through her cross, because now I'm like, well, shoot, if he got in trouble with these certain people in another case, then shoot, they might be the people in this case, you know? So she's working on me a little bit. I ain't quite came over to the not guilty yet, but she getting there. I definitely want to see how this transpires, but she getting there, you know. If she causing a little bit of doubt, you know what I'm saying? As far as possibly maybe it's other people that could be it, you know. I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of aligning because the names are starting to get like in my mind because I'm like, okay, so Chris Brown was with you, you know what I'm saying, on the other case, and now Chris Brown was with you when you was stalking the victim, and you mean to tell me you just told him get out of the way and he left? So she casting a little bit of doubt. I ain't gonna lie, casting a little bit of doubt. But we'll see how she ends. Shout out to everybody that's at work on the clock that been rocking out. Shout out with everybody in the comment section. We have been definitely tearing up the comments, having good conversation in it. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Hey, this is something, okay? This is something to witness. We still have more witnesses to come. We still have, Ksoo's dad, Blue, to take the stand. We have Torgon, Williams to take the stand. I don't know about the Raekwon dude. Mickey, so is this considered Brady material? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know about that one because he did say the state knew that he overheard it. So I don't know. I think it'll be like one of them touchy ones just because it's like, how was they introduced? Will they say, shoot, we ain't know he knew either until today. So it depends. I don't know though. Possibly. But I knew Butta was gonna be the key to this. And now I really feel like he was the key to it because he confirmed every other witness testimony so far. Now, y'all know my whole thing was at first, he was just, the defense teams was just calling him a liar. But now we getting into the nitty gritty. Okay. And she set the foundation good because she was like, you got to please not only the state, you got to please this judge in this courtroom because that's who's going to sentence you. So she's setting it up, but we'll see what happens after they come back from the sidebar, which they are back. So we back at it.
We didn't specifically ask you if there was a specific phone call from Raekwon Howard. You didn't think at that time it was relevant to let us know that?
I don't know.
Don't know.
They knew though. State knew.
The state knew how important that statement was, right?
Right.
Because what you're telling this jury today is that you witnessed him speaking to Raekwon Howard that he was going to kill someone, right?
Right.
That's like a confession, right?
Right.
You didn't think that was relevant to tell the lawyers for Hakeem Robinson?
I mean, it was relevant, but I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're saying that took place in the car. When was that phone call taken? Did that phone call that you witnessed?
Before we switched positions.
What do you mean before you switched positions?
Before we switched the spots.
So you're already in the parking lot. You weren't driving, right?
Right.
You're already parked, right?
Right.
So there wouldn't be any, and you said what kind of call was it? Was it a phone call, a FaceTime, an Instagram? What was it?
Instagram.
How do you know it was Instagram?
Well, guessing it was.
Say what?
Guessing it was.
You're guessing it was Instagram. It's funny that you commit to Instagram as being the call, right?
Right.
That's what you chose, right?
Right.
When you met with the state's attorney's office, did they show you any of Hakeem Robinson's Instagram? Well, it's in his celebrity account. Did they show you any of his records from Instagram?
No.
Okay. But you were initially charged in this case, right?
Right.
And when you're initially charged, you actually had an attorney, right?
Right.
And you get discovery in the case, right?
Right.
Okay. So you were privy to all of the filings and all of the recordings and all of the evidence that they had, right?
Right.
And you got to go through that with your attorney and study it before you decided to come forward, right?
Right.
Okay. So according to you now, we know you say that Hakeem Robinson had his phone.
Right.
You're not sure how this call took place, but you clearly remember what he said on the phone, right?
Right.
Now, Raekwon Howard, How you know it was Raekwon Howard?
Wow. Told me.
Who told you?
Hakeem.
Okay, so now you're saying it's not only that, he now said to you something else, right?
Right.
So now, okay, so things are developing as we're sitting here. So you're now saying he turned to you and said, so I just called Raekwon Howard.
Oh, he told me he was about to call him.
So he tells you, I'm about to call Raekwon Howard, right?
Right.
You don't say to him, don't call anybody because we're about to commit this murder, right?
I don't.
You don't. You, the one who was so concerned about not using Chris Brown's car because that can be traced, right?
Right.
You allow him to make a phone call to Raekwon Howard, right? And in your presence, you say he tells him what he's going to do, right?
Right.
That makes Raekwon Howard a witness for you guys, right? Against you guys.
I wouldn't have knew that.
How would you not have known that?
I don't know the legal system like that. So
You do know the legal system, Mr. Barno.
I wouldn't have knew that would have made him a witness at the time. I wouldn't have knew that.
The fact that Raekwon Howard had a conversation with Hakeem Robinson where you claim he confessed to him is not a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have knew that.
And let's talk about what you do know about Raekwon Howard. What do you know about him?
As in? As in?
You know anything other than his name?
I know his nickname.
Which is?
Pooh.
Anything else?
50K.
Okay. Any other details about him? When's his birthday?
I have no idea.
Isn't it true that he's a part of 6 Block?
Associated with, yes, ma'am.
He's associated with 6 Block, the up group to ATK, right?
Right.
And your testimony before this jury is he decided to call someone from the upside to confess. Is that your testimony?
Right.
You also mentioned on direct examination that there was a call from Hakeem to Kareem at some point because he said he wanted them to surveil to see if there were any cops in the shopping plaza, right?
Right.
So that's another call that should be reflected on Hakeem Robinson's phone, right?
Right.
Okay. So I pass forward. You claim now, though, that right before the murder takes place, Chris Brown is gone, right?
Right.
Now, you testified that, I think I brought it out already. Now, we all know what happens. Well, what you claim happens is you sit there and you watch as who you say is Hakeem kill Charles McCormick, right?
Right.
You flee the complex and you end up crashing, right?
Right.
You end up jumping the fences and ending up in Miss Buckley's house, correct?
Right.
Now, at some point, right, you guys send your location to Blue, right?
Right.
But that's not the only person you sent your location to, right? Isn't it true that you tried to send your location to Natalie Bryant, right?
My phone was dead, so.
But you're aware that an attempt was made to send a pin drop to her, right?
No.
To her and Torrigon Williams, right? You told this to the detectives in your statement in August. I can show it to you if you want. Do you not remember saying that? Do you not remember that?
I mean, I would have to see it.
I'll show it to you. So just so that the court understands, and the jurors, that when you were arrested, you gave a sworn statement to Mr. Cooper, right?
Right.
I need to pull it up. I don't have. I'm just going to pull it up on my computer. Now, this, of course, is when you've decided to cooperate, right?
Right.
You're now sitting with Mr. Cooper, right?
Right.
Your lawyer is there, right?
Ms. Jameson.
Yeah.
Right.
Is she here now? She is. She's back right there, right?
Right.
Okay, sustained. Let's move it along with the questions.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
So I'm just looking for the transcripts of the statement, just to pull it up. Got one moment, Your Honor. I'm gonna get back to that. I'm gonna have Mr. the coach to pull that up so I don't waste any time. I'm going to go forward and then I'm going to come back to that, okay? Once that's up, I'll go back to it, all right? Now, so once again, you say eventually Blue is the one that picks you guys up, right?
Right.
In the Dodge Challenger, right?
Right.
You claim that you explain everything to Blue, right?
Right.
And then you leave and you go to someone by the name of Zay's house, right?
Right.
Okay. So who's Zay?
It's a friend of Blue.
Friend of you or friend of Blue?
Mine's too.
Okay, so all of y'all's friends. Is he a part of 300 as well too?
No.
Okay. So you go to his house to change clothes, right?
No.
What did you go there for?
Switch cars.
Oh, okay. So what you're doing now is Blue doesn't want to be seen in that red Challenger either, right?
Right.
So now you're trying to get rid of the Charger, right?
Challenger.
Sorry, the Challenger, right?
Right.
And then later on, you try to get rid of your clothes, right?
Correct.
And the clothes were burned by Blue, weren't they?
I had no knowledge of that.
Okay, so who did you give the clothes to?
I left him over his house.
Over at Blue's house, but you don't know what he did with it after that.
I got locked up that night, so.
Okay. So I can ask Blue.
Yeah.
Now, the very same day that this all took place, even before you got apprehended by police, you would agree with me that the video of the shooting was all over the news, right? They reported it all on the news about the shooting in that strip mall, correct?
Right.
Okay. And from day one, from that day, you freaked out, right?
Right.
So you went back home and then you went to go to your girlfriend, right?
Right.
You jump in the car and then that's when you get pulled over and apprehended by police, right?
Right.
Now, you first go in and they put you in a room in the interrogation room at JSO, right?
Right.
And in that room, there's audio and video recording, right?
Right.
So JSO has the capability to record and video anything that you said, right?
Right.
And in this case, they actually did that, right? In your first statement to the police officer, right?
Right.
Okay. And the detective, this is not Detective Smith, it's Detective Richardson, right? Or you don't remember his name?
I can't recall his name.
Okay. Do you know what Detective Smith looks like?
I think that's who interrogated me on
Second time.
Second time.
Okay, but it was a different one the first time, right?
Yeah.
And you lied to him in that over and over again, right?
Right.
What you were doing that day, you told him I was chilling and going to Family Dollar. That was a lie, right?
I told him that we was trying to get Janier's license.
Okay, but that was a lie, right? Because in the day you were trying to kill Charles McCormick.
Right.
Folks, last year there were huge problems at Talladega College. They could not meet their payroll, and so they announced the hiring of interim president Dr. Walter Kimbrough. He's worked at numerous other HBCUs, two-time president. And when I saw the announcement, I called him. He's my alpha.
Hold on, what I missed just that quick? They ended the broadcast? I walked away for 1 second. That was the end of it? Ain't that something? I started hearing somebody talking. I'm like, what the world? That was the end of the trial for today? Ain't no way. Ain't that some junk? Yeah, I don't see nobody live right now. None of the news station live right now. What am I missing? What the world? Ain't that about a mess. I'm glad I came in when I did though, cause I don't know what that was playing. Yeah, the stream is off. dead. So hold on, y'all. I'm gonna wait to see if we can get it back on because it went offline. Oh, this tea is nasty. No, because I'd have been live for over 8 hours. See, they gonna mess around where we can't even doggone be able to watch it. Damn, cameraman. Hold on, I'm still trying to see they bring it back up. Ain't that some mess? We came all day, and now, yep, even ain't nobody else doing it. God damn it. Ugh, like, this is so nasty, not having no doggone sugar in it. Think that might be it for us, y'all, because I don't see nobody else restarted. I don't know what just happened. It kicked me out. But yeah, I don't see yeah, that's it. Nobody else. I don't know what happened. All right, well, maybe by the time we do that, you know, we kind of, I can't tell y'all what happened. Someone went live in the courtroom, like from their phone. I literally, like, hold on, walked off for 2 seconds. Y'all don't pay the noise no attention. That's my husband putting together the grill, and it's getting the best of him at this moment. All right, so dang, I want to hear the end of it. It's so much. I ain't gonna lie, because y'all know I do a daily recap video. It's so much that took place. I'm gonna have to just do it for the video because I have to look back at my notes because it's a lot. From we done had 3 witnesses today, you know. Hey, y'all hear all that noise in the background? He done look. I done got cussed out because for not being in there to help, all types of stuff. So I've been going back and forth between trying to help him hold stuff and all that. So yeah. Oh. All right, y'all. All I can say, I don't think they're gonna come back on. Oh, they about to come back on 5:32. Why they waiting so long? Okay, they back. Okay, hold on. They back.
I'm sorry? Yeah, if you have a question you want to ask the witness, you can. If he doesn't recall and you wish to refresh his memory, you can show him his statement.
Understood,
Just do it the way it's supposed to be done.
After that, you terminated the meeting with Detective Smith, right?
Right.
You said you wanted to talk to the state first.
Right.
Before admitting what you did, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you wanted to secure a deal from the state first before talking to Detective Smith, right?
Right.
Smart, right?
Right.
Because if you say something to Detective Smith, they may not agree and give you anything, right?
Right.
Negotiate with the people who have power first before you give up the information, right?
Right.
So months go by. You have all the evidence in the case, all the phone records, the DNA, right?
I didn't have no phone records.
You didn't have the phone records? You didn't go over the phone records that was provided in your case with your lawyer?
No. I didn't have no phone records.
Okay. But then in August, is when you decide to cooperate, right?
Right.
You decide you want to try and cut a deal, right? And that's because the main thing, according to you, is you knew your DNA was on Barbara Buckley, right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
So the reason why you know you were caught red-handed is because your DNA was found on Barbara Buckley's neck, right?
For the home invasion?
Yes, for the home invasion.
Well, I knew I was caught because of the identification. Of
I
the
heard.
Tattoo in my, yeah, she identified me in a lineup.
Okay, so with that, you knew you were cooked, right? Okay. And now you're in custody at this time, right? And before you go on record to give your statement, you had a meeting before, off record, with the detective, right?
What detective?
Okay, so when you're gonna go cooperate, right? You first have a meeting with law enforcement, right? Detective Smith was there, right?
Can't recall.
And if you want, I can pull up a screenshot of just a screenshot of the video of you speaking to Joel Cooper, right?
Right.
I'm going to have you take a look at it so you can identify the people who are there, okay? Without showing it. And Your Honor, would you mind if Mr. DeCoste approached?
Sure.
Barnard?
He can approach the witness.
And for the state, it's just no audio, no nothing. We're just showing him the beginning portion of the recording of his statement in August.
Show the state first, please. And this is for the refreshing of the
Just a
witness's
refreshing.
recollection?
Correct, Judge. He said he didn't remember who was there.
Okay. Then just show it to Mr. Barner only, please.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yeah.
You recognize yourself in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
You also saw Detective Smith in that video, right?
Right.
And he had a bunch of papers in his hands, right?
Yeah.
Those are the pictures of the other people involved, right?
Well, I don't remember what he had in his hand.
But before going into that room and the recording device being turned on, you sat down with Detective Smith before so he could see what you had to say, right?
Attorneys.
And your attorney, yes, of course.
The state.
Yes, so everybody's there, right? But it's not recorded, right?
Right.
They do a little run through of what it is that what information you have, right?
Right.
But because it's not recorded, I don't know exactly what was shown to you, right?
Right.
And it's no way documented, right?
Right.
Because even as you sit here today, you didn't remember that Detective Smith came in the room. I had to show you the video, right?
Yeah, I remember Lee Hutton showing me the pictures.
You remember who?
Lee Hutton.
Lee Hutton. Who is Lee Hutton?
He was the prosecutor on the Rothermere case.
Oh, one of the prosecutors at the state attorney's office at that time that's not sitting in this courtroom.
Right.
Okay,
He showed me the pictures.
Also, a completely different prosecutor who wasn't involved in the case was showing you the pictures and stuff, right?
Correct.
But this is before you go on to the audio video recording that we get a copy of.
Right.
Right? So before you started answering all of Joel Cooper's questions on that recording, you'd already gone through everything, right?
Yeah.
Now, and this is where I'm going to pull it up if you have that statement. Going back to what we were talking about before, when I had asked you about the pin drop being sent to Natalie Gant and Torgon Williams. Did you find it? So you're saying right now that you don't remember whether or not you told the state attorney in that recorded statement that Natalie and Torgon Williams were sent a pin to try pick you guys up.
I don't remember that.
You remember it?
They was contacted.
Right. And when I say that, like, you guys reached out to them.
Right.
To see if they could come pick you up.
Correct.
And that you learned that they were stopped by police.
Correct.
Right? So Natalie Gant and Torgon Williams were supposed to try and save you guys, right?
And Abdul.
And Abdul.
Correct.
But they couldn't because they had been pulled over.
Correct.
So the next try was to Blue, right? Okay. So you do now remember saying that to them, right?
Yeah, but I don't remember me saying that a pen was dropped to Natalie.
Okay. I mean, but you do remember giving, and I didn't say specifically to Natalie and Toragon, right?
Right.
They were dating at the time.
Yeah.
Right? That was his girlfriend. He was living with her.
Yeah.
Right? But in your mind, you had told them that those two were supposed to come and pick you up, right?
Attempt, yeah.
Attempt. They didn't pick you up. We know that, okay? But they were supposed to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Natalie Gant's name was thrown into this all the way in August, right?
Right.
Now you say that. So if Natalie did anything, for example, with Toragon to try and help you get away, and she knew what was going on, that would make her an accessory, like Blue, right?
I'm gonna, unless he has independent personal knowledge, otherwise you're asking him a legal conclusion.
If he
and
knows.
I would sustain that objection. But if he knows.
You know?
No.
Okay. All right. So no one at this point is arrested at all in the David Rothamel case, right? Except for you.
Except for me.
And no one else is arrested in Charles McCormick at that time, except for you.
Right.
Okay. But now in this meeting, this is who you've given to them, right? Toragon Williams, right?
Correct.
Natalie Gant, right?
Right.
Abdul Jr., aka Kareem, right?
Right.
Leroy Whitaker, right?
Right.
Blue, right?
Right.
And also to Hakeem Robinson, right?
Right.
Who you knew they thought was a shooter, right?
Yeah.
And because of you and what you said, they go and arrest Hakeem Robinson, right?
Right.
They don't arrest Toragon or Natalie, right?
Right.
And Hakeem's arrest is all over the news, if you know. Do you know if it was all over the news?
Yeah.
You do know, right?
Right.
It made its way to you even in the jail that Hakeem Robinson, aka Ksoo, was arrested for the murder. It was a big deal, right?
Right.
And ever since then, only if you know, the case has been covered in the media, right?
Right.
Now, you'd agree with me the moment that you commit to Hakeem, or you commit to anyone, you commit to Blue being there, or you commit to Toragon Williams, you can't come back and change your testimony, right?
Right.
Because if you do that, they may not give you the recommendation that you're seeking, right?
Right.
You even turned on your girlfriend, right?
Right.
Did you love Janera?
Yeah.
Okay. But in that moment, you were okay giving her up for an accessory after the fact to murder.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you needed to help yourself, right?
Right.
Doesn't matter who it is.
Right.
Now, at the time, you testified that your height's 5'7"?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember what you weighed at that time, right? Or you don't know?
Can't recall.
Can't recall. Do you know someone by the name of Shifton Hogan?
No.
Name completely ring a bell to you, or you have no idea who that is?
No.
Now, another thing I want to talk about is, today you testified that while you were in the vehicle, right, that Hakeem Robinson touched your firearm.
Correct.
Okay? When we sat down in depositions, right, did you ever tell us that before?
Can't recall.
Can't recall. Did you ever tell Joel Cooper that before today, or the state attorney's office before today, that you witnessed him touch the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But this is already after you know that his fingerprint was found on your firearm, right?
It's something that I seen.
Oh, okay. But the only time that we as a defense is hearing about it is today, 5 years later, right?
I wouldn't know that.
You never told us about it before.
Can't recall.
Yes. So going back, I wanted to go back to this, okay? And this is the final area before I'm finished, okay, Mr. Barna? I was going over what was said between you and Detective Smith in that interview when he came to you and showed you the video and said, I know you're not my shooter, right?
Right.
And I was asking you about things that he had said to you about chains and things, and you said you don't remember, right? Would it refresh your recollection if I were to show you a copy of the transcripts of the statement that you made that day? So you can see exactly what was said. That would remind you of what Detective Smith said to you and what you said, right?
Right.
Okay, so for the record, we're referring to the transcripts of that statement. You remember?
Right.
Okay. So what he said to you, I'm going into what he said to you and what your response was, okay?
Yep.
He said to you that you've been sitting in jail for 2 months and that he, Detective Smith, has been looking at people's Instagram and they are free spending money on chains while you are in jail. He said that to you, right?
Right.
And your response was, but I don't know him though. That's what you said, right?
Not personally though.
Okay.
That was a lie.
Okay, so that was another lie now, okay? So where he's suggesting to you that it's Hakeem Robinson and you're saying, I don't know him, right?
Yep.
And in fact, you even said to him, you know his brother, but I don't know him personally, right?
Yeah.
But now you're saying that that was a lie.
That was me saving people.
Saving people, like who? Chris Brown?
Nah.
No further questions.
Okay, is there any redirect?
May it please the court.
Yes.
So, Mr. Barner, I want to go over a few things. One, you were asked a moment ago, well, maybe a lot of moments ago, about when you got arrested and then you had a bond, right?
Correct.
And they said, well, you just couldn't afford to make it, right?
Correct.
You didn't get a record deal, did you?
No.
Okay. So, Willie Addison. When Willie Addison was shot and killed, there was a lot of questions regarding the fact that Hakeem Robinson wasn't actually in that car. Is that right? Remember being asked those questions?
Yeah.
Right. Now, Willie Addison was Hakeem's stepbrother, correct?
Right.
All right. Abdul Robinson Jr., Kareem, is that Hakeem Robinson's biological brother?
Yeah.
All right. And where was Kareem shot?
In the head.
Did Kareem almost die?
Yeah.
Abdul Robinson Sr., Blue, is that Hakeem Robinson's father?
Yeah.
Overruled. It's been asked many times by all of you. I think everyone knows that Blue is Mr. Robinson's father.
Was he shot?
Yeah.
Torrigan Williams, is that Hakeem Robinson's cousin? Are they related, Torgon Williams and Hakeem Robinson?
Kareem and Torgan are cousins.
Kareem. Okay. What about Leroy Whitaker? Is he related to Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, sir.
And so Abdul Robinson Jr. severely injured, and Hakeem Robinson's stepbrother was killed.
Correct.
And his father shot.
Correct.
Now, that song that we heard earlier, that was made by Charles McCormick. Remember listening to that?
Yes, sir.
And there was a line, "Smoking on Willie." Someone else was also mentioned earlier. You said 23. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And who is 23 in relation to Hakeem Robinson? Is that someone that he knows?
Yeah.
Someone he's close to?
Yeah.
Was 23 killed?
Yes, sir.
And so both 23 and Willie Addison were both referenced in that song.
Correct.
And you know that Abdul Robinson Sr., the family, was upset over that song.
Correct.
Now, you've also been asked a lot of questions about Chris Brown and when he was there and when he left on January 15, 2020, right?
Yeah.
Now, are you sitting here trying to protect Chris Brown?
No, sir.
Is Chris Brown one of the co-defendants in the Damon Rothermel case?
Yes, sir.
And are you cooperating against Chris Brown in that case?
Yes, sir.
So you're not trying to protect him?
No, sir.
You were also asked a lot about getting a deal. So I want to talk and just clarify this point. Your pleas to each and every one of your charges, were they to the court?
Yes, sir.
Now, you haven't been sentenced, correct?
No, sir.
And the judge will decide what sentence you get.
Correct.
Do you know if the state is going to make a recommendation at your sentencing? Have you been told the state is going to recommend any sentence?
No.
And even if the state walks in and makes a recommendation, does this judge have to follow it?
No.
It is entirely up to the judge to decide what sentence you get.
Correct.
And that's after hearing everything here today as well, right?
Right.
And you sat through, as has been pointed out multiple times, 3 days of depositions, right?
Yeah.
Right. And about 9 hours or so of depositions, questions and answers by the defense.
Yeah.
And during that deposition, a lot has been brought out today, asking you questions, refreshing your memory, or asking about the answers you gave to those questions. For everybody in this courtroom to hear, right?
Correct.
Including the judge, right?
Right.
Did you have a lot of fun in those depositions?
No.
Having fun today?
No.
But you understand that each and everything that you testify to, including all of the things that you have admitted to and having done, that's all information this judge will have at sentencing.
Correct.
And what is the maximum sentence this judge can give you?
Life.
Now, you were asked a lot about, well, you touched a gun, you weren't charged with possession of a firearm, right?
Right.
And the maximum was 15 years on that offense. It was pointed out to you, right?
Yeah.
What's the minimum sentence you know that you can get based on what you have pled to?
20.
Is 20 or 15 higher?
20.
There's also a 3-year minimum mandatory, they said, with the gun charge, right?
Yeah.
How much time you spent in jail since you've been arrested on these charges?
5 years.
What's higher, 5 or 3?
5.
If you were to get sentenced to life in prison, does another 15 years matter?
No, sir.
How many life sentences can you serve?
1.
How many lives do you get? 1?
1.
And that's still what you're facing.
Yes, sir.
Now, excuse me. You were asked a lot of questions about your discovery in this case and what you reviewed and the timing of all of those events. So I want to make this clear. You were arrested January 15, 2020, right?
Correct.
And you became a witness and provided information in August of 2020, right?
Correct.
And at that time, none of your co-defendants were arrested.
No.
And ultimately, you entered a plea to your charges in September of 2020, right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that since 2020 and 2025, there's been a large amount of discovery that has been ongoing in this case?
Yes, sir.
And so while there was some discovery done in this case, and this specifically the murder of Charles McCormick, that had not been completed by the time you pled. Is that right?
Correct.
So you wouldn't have had an opportunity to review all of the pieces of evidence in this case. Is that right?
Right.
Now, is it also true that in February of 2020, about a month after being arrested, you made statements to someone in jail about what you did?
Correct.
All right, I'll see the parties sidebar with the court reporter.
God dang. Now, look, he just like to talk. He like to talk to everybody, even the people in jail. Not you admitting the murders in jail. I think ultimately that man, like, I'm the only one that got caught out of everybody. I ain't going down by myself. We all gonna fry in this itch, okay? We should be about, I'm pretty sure as soon as the redirect is done, court is gonna be done for the day. And then we're gonna get up out of here. We done been on this thing for almost 9 hours. A lot of info has definitely been part of it. Okay, I thought it was about to start talking. I'm gonna try my best to do the recount before too late. It's a lot to go through. Butta testimony alone was a lot to go through. I still don't know if they cast enough reasonable doubt for the jury not to believe him, though. I mean, they tried. Ksoo attorney almost had me, but I'm still like, if I was on the jury, I still wouldn't be too convinced that per se the defendants had nothing to do with it. The fact that it just, you know what I'm saying, it's just too direct with the other testimonies. Said he told on his girlfriend. I mean, are you surprised? I know I'm not, like, at this point. Oh, this is definitely something to watch unfold. Now, a lot of this is not new. We already knew he was going to testify. We done read the documents in the case. But it's crazier to see it play out. Ultimately, this is the thing. Even though he's still facing life, if he would have taken it to trial, and he would have got found guilty, you know, and based off the evidence they had on him, he probably was going to get found guilty and face life without the possibility ever getting out. Him cooperating gives him a strong chance of getting out. That's why he's telling. He's telling for the chance to get out someday. He already said it himself, but that's why. For those who been in the comments asking that, he's deciding to tell for the chance to come home one day. You know what I'm saying? For the chance to come home, right? Without it, he was never coming home. Now, mind you, he done been in jail since he got arrested the day of the shooting. You know what I'm saying? So, Damo said, well, she did prove he lies and it's not a reliable witness. That was the key. I don't think to me, okay, let me phrase it right. To me, she didn't prove that he wasn't reliable. Because if anything, she showed me that he has a pattern of telling on people in murder cases, okay? And the fact that the state keep using him as a witness in murder cases, I would still believe him. I'm gonna be honest. To me, it didn't show me that he was a liar, or that he's unreliable. She didn't prove not nail lie in this case. See, this is the thing. Even if he lied in another case, you didn't prove to me as a juror on this case that he lied about anything he said. He laid out from A to Z, okay? And at no point did you ever say that he lied. Lying before, I mean, we all done lied before. Does that mean you lying now? That's the thing. Like, you gotta understand, when we get to the end of the trial, the judge is going to give instructions. And part of that instructions is not going to be to worry about if he lied in another case. It's going to be about what was presented in this trial. So, again, some of the jury may think like y'all, right? They may think like y'all and be like, hey, he's a liar. We can't believe him. Me, hey, they ain't proved everything he said was a lie. In this case, his testimony outside of lying, his testimony matches the other witnesses that they already said was getting nothing out of it. So, you know, Texas 713 says she proven that he will lie to help self. That may be the case. It still ain't enough for me to not believe what the hell he said. This is what I'm saying. Like, even if he is a liar, and he could be lying about something, the fact that the basis of what he said matched the other witnesses they told us to believe, I still say they're guilty. I'm just gonna be honest. I still say they're guilty. And for those who've been following me for a while, it's not often I say somebody guilty based off of it. Now, my mind may change tomorrow. Maybe they come up with something tomorrow. I may feel different. But right now, they still guilty. Just because his story aligns with other witnesses. You know what I'm saying? The chat going too quick. You're going to have to just retype what you said because I don't even see what you said. So, that's just me. If I was on the jury, their ass would have been cooked if I had to put my answer in today. But, and this both of them. At this point, I think Scotty and Ksoo guilty based off what they done presented. Like I said, I thought Scotty was guilty yesterday just because his DNA. Because how else do you explain why your DNA is on that lady pants? Today, once they broke down, once the lady that picked up Ksoo got on it and her story matched the one from yesterday, I definitely felt like he was guilty at that point. And then once they showed the reenactments of the shooting or whatever, and that Ksoo, you know what I'm saying, match out of everybody, yeah, I definitely thought he was guilty then too. She did it at the end when he said he didn't even know Ksoo. That's what. He had years to study other testimony. That's what liars do. Of course, his testimony concedes. Well, they should have did again. They should have did a better better. Okay, this is my thing. I get the character thing. They definitely did that. They definitely proved he was a liar. He was vindictive. They proved that. But they did not address nothing he said. The only thing that Ksoo's defense, not Ksoo, Scotty's defense did that was okay was they like poked at the fact that he was saying Scotty was there. And he was like, so Scotty ain't say nothing the whole time? Stuff like that. So I can see that, but Ksoo attorney ain't saying shit about nothing when it comes to the events or what happened. They just trying to prove that he liked to tell. Cameron said, that's why your ass not on the jury. Hell, and so is you. Like, the hell, you ain't hurt my feelings. I hope that wasn't shade you was trying to throw. Like, I don't give a damn. I don't want to be on nobody's jury. I don't want nobody's life in my hand. But if I was on the jury, they ass would have been guilty today. God damn it. Like, what the world? Scotty gonna get life for sure. They got him on the video and DNA at the house. Hey, like I said, never know what's gonna happen. This only day 3, but that's where I'm at right now. Yeah, you know, that's just how I feel. Hey, it can change tomorrow. You know, like I said, y'all gotta remember how we conversating is how they gonna be back there in a damn jury room. It's gonna be people that's thinking like me, like hell no, that boy telling the truth. It may be people that think like you, like nah, he a liar, can't believe what he's saying. So this is how I go. This is why I like when we do court, we go like this. Hey, obviously those that got something to say is those that's new, but this is how we do it. Just go back and forth. Hell, I may look tomorrow. Like I said, tomorrow I may be lying. Them boys ain't do it. You just never know. I go with the evidence that come into court. Yesterday I said they had hope. Remember, yesterday I said they had hope. Today I said they guilty. Who knows what I'm gonna say tomorrow? Like, who knows what I'm gonna say tomorrow? We just gotta wait till the evidence come out, and then we still got to see what the defense put on for their, if they decide to put on something. So like I said, it's still early on, you know. But hey, right now it ain't looking too good for them. You know, I ain't gonna lie. Young and Ace had me thinking it was hope. Ksoo had me thinking it was hope. They kept saying they coming home. I don't know about that one. Okay. You know, I don't know. But like I said, it's definitely gonna be. I feel like the verdict in this case is gonna be just like it was when we was waiting on the Millie case verdict. All right, we back at it. It's supposed to last until next week. The case is supposed to last until next week. God, don't get out of your feelings. You ain't got to agree with what I said, but I said what I said.
In August, after you cooperated and then entered your pleas of guilty, Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, and Duval Robinson Jr. were ultimately arrested and have been charged. Is that right?
So Leroy's already locked up.
On the burglary charge. Yeah. Right? Okay. Now, did you plant Hakeem Robinson's DNA in a Nissan Altima?
No.
Sure. Sure, you didn't plant his DNA, right?
No, I didn't.
Did you take Hakeem Robinson's fingerprints and place it on that gun in the Nissan Altima?
No.
If what you're saying today to this jury is true, and you actually called Duval Robinson Jr. on January 15, 2020 to let him know Charles McCormick's back, that could potentially be supported by phone records, right?
Yes, sir.
And you previously testified what your phone number and Duval Robinson Jr.'s phone number was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to Hakeem Robinson making what you thought might have been an Instagram call, if that happened, that could be potentially corroborated by Instagram records, right?
Right.
You can't manufacture Instagram records, can you?
No, sir.
And if what you said was true about Leroy Whitaker being in the car, Scotty, with you and Hakeem Robinson at Charles McCormick's apartment because the three of you were there to kill him, and Leroy Whitaker had a rifle, that could be supported by if the rifle was found in the car, right?
Right.
Was Leroy Whitaker just in the car as a spectator?
No, sir.
Does Leroy Whitaker speak a lot? Does he talk a lot?
Not really.
Did he have a lot of bullets in his rifle?
Yeah.
And when y'all were fleeing from the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza, and Officer, I don't know if you know his name, Officer Collins got behind you, did he activate his lights and sirens as he was trying to get you to pull over?
Yes, sir.
So you knew you should have pulled over.
Yeah.
And you and whoever was in the vehicle with you were actively still trying to flee from him, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you got out after crashing, you said you and Leroy Whitaker ran in one direction, right?
Right.
And we saw a video of two individuals running through a backyard, right?
Right.
And you said that was you and Leroy Whitaker, correct?
Right.
Did you manufacture that video?
No.
You didn't create it?
No.
You didn't go to the homeowner and say, hey, you got to make this for me?
No.
No? No control over it?
No.
When you went to Barbara Buckley's home and you and, as you say, Leroy Whitaker entered without permission, did you put Leroy Whitaker's DNA on Miss Buckley?
No.
You sure?
Sure.
You don't think about it? You know you didn't do it?
No, I didn't do it.
Was he there with you?
Yes, sir.
Now, if what you say is true, and Hakeem Robinson was there, and Hakeem Robinson was involved, and I think the question was asked, did you allow Hakeem Robinson to do something? You allowed him to make a call, right?
Right.
Do you tell Hakeem Robinson what to do?
No.
Sure?
Sure.
Now, did you make Hakeem Robinson post on his Instagram a few days after the murder a nail salon video?
No.
Sure?
Sure.
Did you add the text, kill a nigga, then get my toes done?
No.
You sure?
Sure.
Or were you in jail already?
I was in jail.
So you didn't do that?
No.
Okay. There was a lot of talk about not only ATK and 6 block, but there were some questions about 300, right?
Correct.
Was Leroy Whitaker part of 300?
Yes, sir.
What about Duval Robinson Jr.?
No, sir.
Now, going to the question of why would Hakeem Robinson contact Raekwon Howard? If Raekwon Howard is part of 6 block, the ops of ATK, why would someone want to communicate? Why would there be that call? What would be the reason?
Basically, like,
I'll sustain unless he has personal information about it. Otherwise, I don't want him guessing.
Is it common, do you know, for members of one group to communicate with their ops
yes, sir.
and brag?
Right.
The information when you were questioned about believing that Natalie and or Torgon were coming to potentially pick y'all up from Miss Buckley's home. Did you personally talk to Natalie?
No.
Did you personally talk to Duval Robinson Jr. on the phone while y'all were in that home?
No.
Did you try and send him any information?
No.
Who did?
Leroy.
So the information that went to your knowledge as to whether or not they potentially came to try and pick someone up, who did that come from?
I'm from Scotty.
Leroy Whitaker?
Leroy.
You know, a lot of things that you've admitted to here in court don't sound good, right?
Right.
And you're guilty of your crimes.
Correct.
Now, the fact that you're guilty, does that in any way alter whether or not Hakeem Robinson is guilty?
Say that again.
Does the fact that you are guilty for what you have committed, and is all the things that you've admitted to, all the crimes that you've pled to, does that in any way change whether or not Hakeem Robinson is guilty?
No.
Does it alter what happened on January 15, 2020 in any way?
No.
Does it change who was in that car with you?
No.
Does that prove the fact that you're guilty, Leroy Whitaker? Does that change the truth, whether or not he was there?
No.
And you did not have the ability, and if you did, tell me, maybe I'm wrong. Did you have the ability to plant and create any of the evidence in this case, such as DNA, fingerprints, call records, anything like that?
Not at all.
Because you've been in jail since January 15, 2020.
Correct.
So I guess you're just really lucky. No further questions.
All right, may this witness be excused? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for us for today. I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads behind. Again, we're going to lock them and secure them over this weekend recess. Now, this is a longer recess than we've had so far. You've got 2 days, and I'm certain there will probably be newspaper stories or television stories that are going to be printed or aired, and I just implore you to make every effort during this 2-day weekend not to view, watch, or listen to any stories that should be printed or aired. Please refrain from speaking about this case to anyone. I'm sure your loved ones, family, friends, coworkers might be very curious about what you've been doing this week and what your thoughts are so far. You are not to share any information, your thoughts, your impressions about this case with anyone. Again, it is incredibly important because this case has to be tried by you only on the evidence presented in this courtroom, in your collective presence as a jury, in the presence of all the attorneys, the defendants in this court. And so I ask you again not to speak to any attorneys or witnesses who might be waiting outside these doors as you leave today or as you return on Monday. I will also, as a new advisement, tell you that I know our courtroom temperatures can sometimes get cold, sometimes they can get hot. I'm feeling a little warm myself right now, and I know we turned it down because it was a little cold for some jurors. So please do bring a jacket or a light sweater or something that you think you might need next week in case you get a little cold or uncomfortable. You can always take that off. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for the weekend. Wish you a very good and restful weekend. And we were going to be back here then on Monday at 9 a.m. here in Courtroom 407, where we will continue with the state's case in chief. Okay?
Oh, child, today has definitely been a day. Boy. So much information came out. I'm going to try my best to get a recap. Y'all know I try to do like a quick 5-minute recap every day after court. My plan is to do it in a few minutes, so I'm not going to be too long because we done been on this thing for 9 hours, okay? We are back at it on Monday morning, 9 a.m. sharp, okay? Because today, boy, they was right on time. So hopefully Monday they be on time. But nevertheless, we will be here as long as the feed comes out for us to watch. I appreciate everybody that been tuning in. Make sure y'all get in the comments under the videos and tell me your opinions. Shout out to everybody that pulled up and got in the comments, okay? Because we was having some good time in the comments, okay? With that being said, y'all already know all information on this live was opinion-based, whether it's in the comments or what I'm saying. And y'all know I just be talking my shit. I ain't got nothing to do with none of these cases, okay? Just like y'all don't. Well, I will hope y'all don't, okay? But anyway, shout out to the whole Truth team. We are out as always.
Mickey talks the truth. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey. We love you, Mickey. Mickey talks.
Hold on, wait, before I go, y'all make sure y'all tap in with me to book your slot. A lot of y'all be hitting me up on Instagram and the email wanting to just talk about content, whether you're an up-and-coming content creator or somebody just got questions about cases or whatever. Book your consultation with me now. The information is on the screen. Hey, make sure you get your slot, because my slots be full of